So what's the use in telling all these stupid lies? Ain't got a reason for your drama, but there's something in disguise. I know, it's well thought out. I know, what goes around. I know, I've heard that song. I know, you're bringing me down. Bringing me down. Bringing me bringing me bringing me
Welcome to the Red Bull M.E.O Season 3 Grand Finals West, and you are about to see some of the best PUBG Mobile players battle it out. I cannot wait. I am so hyped. If you saw the action last week from the Grand Finals East, you know that these players are going to be bringing the heat. Before we get into it though, I've got some friends who are going to join me on broadcast, familiar voices to you. Why don't we introduce one of them right away? Let's meet Maxman. Welcome to our virtual studio, Max. I'm so excited. After last week, we know that today is going to be hot. How did the teams get you?
Of course, the teams made it all through their regional qualifiers to make it this far, and now we got the best of the best the Western region in PUBG Mobile Esports has to offer. A few teams, a few new names coming to the table. That's going to be really fun to see how they perform, and some also pretty big names too. So we're going to have a lot of really fun action happening throughout these 6 games. It's going to be intense for sure.
So you mentioned those 6 games. We'll get into that in a little bit, but I want to focus on the teams now because Max has given you a brief introduction, but I know that there's someone else who's been hyped the whole week. He is so ready to talk about all of these teams, to tell you who to watch, to tell you which players are going to pop off. So let's introduce him. This is Imperium. Best PUBG Mobile shoutcasting duo now in the house, Max and Imperium. Imperium, I've watched you on social media this week. You're getting super hyped about today. Tell me which of the teams that you're most excited to see.
There's so many. Let's be fair. Straight up, there were so many to look out for. There's so much we have to talk about, but when you're looking for specifics on teams, the Giants from Turkey, Blazing Footballers, are going to be the two that we really have to look out for. But don't step on the small guys, right? Don't step on the teams that are really looking for their first opportunity to strike. Like Maxman mentioned, you're talking about kind of a team big, you're talking about Middle East assassins. Even though some of these teams have a lot of experience, this kind of magnitude, this kind of experience, it's their first time and it's going to be massive.
I'm from Africa. I'm from the African continent. And Max, off broadcast, you said to me the African team is maybe one that could be a little bit of an upset. Tell me a bit more about them.
Well, yeah, I like having allies, and like Imperium, he likes to go for the other teams and he likes to be alone. I'm going to be siding with Sam on this one with the African team. The main team we're going to be looking out for is going to be Slime 4KT. So as I said last week, I covered African PMCO, and the team that came out on top of that to make it to their regional PMPL is actually Slime 4KT from Nigeria. And I'm looking at this. There's especially 2 names you want to be looking out for. Is going to be Storm and Aimer. Those 2 players throughout the entirety of African PMCO were just always on top of their game. So them alone are going to be potentially carrying this entire tournament on their back, but their team is there to back them up too. So I think that we could be seeing Slime 4KT make it pretty far, Imperium. Are you doubting me a little bit? Huh?
No, I agree. And because they won the PMCO Africa and they're going to be participating in the PMPL, and well, I suppose we'll mention this about a lot of teams, but this is a really big opportunity for them to gain a lot of experience against bigger, more experienced, more established teams, and to really get a feeling of how the PMPL is going to be in the future. So yeah, I'm really looking out for a Slime 4KT myself, Sam and Max.
Okay, so we'll take a look at more of these teams in a bit and chat about them, but I kind of want to get into the meat and potatoes of the competition, if you like. So obviously we mentioned 6 maps. You're going to see Erangel 3 times. You get to see pretty much every map, Max, as well as Vikendi, throwing that in just to mix things up, right?
I'm feeling good. And you're always going to have Vikendi, especially, is going to be the icing on the cake. Normally, cakes does not need icing, especially normally. But hey, I'm okay with the icing on top of it. Going to have some good old Vikendi. And we had some really fun action happening last week with Vikendi. So I'm really intrigued to see what's going to be the take of all these Western teams on that good old frosty map of Vikendi this time.
It'll be the snowy icing on the top of our cake. And then, of course, the point system. Let's take a look at how this is going to work. So the points distribution over 6 maps in one day. It's going to be tough on these teams. They're going to have to come out of the gate swinging. Imperium, walk me through this, though. How does this affect their gameplay?
So obviously in the 2021 season, the points distribution has been 15 points for chicken dinner. This is kind of the older system of 20 points for chicken dinner. So of course that's going to result in, give or take, most teams maybe adopting a bit more of a late game mentality, going for placement. But in my eyes, because it's still 1 point per kill, it could actually allow the more aggressive team to capitalize on that, where teams, although they aren't afraid to take a fight, if they are playing more for placement, there could be an element of survivability more so than control in the way they're playing. So aggressive teams will be able to smell that out and jump on that and get a few kills in the early parts of the game. So it's going to be interesting, but we'll have to wait and see.
We are going to have to wait and see, but it's interesting you mentioned that aggression, because obviously last week with the East teams, we saw a very passive play come in, everyone waiting for the late game. But when I was looking at, there's been chances to chat to some of these teams building up into this, and a lot of them said that they've been scrimming against one another, they've been practicing with the other teams in this finals. Do you think that that's going to lead to a more aggressive gameplay, Imperium? Do you think they'll be more aggressive out the gate?
Yeah, I think it will across the board, because if you're more experienced with the teams around you, you might feel a little bit more confident with your own gameplay.
Okay, we do actually have an exciting thing for you now. If you haven't seen this yet, where have you been? Take a look at this. Because the players couldn't all be in Istanbul together to play on LAN, Red Bull has created this amazing virtual studio for them and virtual world. You can see our Turkish broadcast partners there chatting away. This incredible studio. And of course, if you've been to the M.E.O website, you can go on a virtual tour of Istanbul. So gents, have you had a chance to explore some of those landmarks, Max?
I had time to look at it for some time, and I got lost, unfortunately. I know I'm just like Zoro in One Piece. I have no sense of orientation. I get lost every 2 minutes, and it shows how big it actually is on the website. And I was still able to visit a few nice moments, especially I think that the river centrally was just a really nice moment for me. There was no one to fill in the river in Lego City, not this time around. But it was really enjoyable, and I got to say, it's going to be up for still a really long time. So if you do want to go check it out, you still got time to do so. But I would say the earlier the better, because you've got a lot of really key components and monuments especially that I think are really fun to check out for yourself.
Definitely.
Imperium, if we send you to Istanbul now in real life, are you going to be able to find your way around after exploring the virtual world?
No, I'm worse than Max. I literally need Google Maps open all the time. Like I go anywhere. My geography sense is terrible. Like for years I used to think France was above Scotland. That's how bad I am. I'm insanely bad at geography. Yeah, I know. I'm not.
How do you rotate in
Irish.
PUBG
That's
Mobile,
why
man? How do you rotate in PUBG Mobile? Go north, you go down south. Where are you going, man? How do you play? That's a little confusing.
I just say go here, and then there you go. That's it.
You're that kind of person. Okay, that's why I don't play with you anymore. That's why.
Okay, so we're going to be trying to teach Imperium how to use some maps and a compass after this broadcast, but let's get back into it. We know these teams now. We know this is going to be hotly contested, but I'd be interested, Erangel is the first map. How are they going to play this? Because it is going to pop up 3 times today, Max. So do you think some of the teams will have a specific strategy for this map?
I think we could be having some teams, especially have some strategies for Erangel. As you said, it's 50% of our games today. So teams that are strong on Erangel are going to be very, very heavily rewarded. Is what happened in East, right? One team took 2 chicken dinners on the 2 first maps of Erangel. If the team does very similar fashion today, they might be just very early on securing their spot to take the #1 position for themselves in their 3rd season M.E.O West finals. So I think that if you want to train a map to be the best on top of it, Erangel is definitely going to be the map for you.
Imperium, are you thinking that we might see some contested drop spots right off the start? I'm presuming these teams are going to come out kicking, try to claim their spot for map #1.
No, I don't think we're going to see too much drop contention from these teams, because there's a little bit more familiarity across a multitude of teams here, whether they've participated in various tournaments, national or international. There is a lot more comfortability. Plus, I know from, for example, talking to the Clash coach, he's been able to get information on drop spots, rotational standpoints, and I don't think we'll have any drop contention, at least in the first game. Maybe in Vikendi.
Maybe, but that's the thing. Vikendi's the wild one, right? We just don't know what to expect, and it's fun that it's the last map, Max, because it can really just change everything.
Yeah, because as we brought up last week, it's not in the official circuit anymore. It will be brought back eventually at a later date. Before right now, these are the only type of tournaments when you're going to be seeing Vikendi, and myself and also Imperium included, this is our favorite map. So we're happy to be here. The reason why we came was like, okay, do we love the tournament, but do you have Vikendi? That's the selling point. And they say yes. We're like, okay, we're in. We're in right away. We want the Vikendi action.
It's true. It's true. I love it. We think it's a perfect map. Well, not the perfect map, but it's kind of best of both worlds. And the fact that now it's so unfamiliar to the teams, because even myself, right, I don't play the game competitively whatsoever, but I know it's influenced me playing Vikendi less in game because it's out of the competitive circuit. So I can only imagine how rusty all these players and teams are going to be playing Vikendi on the last game. But then again, maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves. There's so much to talk about, Sam.
There is so much to talk about, but we got to get you excited. You're going to have to stick around for all 6 maps because we're telling you, if it comes down to the wire, Vikendi is going to shake things up. We are getting ready to move into match number 1, though. So let's talk about these teams one more time. There's so much that we can actually unpack about them. But standout players, Imperium, the players that you think might just cause a little bit of chaos right at the get-go, the players that we need to be watching because they have the potential to pop off.
Clash. One player, one team is pretty much Clash. Now, you go, well, Clash our team. They are so unified as a team that they feel like one player at times. They're a team that have been playing together for about 6 to 8 months, give or take. Could be wrong, but it's how they've been, in my mind. They've slowly been evolving. They won the PMCO France. They're going to be playing in the PMPL EU West, and they are genuinely a massively strong team, led by their IGL MZ. Honestly, look out for them because they are going to be coming in like a freight train into these games.
Max, you in agreement with Imperium? Or, I mean, we've already discussed the African team, but is there another team that you're also wondering could potentially come in very strong and be a bit scary?
I was about to say I'm not going to break the rules. I'm going to be choosing a player, not a team, and like Imperium to actually just follow in the right lines. But if we're talking about a team, I'm going to be going especially onto Evolution. So the entire roster is a fairly new team, but the one aspect that really changes the entire potential unfolding of these events for this team is the fact that they have Gonzo. And I'm sure that if you have some people watching the stream currently and they watch any kind of high-level international PUBG Mobile esports events, Gonzo is one of the top fraggers of the entire European region, and also on top of that, he's an IGL. So he decides what to do, and he does it himself. So Gonzo, just adding him to any kind of team is going to add such a good base of knowledge and just overall good rotation pathing and good team fighting capabilities. So I'm hyped for Evolution. It is going to be lacking a little bit of synergy, though, because he just got slapped into the composition for this MEO finals. If Gonzo can pull the strings like he does in other international events, we could see Evolution just surprise everyone today.
Well, Imperium and Max have told you who to keep your eyes out for. Now you can tell me who your favorite players are. Drop it in the Twitch chat. Drop it in that YouTube chat. We want to hear from you. It is time for us to kickstart the grand finals. Imperium, Max, I'm ready for Erangel. Let's get in there.
Let's get right into Erangel. Of course, it's going to be fun to see who's going to be taking this very first game of the day. But Imperium, we said it. We've known these teams. You know, we've known them since they've been a baby, basically. Well, maybe not that far, but you know, since 2019, we've been covering these teams left, right, and center. We mentioned a few big names, but man, Footballist. Onto this one, they got the OG roster: Soke, Rom, Lutz, Lovazin. Man, they are ready to pop off in this event for sure.
I know it's not Sunday, but Sulke Sunday can pop up any day of the week, any time of the day. What's really interesting with the Footballist dynamic, especially when you include Blaze into the mix, Koski, the former coach of Blaze, is now the coach of Footballist. So he's bringing the element of not only the experience of himself as a coach, but the experience of of knowing how Blaze somewhat work together and how Blaze play as a team, and that element, that refreshment as well, because let's be fair, the Footballers, they had dropped down on the tail end of 2020. After the PMWL World League win, they did drop down, let's be fair. So having a new coach on board in 2021, I am expecting big things from them.
I think that though we can start talking about other teams, especially coming to this one, because footballists, we're going to have many opportunities to talk about the boys, I think, throughout today. I would not be surprised to even potentially see them take a win at some point in time. I think it would be very interesting to see. But the other team that I want to look to talk about just a little bit into this one is going to be Middle East Assassins. Last time we covered them, Imperium, was MEA, regional finals in 2020, very early on when there was not even a PMPL or even an EMEA league at the time. We were just like peasants in the European region. Now we're evolving, but back in the day, we had MEA regional finals, and it was MEA Assassins that were coming on through really strong. So of course they did suffer some roster changes. But especially in looking at Satan and Faker, these guys have been so consistently active as of recently into the esports scene, securing himself even for a few of them some first positions in their own respective PMCOs. So I'm looking at MEA Assassins. I know that their individual performances are strong, but is the team synergy going to be there?
That's the biggest thing, right? That is the biggest thing, because you talked about Gonzo and that kind of, him being somewhat slapped into the Evolution roster. That's going to, maybe take a game or two to come into play synergy-wise. When you talk about MEAs, you have Faker, formerly of Alpha. Actually, I think he still plays for Alpha Legends, but he played for Alpha Legends when we cast him back in the day, so to speak. Yeah, that synergy is going to be a massive part. And again, we said off broadcast, we said on broadcast, there are so many teams we could talk about. One particular team and even player from that team that I'm really going to be looking to see if the light can be shined, or if she can shine a light on herself, is going to be Calypso from Team Big Easy. It's the Lithuanian team. They've been playing for a while together. And Calypso, when I casted him in scrims, she was not afraid to take a fight. She was fearless, absolutely fearless. Dangerous player, very quick off the mark, very easily able to turn around and get a knock and have that fantastic response rate, which I think is very heavily needed in the EU region for a top player. I'm looking out for big time.
Well, not gonna lie, before this event, I did not know too much about Team Big Easy. So you have hyped me up for the team. I'm going to be looking out for it. I'm really intrigued to see what they can try and bring to the table. We mentioned many of these teams that we're going to be expecting to see come in very big. Potentially going to be Team Big Easy. Haha, very funny. Max Manu, hilarious. I get it. I understand, guys. Just calm down in the chat. Calm down. Otherwise, one of the teams that we haven't seen in quite a while, Imperium, is GameSpace. GameSpace, I remember seeing the org a long time ago. Of course, they have also suffered some changes. So I'm really hyped up to see what the org can try and bring to the table on this one, because I'm not gonna lie, it's been a year, maybe more than a year since I've seen this name. So I'm really intrigued to see what is going to be their approach to this very short format tournament.
One thing that I love, especially with GameSpace, GSMC as they're also known as, is that they come from Greek. The Greek, community and the Greek playing standard is actually higher than a lot of people might think. And even though them as a team haven't been heavily featured, players within the Greek scene, like Hater, for example, he plays for Hate Gaming. He played for Hate Gaming in the PMCO. They do come with a lot more experience than you might think as players and as a country. So yeah, I'm going to be looking out for them. You also have Defeaters Italy, one of the two Italian teams that are being represented here in the MEO Season 3 World Finals for West. You have Halls, who's massively experienced in the international scene, played for Team Umbra at the PMWL West. And then you have Nacho, who's also really heavily experienced with the rest of the side. So the Feeders are another team that I'm really genuinely going to be wondering if they're going to fall flat on their face or if they're going to rise to the occasion in this game one.
Yeah, a lot of experience coming out from actually when they were part of team number 1. So they played the EMEA League back in the day too. Didn't have too much success there. Hopefully the few little changes to the roster is maybe going to be bringing them a good point of advantage and a good initial point to initiate into this tournament. So you said it, we have so many things to talk about. We could go on for absolute hours if we wanted to, but we're going to try and get the game started up as soon as possible for our first game on Erangel. And you know what, Imperium, you did my job for me. I'm a French guy, and I was going to say, okay, I'm French, Imperium. he's going to be nice enough to let me talk about Clash. But you didn't do it. You took it away from me. And because of that, I'm extremely mad at you, Imperium. I'm extremely annoyed. And after this one, I'm going to 1v1 in PUBG.
Sir, relax, go eat a baguette, and all will be good for you, okay? I only mentioned Clash as a team. You're more than welcome to highlight the players individually, sir. I have given you that platform. Go ahead. Talk about Clash. Show your national pride, my friend.
Look, I understand that you're annoyed, Imperium. I'm sorry that there's no Irish teams in this one. I'm sorry that they're just bad at the game. It's not my fault. I'm sorry. Apologies. But of course, Clash, I just talked to MZ, especially just a few seconds before the broadcast started and aired. And he said, and I asked him, what's your goal in this one? He said, win, of course. It's like, of course, they're going to be trying to win. They've been on a good streak as of recently. As you said it, they won the very first French PMCO. It was really hyped to see up against some teams. I got to say, the French region as a whole has improved drastically. And when you take number one position in such a big country such as France now in the competitive ecosystem of PUBG Mobile, I think Clash here can very easily show us what they're made of, but this is going to be the first time for at least this roster alone they're going to be facing up against international teams, Footballists, Blaze. But the thing is, these teams have a lot of VODs currently available all around the internet, especially Footballists. So if you come into this fully prepared, they shouldn't be too much of a threat, at least in the early game, because you know where they drop and you should easily be able to adapt, overcome, and avoid them entirely in the early stage.
And, with this game one, it's not something we massively talked about. Do you think it's going to be a little bit more passive while teams do give or take find their feet, find their kind of, freedom and I suppose feel a bit more comfortable across the 6 games? Or do you think it is going to be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more guns blazing than we might see in other tournaments?
Well, of course, you got that synonym of research, which is going to be coming on through. If teams have done that research, you're expecting a more passive approach. But I think that they also, as you said, we got some teams that we've known and that we casted for the past few years now. And we got some teams that literally say, who are these guys? I'm like, I'm sorry to be harsh on this one, but I'm like, who are these guys? I have not seen them before. So you're going to be having some teams that have very little information coming on their side. Of course, they were the scrims, but the scrims in the grand scheme of things are different from the actual competitive games once the tournament kicks off. So I think that game one is going to try and go passive, but there might be some skirmishes that should be fixated going into game 2 of Erangel, game 3 of Erangel especially. But game 1 is a little bit of a shot into the unknown. You're not too sure what to expect. And if there are some issues going your way, you'll try and fix it as you go on.
And that's the thing, like when you say that there's some teams that were like, sorry, but we don't know who you are. It's not necessarily in a bad way, but it's in a way of, hey, this is now your time to show us who you are. This is now your time to go, hey, we're here. Look at us. Focus on us. Teams from Georgia, the team from Georgia, Team Onyx with Master Nun, Frajak 7 and Lasserfa, the team from Azerbaijan, right? It's so good to see countries, teams, players represented here that they normally wouldn't get a chance. They're going up against Footballists. Max, they're going up against one of the best teams in the world that have such a high level of experience. Like, anybody would take that opportunity. Win or lose, good or bad, anybody and everybody would jump at that opportunity.
And it might also be an opportunity, talking about it, to get picked up by an org after this. You're making your statement. You might be struggling up against a few of these teams, but even if you show some good composure, if you show some good gameplay and some good respect to the teams around you, maybe you never know, you're going to have a good opportunity later on down the line, because events like this, they're for fun, sure, but they still mean a lot in the grand scheme of things if you do perform really well. So I'm really, really interested to see how these teams are going to try and perform throughout these 6 games. Yeah.
And that's the thing. Teams put on their players and teams put on their social media that they had qualified, never mind where they finish in today's game. So yeah, you're dead right. If they finish 3rd, 4th, 2nd, even if they finish 1st, if you're like, let's say the Azerbaijan team, they're going to be putting on their profile #1 medal, 1st in the Red Bull M.E.O Season 3 finals, and that can easily catapult them, like you mentioned, towards an org, towards somebody who's looking to an org that's looking to pick up a team.
But with that said, we're going to be catapulting ourselves into game number 1 Imperium. We're going to get back onto the good old map of Erangel. Game 1 out of 6 for the MEO West Finals. Who's going to be taking the very first chicken dinner of the day? That's the question that we're going to be answering in just about 20 minutes. Though, playing path down south, no issue whatsoever with this one, of course, Imperium. But we're going to be seeing some teams going for some pretty usual drop spots, as we did tend to see into the past, except for Footballist. And seem like Footballist, you said, a lot of teams know them, and seem like they understand, okay, we know that these teams know exactly where we like to drop. We might be going for a little bit of a passive position. They're going to go where Bluebees, a very passive team from Japan, went in the past. They're going to go right for Lipovka, because once again, this is the unknown game. You just do not know what's around the corner. So going for Lipovka early on for Footballist, I think is a really good respect call to the entire lobby.
It's also, doing your research as well, recognizing that there's a lot of teams dropping where we might normally like to drop to. Let's just go a bit safer. It's not that we're not afraid to take a fight, but it's common sense. It's that little bit of playing for the late game in that sense, because again, the point system is different for the Red Bull M.E.O finals. You get 20 points for a GC chicken dinner, so it's very much a lot more rewarding across the 6 games, because it's only going to be 6 games in these finals. I did see MCES drop down in between Lipovka and Milta Power, grabbed a couple of vehicles, and they're going to be making their way up.
Really hard to see where that circle one actually went. Didn't have time to quite see it on the map. Hopefully it'll be up very soon for us to know exactly where we're going to be going towards. But so far, we're just going to be sticking on to Footballist. That's just going to be finish up their looting stage. Though, we talked about the playing path. It was pretty southern. There are a lot of teams, especially in the Western teams, EU teams. They love to drop up north. There's so many good drop locations. Saverni's a really fun one. Northern George Pole, so even Southern George Pole. So you are expecting a few of these squads to coming on through into this game and thinking, okay, we need to push our drop a little bit further away, go for a good position, and stretch it with the car spawn especially. But there we go. Talking about the map is going to be on our good on screens right now. We're going to be seeing a few teams, especially said MCES. They're going to go straight around Yasnaya Poliana. And with a circle like this, I would say, if you want to wrap on early towards Stolbus, Saverni, to go towards the northern side of George Pole, or a few compounds up north, I'm going to say that's not a bad idea from MCES.
It's not a bad idea, but if 3 or 4 teams have the same idea, you can get caught out on the north of the river, which there's not as much landmass available to disengage, to get out of a fight. Compared to the south side of the river. You see Fate drop down in Milta, but they're quickly moving away. I can respect that, as Blaze have taken hold of Pachinki. I'm very excited to see Blaze playing these games. I'm a massive fan of the team. I'm a massive fan of the org. They did bring in, on a side note, because I mentioned about their previous coach going to Footballist, they did bring in the former coach of digital athletics onto their org. So, again, it's that little bit of, hey, thank you, Koski, for all that you did, but, a little bit of a fresher mind can bring a fresher focus, a fresher attitude, and can lead to a little bit of success.
And also the ex-coach of Digital Athletics had some PC experience, which at the end is also very valuable. It's a different perspective, I would say, coming into this one. The one player, there we go. This is the man we've been talking about, the man, the myth, the legend himself, Gonzo, coming into this one with a side of Evolution. They're going to go for the usual drop where Kanina Power usually drop in any international esport tournament. So that's going to be for the Milta position, which they know exactly how to play that position, and especially under the guidance of Gonzo, you are expecting many things. He's going to be looking to scout forward. I was like, oh, he's running in the kid. That's a little bit risky, but no, the man, I can allow him to feel confident. He was one of the best fraggers throughout the entirety of the PMGC League. As this is going to be a red car with a red tag team. Fate going straight on open with a 4-man car rotation. Not a fan, but you know what? They find a compound, so that's fine. But that is always a pretty big risk early on.
Please, one of you. Okay, that's... Look for another vehicle, please, Fate, because where you are, okay, they just basically looted one building. I'm okay with that, but they do need to find multiple vehicles. It's rule 101 of PUBG Mobile. Never have a full squad in one vehicle.
Exactly. But you know what? It didn't cause their demise whatsoever. We spawned into this one. We've got 64 players. They are still all alive. Not yet, okay, man. You don't want to cause their demise just yet, okay? We're going to have some car kills coming out on Vikendi. That's what Vikendi's for. That's why you like Vikendi, because it's mayhem early on if you take a 4-man car rotation. But at the end, we're still going to be set pretty good. Defy also in a pretty good spot. That's going to be Southern George Bolt under their control, and they're going to be very close to the boys of Slime 4KT. As I said, though, Imperium, you're definitely going to be looking out for the likes of Storm and Aimer. These two guys are legendary when it comes down to African gameplay for PUBG Mobile, especially. I got to say, the African meta is very shifted towards utility plays. I even called it when I remember in African PMCO was James Banks. The African utility, the smokes, the mollies, the grenades, everything, except flashbangs, not too fond of flashbangs. But if you allow them to get in a position where utility is going to be a key component of your game and potentially closing off an entire chicken dinner for yourself, I think Slime 4KT might just be the team to surprise this entire lobby by how good their use of utility actually is.
And I think part of that is, and this comes down to adaptation, this comes down to kind of evolving across the board, is because the African teams will give or take play at a average higher ping than other regions and other teams. Having utility that isn't really affected by ping issues allows you to get that initial knock or double knock a bit earlier, and allows you to feel a bit more confident going into a fight compared to close quarter combat.
I agree. It could be helping out quite a bit for them, though. Still looking onto this one, very passive early stage. We didn't mention, we did say we could have a few encounters early on because of the lack of maybe research or information being available on the World Wide Web, but it seemed like they were all able to get some good amount of information. Yeah, I feel like a boomer saying it like that. I feel
World Wide Web hasn't been mentioned since 1978.
It's still the World Wide Web. Come on, Imperium. Like, it's world, it's wide, and it's web.
World Wide Web, and
Imperium,
let's search for something.
You're 10 years older than me, okay? Don't talk down to me like that. I take offense. It's not okay.
Yeah, I'm allowed to. As your elder, I'm allowed to talk down on you.
The only elder I like is Elder Scrolls, okay? Man, you don't talk to me like
this. Okay, I like that. Okay, that was a good one.
So, back onto a very interesting point, because if we talk about Imperium, we all know it's not an interesting point. I would like to see, especially... Sorry, Imperium, I have to go for it sometimes. But Chinky Hills, especially, I mentioned it in the East. I would like to see teams play it, which in East, actually, was played very, very late. They played it towards Game 3 on Erangel. With a circle like this, towards Gatka Fields, I gotta say, if a team goes there, not maybe as for the entire game, just as a scouting opportunity to then move after that, I think it's just going to be a really good stepping stone for a few of these teams as they make it through my swamp. Get out of my swamp for Bliss. There you go. They say get out of my swamp. That's going to be Fate taking himself the shot from a distance, making sure they don't get close to the mansion position. That is going to be good to go. But late, okay, you did not want to. Okay, that was on camera late. I'm sorry, man. We're going to have to do a meme gameplay montage of that one. That's fine.
And the good thing about Fate is they did pick up multiple vehicles. That is pretty healthy. Indeed, the Church of Pachinki is also pretty solid area coming into Phase 1. And what I love about Blaze right now is that they've opted for a 2-2 split. 2 people in the buildings across the road, 2 people by church. What that allows you to maximize your information without being too far apart, without being too heavily separated. In Phase 1, it's safe, it's comfortable, but it's also being a lot more aware than if you had just all 4 players in church.
Also, Defy were on Everest, another very similar location to the likes of Pachinki Hills, so I'm completely okay with that one. Okay, so I see, normally I don't tend to talk about loot crates too much, though this one I think is very interesting. You got yourself an Orm. It's very early game. It's Phase 1, going into Phase 2 with an open ground like Gatka Fields with a few high ground positions, such as, once again, Everest and also Pachinki Hills. I think that whoever gets that one will be in a really good spot. Hoping that they do have a good sniper, which I think that if you made it to this stage, hopefully you do have a good long-range sniper player is going to be playing that one. So, hey, you know what? If one player gets himself that Orm early on, that is going to be potentially giving them a really, really good initiation into this first game.
With this kind of Phase 1 circle as well, the teams don't really have to worry too much about their exit strategy from their position, right? If it was a more awkward, more kind of hard Phase 1, their exit strategy from a Phase 1 position would be a lot more valuable. But because it has the opportunity of going anywhere, so to speak, across the western side of this Erangel map, you don't really need to worry about it too much.
He's finally into a car. I swear, I've been seeing Gonzo running the entirety of this game. This is marathon. This is not a marathon coming into this one, Gonzo. You got to try and play with your team a little bit, mate. But he's just going to get himself a car, get back with the squad, try and facilitate the entry point later on into the circle as they're playing this one pretty slow, which is what we know Kanina Power for. And as he is the IGL of Kanina Power, going to take it very slow in the early stage and get involved as the game goes on. Futbolist also, another Turkish team. They're going to be onto the move, making onto their way into the circle. So far, nothing really out of the ordinary. These rotations, these positions have been held onto are really valuable. Okay. But there we go. Circle has a big portion of, well, has the entirety of Everest actually still in play. Everest finished? Question mark?
Tricky. Slime 4KT coming up on the eastern side of Everest. I really like that. This seems like they only have one player on the eastern edge and the other three players in the compound just down the south of Everest. This kind of phase 2 circle, although it doesn't look too bad, Max, it's also quite tricky because that Everest mountain is really kind of dividing the information that the teams up north have on down south and the teams down south have up north. And that really, you know, if you commit to one half of Everest and you hope that the circle continues in that direction.
It's just like Wall Maria in Attack on Titan. You don't really know what's happening on the other side, as though a few many 14 shots coming out from Savian. Yeah.
Anime reference?
Anime, you get it, Imperium. Good job, good job. You're getting there, one day. You still haven't finished One Punch Man, but I'm sure you'll make it one day. I'm sure you'll finish it. One episode per year, that's what he said. That was his promise. We'll get there.
45 years old. Max, I finally finished One Punch Man. Oh, you're proud of me. Yes.
Imperium, why do you always do an old person voice to imitate them? You're already old. I think your normal voice is fine. I think you can just stick to it. Oh, damn, I'm sorry, Phil. Oh, the silence means it all. The silence means it all, Imperium. We know it. Damn. You'll have to see it. It's Bully Simulator with us. We're going to be good to go. Futbolists finally make it to Northern George Pole. Though I think that, oh, wait. I was about to say, I'm sure I saw Lovers make it over to the bridge, which they aren't doing. It is it isn't risk to take that bridge this early on because you never know who's going to be in Southern George Pole towards apartments. But we know for a fact that we saw that circle pop. There's no one there. But without any information, crossing a bridge like that is very risky and unorthodox, I would even say, from the likes of Futbolist.
It's definitely unorthodox, but I think where they're going is also a little bit unorthodox. We tend not to see teams rotate through there. So I think it'll be A-okay for them. Do see where your point is coming from. Max, we're 13 minutes into the game. Nobody's died. 64 players. All 16 teams. You know, I was expecting a little bit of a passive game one, but I wasn't expecting it to be this passive, to be this quiet. And all that's going to do is that's building up the well of water against the dam wall that's eventually going to break, and all of that water is going to go gushing out. The bodies are going to hit the floor, and we are going to lose, in my opinion, coming into phase 3. If it continues like this, 10-15 players in a matter of minutes.
And I thought Vikendi was game 6, not game 1. This is interesting. This is out of the ordinary for sure. But you know what? We're still going to have a little bit of a weekend. You're taking things very slow, very calm, as we might be expecting coming to this one. I do really like this position coming out from SNP. Sniper in a really, really good spot. A little bit spread, which I do like. They got themselves Marco. He's going to be serving as the scout. Also, the bridge troll of this game, making sure he just controls the rotations between north and also center part of the circle. While the entire rest of the team is going to be in a compound nearby. So if they want to bring assistance, support their teammate, the scouting, that's going to be Marco, they can easily do so. So I like our SNPL position on this one. It's just, if the circle goes for a hard shift down south, there's going to be a lot coming their way. Might I even say too much coming their way?
I do agree with you. So it's something they're going to have to be adaptable about as footballers are taking a couple of shots onto MCES. Oh, switches over to SLR, nearly gets a knockdown, and indeed, Levazin is going to get the very first knockdown of the Red Bull M.E.O. Season 3 Western Finals.
You're not gonna lie, I'm not a fan of the SKS, but this one popping off real good for Lovazin, and you know that when he's able to use it from Castle and Vikendi, if he's at a good range on Erangel, he's gonna pop off just the same. Trying to look for that finisher. I mean, he's just about off time. Really, I'm not too sure if the rest of MCES Italia would really join up for just a one-man res. So I think that that's just going to be left down. Futbolist will be securing himself their second kill in a matter of seconds. And there you go. We're going to have the start of a little bit of a fight. And especially given those kills at Futbolist, going to make them pretty damn confident. And he's like, okay, I offer my life to you, fellow Futbolist. I give my life to you. It's okay.
And that's what I love about Futbolist's position as well, because that whole exit strategy that I talked about in phase 1, where they're positioned, which is a little bit more in the west, but it's not super heavily on the western side of the map, or western side of the coastline, should I say. It gives them a lot of exit potential coming into phase 3. They can wrap around the western side of Everest, get that trickle information as they wrap around if phase 3 goes down south. I know you didn't want to mention too much about the loot drops, but you mentioned the I've got to mention the MK14. Like, that gun is pretty disgusting.
I prefer the I've never been a fan of the MK14. I know people are going to be like, Max,
Really?
what do you mean? It's such a good weapon. I don't know. It's just not for me. It's just I'm a Uzi kind of guy. You know, that's okay. I like playing with the Uzi. I'll play it anywhere. That's how I go. But in a competitive environment like this, is definitely going to be pretty strong. Though Defy, they have yet to move away from this spot, which, you know, I mean that in a really positive manner. By the way, like, they are just holding on to it. They have not got contested whatsoever, which could be happening. Blaze are just going to be roaming around. But this is especially what you mentioned earlier, Imperium. The fact is that when you got Everest around here, it's pretty hard to know what's happening up north of your location. Okay, Tron, that was...
Be careful, Tron.
I was a little bit scared. Like, they're moving all over the place. They have no idea who's going to be in that position. There you go. Rom going to spot it away, taking a few shots. Turkey versus Turkey in this matchup. A little bit of things going to Blaze between these two teams. But Lutz once again with a Mini 14, just going to be holding things at bay, making sure they do not get contested at MCES Italia.
Oh, wow.
Do get taken down. That is going to be a very early death. We did not even make into phase 4, so that's very unfortunate for the Italian team.
And we're also seeing defeaters get a little bit of a cheeky couple of kills on the Onyx. One thing I'll say about Blaze that low-key disappoints me, it seemed like on their rotation in phase 3, it didn't seem like they really knew where they wanted to go, and that's not a good thing to do, especially in this kind of lobby, especially when there's still that many players left. If you reposition, you got to really know where you want to go. Plan A, Plan B, Plan C. We go either here, here, or here, depending on who's around us. And that's something that Blaze didn't seem to have too much on board. The Zippies from Team Big looking down the hill on the side of Fate, but he gets knocked.
Okay, Ragnar. Okay, instantly confirmed the way. That's big. And I was going to say Team Big here. We're in a position where I think that Team Fate could not do anything. I thought this was going to be it. That was the nail in the coffin. They're going to be ticking down to the blue. They got surrounded by so many players.
Yeah.
And yet, Ragnar just like took one shot and that just pushed the entire rest of the team away. Just like, okay, we're not going to be dealing with Fate this time around. And they just completely disengage. So, you know what? Fate able to do good. And they are playing a 2-2 split currently. I have no idea where the rest of the team currently is. Oh, I see them in the distance. They're going to be joining up slowly but surely. So they're going to be making it into a relatively good position, but still not into the circle, and the blue zone's going to be pushing against them. So the clock is ticking. You got to start aiming for some good spots.
Yeah, we didn't really see where phase 3 did go, but it seemed like it went south of Everest train. I believe Everest is still in play on this circle. Blaze are not in a good spot because that little dip, although it's protected, you throw 4 or 5 grenades, you get a mini red zone in that little dip, and Blaze are going to find themselves out of this lobby very quickly. They've already lost a player. 3 players are left alive. They're going to have to really hunker down, and as soon as phase 4 pops up, they should really look to get the hell out of there.
Fate also going to try their best to make it out there. Very similar rotation to what happened for Futbolists very early on into this one. They're going to potentially think of crossing on over. But so far, seems like now a lot of these teams have already found some really strong positions, which means that now, from now on, teams that rotate late are going to be in a really, really dire positions. They're going to be contested. Teams are going to have the high ground. Teams are going to have the compounds. Things aren't going to be looking pretty at the end of the day. There we go, though. GS going to be taking a few shots also. So far, a lot on back and forth coming so far for a lot of these teams, but especially, there we go. This is another team we didn't really talk about too much. Gaijin Imperium. We've casted these guys, especially, like, I remember Lord, Prada, Adobo, man. We've been covering these guys for ages, and I'm really intrigued to see how they've been able to improve throughout the past year.
Yeah, they've really rocked it up quite a bit. The roster overall has evolved. They played the PMCO UK, which I would argue isn't the strongest region as a PMCO, but they definitely still did put up a massive showing all throughout. Really shining consistently across the board as Fate are going to find themselves getting knocked down at the hands of M.E.O. If that wasn't a free kill, I don't know what was.
This is what I mentioned earlier for footballists. I was skeptical they would go for that kind of rotation with that information, but it did work out for them. Fate, unfortunately, not able to pull the same kind of outcome. Aimer, there you go for Slime 4KT. I said it, long range. You give him a DP, you give him a mini, he's going to be just doing such a good impact at the end of the day. No, that does not come through from Ragnar. Ragnar, come on, you got to hit those at the end. That would have been potentially a really good way to zone away from apartments and take full control of that compound. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. But now we are trickling down in terms of teams. 15 teams and also only 50 players. That means a lot of these teams are not going to be up to a 4-man squad.
And we're seeing very kind of short-term rotations from a lot of these teams in Phase 3, Phase 4, right? A short-term rotation is onto a location that, although looks good for the time being, is really most likely going to go against you in 2 to 3 phases forward. And SMP, although they've been able to pick up a couple of kills, look at that, like Sign 4KT, have them by the barrel inside the circle of this Phase 4.
SMP also really good control, though. They got to cross over the road. That's going to be horrible to deal with. They got to make it so far. So hopefully they got still some utility up their sleeve to try and chuck it. Talking about utility, there we go. MEA Assassins, they're going to get involved. Faker, a player that I've been looking out for himself. Is he going to be the true fake of PUBG Mobile? Now it's time to know. But Gaijin, they're going to be going for defeaters too, man. We've got so many crashes happening at this stage because it's been so passive early on. And we said it, the more passive it is early game, the more intense and insane the mayhem is going into Phase 4 and beyond. Miracle going to be knocked down initially for the side of MEA. Going to be going for the bloom into the shadows, into the smoke. Has no idea who he's shooting at. He's trying his best to stay up and alive as Team Onyx unfortunately get taken out in 15th. Oh, Flash.
Good play by Middle Eastern Assassins. There is another team now crashing in on them. So it's Middle Eastern Assassins. They dealt with one team, but they're now going to have to deal with the one and only... is that Footballist? I don't know if that is. No, it's not. It's the side of UC.
Yeah, they're going to be trying their best to defend that position, though it's a battle of time. The cars aren't looking too good, and if you pick up this car, you know you're going to be a very easy picking for the likes of UC or Fate. So here you're going to have to take that fight and eliminate the opposing players, the entire team if possible. Get a squad wipe would be the best prime time to do so. Though we're going to have also Satan. He's looking for another opportunity, already trying to push away from this compound. But man, your team needs you right now. You need to join up in this compound. Without them, you're going to be struggling quite a bit. So MEA going to try and make his way back into it, hopefully very soon. Faker's going to move in out with the car, which I got to say is a little bit of a risk, but seemed like he's doing it on an angle. He used the smokes too really well to deny that angle, to deny that vision. That utility usage of MEA Assassins was key to rotate away from this position.
But I would argue that Undead Crows kind of gave them that freedom, right? If you're going to crash a compound and you know team is there, you crash hard. Say it's Phase 5, you're 23 minutes into the game, you look to make a statement. And that was definitely, in my eyes, a little bit of a missed opportunity from Undead Crows. The footballers are going to be rocking up on towards the hillside and will look to capitalize on defeaters' position inside those buildings.
Oh, there are so many teams in this compound. This is not fun to leave this position later on. And it's going to be potentially finishing on top of average. And now for the first time, it's going to be contested away. Nice shots coming out. Nothing connecting just yet for Evolution, but that's A-okay. Things are going to be getting a little bit more dire by the time goes by. Defy still holding on strong, though. The fight going to be happening towards Crates is now unfolding. SNP going to have their scout M.E.O forward, and he is going to be clearing this entire section on his own lonesome. There's still going to be a lot more around the corner. M.E.O is going to be left now stranded, trying to go potentially for the kill confirms. Unfortunately, is not going to be able to get his teammates back on his feet. So M.E.O left alone up against the entirety of Team Big and also Slime 4KT around the corner. This is not a fun outcome for any of these teams involved.
M.E.O doesn't have anybody to say polo to. He's on his own as the Phase 5 blue zone is hitting. I know you are shaking your head, but I'm damn proud of that joke. He has 3 first aids he's going to be able to utilize, and with a little bit of time, he might be able to capitalize on the Pronto, but Pronto's moving away. Pronto's low on half health. You got Team Big in play. Pronto gets caught out. M.E.O picks up a kill. Good stuff.
That, unfortunately, is going to be going down also. But that's not only going to be a kill, that's potentially extra positioning points coming as well in the grand scheme of things, because let's not forget, there's no 0 pointers into this one. In this format, you can always get 1 point minimum. So he's going to be climbing up the ladder a little bit more, but leaving that position too late did cause their demise. Team Big at the end out in 12th. Now we're going to be having 10 teams still alive in this lobby. Blaze still in that position. I'm surprised, Imperium, they were able to survive that position for so long, knowing how tricky it is to hold on to it for the entire run. But Turkish team versus Turkish team, a little bit of a back and forth between these two guys. You'll be the better Turkish team of them all. Loverzin was an absolutely stellar grenade going straight onto Zafyan. Now they're going to be creating a good opportunity. The off angle, especially of Lutz, is going to be key, and Footballists might be taking the positive outcome versus Blaze.
Oh, good stuff. Man, you know, they've been here for quite a while, Defy have, and now they need to really control this circle. What a shift.
The thing is with this circle, whichever team wins this Everest fight potentially has the best odds of winning this entire game. So this is extremely important. Defy might be the team taking themselves the first win, but Evolution still hot on their toes, hot on their heel, should I say, not their toes, because that means you're in front. That makes no sense, actually. But that's okay. Still, I think that whichever team takes the dominant point of this fight is going to be the one leading into phase 6 and onwards. Though now the teams that were up north, the thing is, they do not know where they're going towards. Do they go for the mountaintop shift? Do they go around? There's so many decisions they got to go towards, which at the end, there aren't too many that are going to make things easy for you. As MEA Assassins on the front line, Footballists going to go for the push one by one, though. Where the team synergy, I'm not seeing it. You got to push this one together. Otherwise, MEA Assassins are going to be indeed assassinating you. And that's going to be it. Satan falls down initially for his team. Down to 2. Faker, Respect, also falls down. Faker, left stranded on this position. Will he be able to beat the wall up against Footballists? Picks up one with a boom. Picks up a second. Faker being the true Faker of PUBG Mobile in this moment versus the entirety of Footballists. But he does get picked up by Loverzin down below. That was still a good defense, but unfortunately not quite enough in the grand scheme of things.
Oh, Faker pulling out all the stops to try and keep his team alive. Indeed, it unfortunately wasn't enough. Footballers, good initial start on that engagement. A little bit of a poor execution where they did lose a player. That didn't need to happen. Will they have the time to get the revive off? Yes, they did indeed. As the circle has gone down on towards the southeast, and Blaze are eliminated. 5 teams, 12 players left alive.
They were able to get himself actually an extra res, so they're going to be having only roll going down. He was a really good fragger going into the PMGC League stage. A very unfortunate loss, but still have the 3-man they can make some sparks happen in this game. MZ, okay, going to be coming in with the PP Bison. Unfortunately, PP Bison at this kind of stage, not going to be the most impactful one, so that's going to be it for Clash, out in 5th. Top 5 for the first game, still a pretty big bang, I have to say, Imperium for the French boys. But now we're down to 4, and still Defy seems like they were indeed defied up on that position up on the top side, and they're going to be actually able to find himself Sulky, the IGL, one of the best fraggers throughout PMGC, down on his knees. Is only going to be Loverzin once again. Is he going to be the redeeming part of this game for Footballists, or will he lose his life also? We'll have to see, as now everyone has to make their way towards Evolution. 4-man squad. They are still looking strong to defend this position. Slime 4KT still got Storm on top of this one. I told you got to look out for this guy from Nigeria. He's going to pop off strongly in this first game. There's now only 3 teams are still up. You got Footballists, Slime 4KT, and Evolution Imperium.
Oh, Storm looking to make their way down the hill, and Football's trying to hold on for dear life. Puncher falls down. He's going to get knocked. That could give the opportunity, but Evolution will claim it in the end.
That was one hell of a game. Under the guidance of Gonzo, they are able to find themselves one hell of a game 1 on one of the most unusual circles. Especially, man, game 1 for East, we had a military circle finish. Game 1 today, we have an Everest finish. These circles have been wild through and through. But at the end, only one team can come out on top, and that is going to be Evolution, as they were on top of their game and their rotations from start to finish. Sam, I'm going to need you there, because that was one of the most insane finishes I've seen in a while.
That was crazy, and I want to talk a little bit about the pace, but we'll get there. The first thing I want to do is for those that were watching, because it happened so fast. Imperium, are you able to break down that final 3 fights? How was Evolution able to claim it?
Because Footballers had been caught out, where they'd lost a player to Barracuda. They then lost a player to the Blue Zone. They were left with only 1. He wasn't able to heal up, and Slime 4KT just pushed in, and they had to move down the hill. And although Evolution lost a player from falling down the mountain, they just had more players up. They've been relatively quiet throughout that game, right? They only had, I think, 4 kills up until that point. So really, you know, they had that man advantage. So in the end, as the blue zone hit, there was really nothing more Slime could do in Evolution. They picked it off and got the chicken dinner.
They got that chicken dinner and they got those points, which we'll get into in a little bit. I want to go right back to the start. We'd spoken about this leading up to this game, about whether we thought it was going to be quite passive play. We saw this with Grand Finals East, that everyone played it a bit slow because of those placement points. But honestly, why was it this slow, Max? Because I think we were 17, 18 minutes in and we hadn't even lost a team yet.
It was very slow. It felt like the game of Sanhok we had for the East, where it was not feeling like a Sanhok game. This is very similar to right now. It's just teams being really, really respectful. But the thing is, as we said, the more passive the early game actually is, the more intense the late game is going to be. And he said it was so flashy, left, right, center. There were some fights happening all over the place. And that was because the early game was so passive and because you had so many teams remaining in a very small and intertwined circle. And especially with Everest in the dead center. And Imperium, he mentioned it very early on and he hit the nail on the head, saying that the lack of information was going to be the main issue for these teams. And Evolution, they were right on the tippity top of the mountain thinking, we know we cleared all down south. We know that teams are going to have to go around. So if we go down the mountain early on and take full control, teams are going to have to go downhill. We can easily pick them because going downhill from Everest is not easy. All teams are going to have to go around and they're going to gatekeep themselves, which is exactly what happened. So the IGLing from Gonzo, from the side of Evolution, that game was key for them to be able to take themselves the very first win.
And like just with that level of kind of passiveness, it was the perfect storm of three things. First game of the day, the point system, and the fact that these teams are experienced against each other. That was the perfect storm for that game one. It's why we had so many players alive for such a long period of time.
I mean, I've got to ask, it's a bit of a controversial question, but I think that passive play can be dangerous for teams that are super serious about winning this, purely because when you leave it to that many teams at the end game, it's very difficult to control. It's hard to figure out where to rotate, like you've just broken it down. Imperium, do you think that they will possibly get a little bit more aggressive? I say that as we move into Sanhok?
Oh yeah, they need to. They absolutely need to. The typical example is footballers, right? They got 11 kills. It didn't matter if they didn't finish in the top three because they'd already, in my opinion, done the job that they needed to from a point standpoint. And it's not always about, I'm all for going for placement in this stage of the game or in this kind of situation, but you have to be ready to take a fight. Footballers, they looked ready to take those fights, where the other teams, they didn't feel or look ready, and that's where it's going to hurt them the further we get into these 6 games.
We can see Marco over there. He didn't need to find his polo because he is the MVP. But the player that I wanted to talk about, I got to throw Imperium's jokes right back at you because I giggled. But the player I want to talk about, because the one that impressed me the most was actually Faker from the Middle East Assassins. There was that moment where he was just popping off. Max, walk me through that.
Yeah, he was part of the teams that, as I mentioned earlier, was gatekeeping the entire western side of Everest, and it made it just very complicated to move on through. I did not expect him to take himself to such easy knocks at the very start. He did get himself a 1-kill confirm onto Rome eventually, and Socket did get rezzed up just after, thanks to Lovers in. But really faking that position in the spot normally that's not easy to play around, but because he had that little high ground position, with that third-person perspective, he had all the information that he currently required to be able to take those clutch positions. It was not quite enough, but at the end, it was still a really good showcase, but man, looking at these numbers here, big numbers coming out from Footballists. And as we know, Footballists, they love those big numbers. With almost 2,000 damage into the first game, really goes to show that these teams, they still got it.
Yeah, but like, look at Slime 4KT. Like, I know you used to mention them and you've put them on a bit of a high pedestal. And I have a lot of love for Slime. But I wasn't really expecting this. 1,500 damage, only 5 kills, so that kind of, damage to kill ratio isn't massive, but nearly just under 1,600 damage in game one. Sam, that's OP in my eyes.
That is OP, and I didn't expect anything less from the Nigerian team. I completely saw this coming. I did not just ride the coattails of Maxman when he suggested it. That didn't happen. It was completely my idea. But here we go. Overall standings, and look at that. Footballers, look at those kill points. That is going to make them feel very happy right now because it's been able to push them into that second position.
Because really, it's not all that top heavy. We got to say, you got a lot of teams 5, 3, 4 kills, especially towards the top 8 of the standings. But even down below, you're going to have some 5 kills going away with Predators, and it trickles down pretty heavily. So not top heavy, but the thing is, if you want to stand out from the rest of your competition, going for kills especially is going to be really big, because this is not going to be your usual play style. You're not going to have a lot of teams going aggressive, but that's what Furbalist, they're going to try and stand out by doing so. Like, okay, we know teams are going to play really passive. We can easily try and threaten their positions, threaten their play style, and just go for engages. And now, because of their 11 points, they're up to 21, 4 points just behind the likes of Evolution. Literally, next game, we could be seeing Furbalist go on top without even getting a bang of a game, really. So even though we are in the tournament where positioning is very important, kills are always going to be something that can make the difference at the very end of an event.
I mean, I'm going to make another controversial statement here about the pace, but would you say the truth is, if you're a strong team and you know you've practiced, you know your rotations, and you come in knowing that these players are going to play for placement points and everyone else is going to be quite passive, being aggressive could potentially work in your favor, Imperium, because no one's going to be seeing you coming.
Oh yeah, that's I touch upon that. You show that aggression. We saw it in the Eastern finals, to be fair. You show that aggression. You puff up your chest in that game one. That is instantly sending a message to the teams around you. And that's hopefully setting a snowball effect of where teams see you in the kill feed and go, oh, I want to avoid that team. Your player gets knocked by as an example, Footballers. You're like, let's back away from that one. And it allows for a team like Footballers to gain you more control in the circles. A team I was a little bit disappointed in, not overall, but specifically on the lack of kills, is Clash. They're a team that very rarely go a game without getting any kills. And yes, 7 placement points is definitely healthy, Sama Max, but that lack of kills is unorthodox for them in my eyes.
If there's one map you want to get some kills, it's going to be Sanhok, yeah. So I'm hyped to see if they can potentially try and make their way back into this one. But it's just the first game, you know, especially we've seen them. They have some ups, they have some downs, but at the end, they're going to have a lot more ups than downs. So come into game 2, maybe it's going to be time for Clash to step it up a little bit in terms of fragging power, especially at Sanhok, you know.
Let's call a spade a spade. We want more aggression. We want more firefights. I want those fights. I was gonna do a little cheerleading, be aggressive. I'm not gonna do that, but I want to see a little bit more coming out of these teams. Imperium's just got excited about that. It's not happening.
So Max, be aggressive. Be aggressive. And then okay, I'll stop.
I didn't even have to do it. Max has now left the show. Max, in terms of Sanhok now, let's talk about what is the textbook way to play this map. If you're a team coming into this, what is the textbook way that you should be playing Sanhok?
Typically, you always want to try and stick as a team. Early on, it could be okay to split drop and instantly regroup once you did loot a specific amount of locations. Though, you want to get back as a team and play as a team every single time. Reason why? It is Sanhok. It is a map of snakes. A lot of people know that name. It's a map where literally there could be a fighting opportunity around every single corner. And that's going to be the most important part, but not only sticking together as a team, but also scouting. And I got the impression there's this little bit of a cliche about Sanhok is all about fighting. There's no skill to it, blah, blah, blah. Well, there is. Scouting is extremely, extremely important. And that's why you see teams like, for example, I remember 4 Angry Men, they usually do not play Sanhok into the PMGC, and yet they were one of the top performing teams because they scouted unlike any other teams in the lobby, and they performed on a regular basis, which is not very easy on the jungle map of Sanhok. So scouting and also sticking together as a team on Sanhok especially is going to be the 2 key components that I'm expecting from a big majority of these teams at least.
Okay, so I asked Max what the textbook way to play it is. Imperium, after seeing all these teams play map number 1, how do you think we're going to see them play it in the next map?
Oh, okay. That's a really good question, Sam. I think it's going to be a much different game. I really think we'll have 2 to 3 early fights in the first 10 minutes. I'm not saying we're going to have two or three squads go out, but we will see 2 to 3 teams kind of go down to maybe 1 or 2 players early on. And then when you get into phase 4, phase 5, we're gonna see, the blue zone really start to come into its own in terms of the teams are going to have to be aware of that. Max mentioned what he mentioned, and he's dead right, especially about scouting. Couldn't have said that better myself. But if there's one other core thing that the teams need to be looking at in Sanhok is time. Time. How long you take to loot, how long you take to rotate, how long you take to engage. If it's too long, if you take too much time, you're going to get burned. You are going to get third-partied, and you're going to instantly find yourself back in the lobby.
Imperium did a really nice an answer to that one, Max. Is there anything that you feel you could potentially add?
That was just a really good point in general. It is true that you got to be very cautious of how you approach these different spots. If you do overstay your welcome, as I remember Mr. Dave and the Hodrix always say, Papa Blue's going to be coming for you, and that's really the case. It's not for any random reason why it became a meme at this point. It's because it's true. If you do take too long to do anything really, if it's take a fight, if it's loot a position, if it's even rotate, if you take too long in any aspect of the game on Sanhok, because it's such a quick map, it's a 4x4 map, so it goes really fast, you're going to get punished in many big ways. So coming to this, you got to be very snappy, very responsive, which is why having a good idea, especially on Sanhok, is detrimental to see if you can come out on top or if you're going to die very early.
Just because we've been talking for a bit, so I'm going to take you all the way back. If you've just joined us, you are watching the Red Bull M.E.O Season 3 Grand Finals West for PUBG Mobile. We have seen game number 1 go down. All the teams looking a bit nervous, a little bit of passive play. We're expecting that to shake up non-Sanhok now. As Max and Imperium, my casters, were breaking it down for you. We've seen 1 game. There are 5 left to go. Is this format difficult for the teams? This is always something I've been interested in, Max. Is it difficult when you've got 6 games all in a row like this in one day? Do they prefer it a little bit broken up? How do they prepare for something like this? Because it's obviously a lot of focus that they've got to put in to make sure that they can come out on top at the end of this.
Not only focus, I would say, there's a lot of pressure, especially. It's such a short-term format. You know that one game, if you do a really bad performance on that one game, it could be your chances gone. When you look at other events like PMWL, PMGCs, you've got those big 1-month event formats. One bad game really is just a drop of water in an entire ocean of games. So it doesn't really cause too much of an issue. One bad game, here's 1/6 of your games already down the drain. So being consistent, especially in terms of position points, is very important. So I think that's going to be the main factor here is you want to make sure you don't take any 1-pointers, 2-pointers. You can take some, but the moment that you know that I've had a really bad game, your point average drastically increases every single time. So normally you would like to go towards, with a format like this, a 10-point to 12-point average per game to be in a really comfortable position. You're looking at this, one bad game, and boom, now your average per game increased 14. Another bad game, boom, that's going to be 16 points per game, which makes it a lot harder to attain and get to those top positions very later on in the event.
Right, we are getting ready for game number 2. I'm going to head on out of here. Imperium, Max, let's get ready for Sanhok. I'm hoping for some excitement right off the bat. Let's see.
We're going to be seeing. We know Sam. She's expecting the Nigerian team of Slime 4KT to get a win eventually. We know she's going to be hoping for that to happen eventually. But Imperium, now we got ourselves one banger of a first game, and let's not forget last week we go back to East Finals here for the M.E.O. It was a very passive Sanhok. Like, it was so passive, it was very unexpected. I was not ready by seeing how passive it actually was. So, is this going to be the case here? I'm really wondering, because we do know these Western teams tend to play a little bit more. It's a little bit more hectic when it comes down to Sanhok, but when you look at Eastern teams, they're very restrained. They take it back a lot of respect. But I would be not surprised to see a few teams potentially die early here. And I want some boot camp action, especially. You didn't have it last time. I want it now. Give it to me now, Sanhok. Give it.
Boot camp or Paradise Resort, to be fair. They're my 2 favorite places to see a fight, followed really closely by Painan. I know that's a bit cliche, to be fair. It kind of is. But Boot Camp, Paradise, Painan. It's not only because, they're massive places to fight, but if you win that fight, okay, you do take a bit of time looting by taking that fight, but those are 3 key areas that really help you converge across pretty much all of these circles, unless it's a very northwest western phase 1 where the big mountain is in play. All those 3 areas are really key and important for you to execute a strong rotation, a strong position, and really help develop your late game information a lot more. So I do think, and I said Sam right already, I do think we're going to see 2 to 3 early fights in Sanhok. I want to, I'm super excited. I want to see clash up against a lot of these players and really come into this game too, chomping at the bit to redeem the lack of kills that they had in the first game of the day, Max.
After what we want and what's expected to happen is two completely different things. It's two different sides of a coin. Like, we want to see some early action. For these teams, it doesn't make a lot of sense to go for early fights. They want to try and play as slow as possible and try and get for good positions, especially early on. Especially when we were talking about it during East, we were saying that how most of these teams on the international scale, not any region-specific teams, they all tend to drop Central or West. Eastern Coastline, once again, is still going to be a very good opportunity. And I'm still surprised that until today, since I started casting Sanhok with you, like, back in 2019, it is not very famous. Like, they just do not like the Eastern Coastline. I don't know what's happening, but it's very surprising to me. So I would like to see some teams go for that opportunity because, if you drop Eastern Coastline, your early game is going to be very, very laid back. I hope we're not going to have a hot drop East because otherwise I'm going to feel bad. But typically that doesn't happen too much.
No, you're dead right. I think a massive part of why, at least back in the day, God, I really do feel old when I say that. Back in the day, when we first started casting PUBG Mobile together, the majority of the circles tended to be on the western side of the map, whether it's the Northwest Island or the Southwest Island, or even if it was a mainland, it was mainly kind of around the boot camp area or the boot camp hills. But as the algorithm has shifted up, as patches have come through, we have started to see it, especially over the last 6 or 7 months, a lot more circles in the mainland, right? And that automatically has a shift towards teams feeling more comfortable dropping on the eastern side of the map. Plus, if it's less contested, you're able to, even though you might be further away from most circles, you're able to loot up quicker, you're able to rotate quicker, and you're still getting information along the way. Once you're threading with a little bit of caution, more so than if you're already inside the circle. But I would argue that in Sanhok, you have to watch every single corner, every single bush, every single tree, and every single rock, because we know Sanhok equals snakes.
That's always going to be the case, right? You just never know, especially the thing is on Sanhok, even if you lose your entire team early on and you just got one-man army, they can still make it work out. I've seen opportunities, especially I remember that Team Secret jigging in a steal during PMGC upon the Blue Bees. I felt so bad for the... I mean, it was fun to watch, but I felt so bad for the Blue Bees. But that is Sanhok. It is the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. And if you are going to be having that one perfect off angle, it could make the big difference on the bigger picture. So I think that we're going to be seeing some very interesting stuff coming to this one. A lot of these teams, are very experienced when it comes down to it. I really enjoyed, for example, Slime 4KT during the African PMCO on Sanhok. Is not their best map by any stretch of the imagination, but I do think they could be having some really fun surprises. And if they get themselves another top 3, they could be ending up on top of that position all around. But you know what, Imperium, while we're waiting for this lobby to start, we're going to get in game just a bit. I'm going to be... touching a little bit of a funny question here. I want to just test your long-term memory. What is the drop location of Footballist? Haha. There you go. I'm going to go there.
The drop location of Footballist is Hatting.
Good job. I knew I could believe in you, Imperium. Good job on that one. Now the question is, are they going to go for Hatting again? Hey, I looked at your eyes, you're like, I got it. Oh yeah, you got it. Good job, man. I'm proud of you on that one.
If you also remember, I was never, and I still am, I was never really that good at remembering drop spots. You were always a drop spot guy when we were casting PMCOs and stuff, to be fair. But yeah, what can I say? I'm old, but I'm not that old. I still have a little bit of memory left in the bank. My RAM might have gotten upgraded over the years, so to speak.
16 gigabytes worth of RAM now. He's upgraded. He's got the new NVIDIA. He's got everything installed now. He's feeling real good about himself. But the thing is that the reason why I went to that point initially and asked that little question to you is because that last game, the typical drop location is not where they went. They went for a completely different location over to the eastern coastal line, went very, very passive. So my question is, because there's so much information on the World Wide Web, as I call Imperium, don't call me a boomer, but on the internet, there's so much information of where they tend to drop. Are they going to be going for another position from Hattin just to make sure that teams are not going to try and snipe them down and potentially aim to take them on very early into the game?
I don't think that's a really good question. And something we didn't really mention as an influence from their drop location in game 1, and it could be the same in game 2, is a different coach, right? If you think about it, Koski, the former coach of Blaze dropped on the kind of mansion prison, prison shelter, should I say, 2-2 split, which is kind of on the eastern side. Game 1, football is dropped in Lipovka, which is kind of central east of Erangel. So that coach influence could have an effect in this game too.
Could potentially coming their way, but here we go, Imperium. Our second game is now going to be underway. Western Plain Path, as I say, it doesn't really matter as we're going to be on Sanhok. It's just going to be making matters a little bit easier for you to get access to your drop location. And we talked about it. We said, hey, footballists are not too sure if they're going to go back towards Hatton because it's very predictable. They're going to be shitting it, but whoa, that's a lot of teams down south, actually. That's towards Samir location and also Camp Charlie. We could be having a few early sparks coming on through. Not too much issues happening with that phase on Circle. He's going to have all the islands in play, which means that once more, the trifecta is going to be really good to play around to facilitate your way into the second, third, or even fourth phase, depending on where it goes.
Be aggressive. Be aggressive. It's going to be so important coming into Sanhok that these teams are really confident as well, and that they are somewhat aggressive when you have 3 or 4 teams dropping around one specific area of the map. We do see MCES, they dropped on the kind of western coastal line of this Sanhok map up on the Northwest Island. And that's going to allow them a real great entry point into this core phase 1. And because there's no real teams around them, they should be relatively safe pushing in to a more central location.
When we're talking about MCS, last game died very early. Unfortunately, that's going to be increasing their point average required per game to make sure they can even just somewhat manage to make it very close to the top standings. So at the end, we are expecting them to get some good performances back into all of these games. But I want to talk especially about a few positions of this game, and especially did talk about, I talked about boot camp. Unfortunately for me, big disappointment. No boot camp fight, boo-boo. I'm going to be crying later on in the green room. But we're going to be having some action, especially towards Paradise Resort, potentially. We have a few teams towards that position, especially 3 as of right now. We could be having a little bit of back and forth. The thing is with that position, is really good for looting early on, but the later you tend to move away from that position, the harder it gets. So whichever teams drop up there, as of right now, we've got 3 teams. Just take a little bit of a step back and understand that you got to loot that position really quickly. Otherwise, you could be having teams gatekeeping around it very early on, which is the only position where it really happens on Sanhok. Teams trying to contest your rotation pathing around phase 1. It's always going to be Paradise Resort.
And, we talk about the timing of the rotation. We talk about maybe rotating early. Let's be fair. An edge of circle strategy can work in Sanhok, but that breaking point, that threshold, that line between working, not working, it going okay, and then it kind of really biting you in the butt, is so much closer in Sanhok compared to every other map, right, Max? Because as soon as you hit that kind of phase 4, phase 5, where the circle not only closes in faster, but starts to chunk you down a lot more, you really have to be able to take that fight. You get far less time to get information, far less time to feel comfortable about going into 4 or 5. You just have to go all guns blazing at that point.
Talking about blazing, looking at where I was going to be seeing Blaze, couldn't quite see them on the map as of right now, but I'm expecting them, especially back in the day when we were doing their scrims. I think that Sanhok was definitely by far their best map. I remember them, they were just performing so good every single time. So hyped up to see if that's still going to be the case, making it into these Western M.E.O finals. But this is going to be very redundant of what we saw last week for East. Not too much happening early on, despite still a few hot drops happening both south and also north. So just going to be having a little bit of a fun time. But man, we're going to be having your favorite weapon in this game, the Vector Power, as you like to call it, is going to be on the board on this one, because Vector spawns a lot on this map. So we might be seeing a bit of action coming on through that weapon left, right, and center. But Imperium, what do you like so much about the Vector? Because I realized I've always been attacking you and asking you, man, why do you like this weapon? It's so bad. But I want to ask you now. Give you an opportunity.
Why?
It's true. I never asked you. Why? Why do you like the Vector, Imperium?
It's a fast fire rate, and the fact that with an extended mag has 33 bolts in the clip, and I think it's a lot more harder to really get the best out of compared to, let's say, the Uzi, right? Because the Uzi is a fast fire rate gun, but it's really not as uncomfortable to play with as a Vector, as in, like, if you are accurate on your Vector bullets, on your Vector spray, your clip is gone like that. Like that. And that's why I think it's a little bit harder of a gun to play. So when a player really shines on the Vector, I know it feels a little bit more special to me. It has fallen by the wayside recently with the buff that we saw to the Thompson, right? But I still think, especially in Sanhok, it is a kind of gun that can really shine.
So your main point about it being a good weapon is hit your bullets and it does good. Is that your point? Is that not the case?
Well, and also it's for more skilled players, which is why you don't like it.
Yeah, I just like the Uzi. I like the Thompsons. Those are fun weapons. But that's okay. You know what? Everyone's got to respect every single one's opinion, Imperium.
For sure.
Maybe don't respect yours, but that's my opinion. Do not respect your opinion.
Wow. Let's be fair. Here's the thing. Like, we can talk about meta guns all we want. If you're a strong player, you're going to be adaptable across multiple.
Can make everything work.
Loadouts, right? You're going to make everything work. One little thing that I've often encouraged players to do that are, let's say, working their way up the competitive scene is to actually go into either scrims or classic matches and play on the very first gun you pick up. Whether it's a shotgun, whether it's a Thompson, whether it's an M4, the very first guns you pick up, you play off them. Why? Because it forces you to not rely on the OP guns. It forces you to actually be adaptable, because if you're in that situation where you've just dropped down and you're contesting a compound with a team, you're going to be a little bit more familiar with that gun compared to if you just opted to go for the meta loadouts.
So just to boil it down to 2 words, get good. That's what we're trying to get to at this point on this one. But you know what? We're gonna is the point for any single game in Pyram. It's how we go. You know, you got these big statements. I'm just like, just get good, just hit the bullets, and we're gonna be Gucci. But
fair.
Talking about Gucci, Clash are gonna be Gucci gamer. They got themselves a relatively strong compound. Blades are gonna try their best to potentially contest it away if possible. Even though at this stage, I would say it's not really worth crashing it, especially for compounders on the outskirts. But at least they got information, so they know that if they move at the same time as Clash, there's gonna be a team just barely up north of their position. And Clash, they're also going to be on the move, looking to scout forwards. But this is it. I said it. Scouting is key. And I got to say that Blaze, they're doing it. Taking a very slow approach. They see that there's a team down below. They're going to keep on moving forward. This is typically what we want to see from teams that are going to try to be consistent on the map like Sanhok. Evolution. Oh, this is a... Oh, then the salt mines. Man, what is this? Feels like I just came out from a game of League of Legends. The salt mines, that's going to be Evolution trying their best to make it out alive. But yeah, this is a... Man, getting shot at when you're inside of that spot, it's absolute hell to move away from. I do not like to be under fire when I'm in salt mines.
But they have at least given themselves a little bit of space, because they did secure a knockdown on the Kesh of Blaze. So that's instantly giving them 5-7 seconds to reposition away. By no means are they out of the woods just yet. Blaze have vehicles that they can look to maybe go a little bit more full send up. But if I were Blaze, I would just look to stay a little bit more passive, maybe reposition a bit and get more information and allow Evolution to maybe get caught out by another team around them.
I like it the Blaze are holding on to this position, because I know that salt mine is not really a threat. It's really hard to move away from, but it seems like they're going to be trying to move away from that position all around. Defy also going to have to make their way out of that position. Seemed like a few teams did try to play at least a coastline. Those Sniper, man, if we have a hardship up northwest, Sniper are going to be set up for success so well. But the odds of that happening are pretty slim at the end of the day, so we're going to be looking at. But where is going to be phase 2 going? And it's not too bad of a circle. I do have to say, Imperium, this is going to be pretty normal. We see this one time and time and time again. So a lot of these teams are going to have a lot of experience when it comes down to it. But especially, I'm looking at SNP, man. Northern side, they're going to have full control. Their rotation is going to be easy as can be.
And if you notice, to me, there's like kind of 3 core. Okay, I'll talk about it later on, because that's going to be Clash pushing in towards the side of Blaze, a double knockdown. Initially make that a third. Blaze are down to 1 player. Clash, I said they want to redeem themselves. They come in, they get a squad right, they pick up 4 kills just like that, Max.
Well, Blaze, see you later, Alligator. Apparently, that was not the game that they were meant to take, and Unfortunately, yeah, it's just the better team won in that fight. Not really much to say. Just didn't have the synergy we were really expecting from this team, and they got really surprised in that encounter. They clashed from a distance. Nice shots coming out from MZ and the crew. That should be a kill confirm, hopefully. There you go. Ticks on down. That's going to be another kill already. Up to 5 this early on. And we just made it into phase 2, man. Clash they're gaming. They definitely want to try and catch up for the kills. You mentioned when we were looking at the overall rankings, not very kill heavy. This is a really good step up from Clash that they desperately had to do.
Yep, redeeming themselves a little bit, like I said. And with regards to Blaze, I think what hurt them as well is that they were using vehicles, Max. And personally, I'm not a fan of vehicles in Sanhok. It past phase 1, maybe phase 2, because although you get to a location quicker, you're making so much more noise. And when there is, by the law of percentages, more chance there are going to be more teams around you, you don't have that element of surprise. You can get targeted, you can get caught out. And I think that was a big reason why Blaze end up losing that fight.
And that you just took me back to PMWL, man, saying law of percentages. Used to use that one all the time. And takes me back down memory lane. But though, Evolution talking about taking down, that's going to be Puncher doing some good amount of work. Though Gonzo, the RGL's not here, but still can dictate them what to do through the voice comms. As GSMC going to be in the blue, ticking down is very early on, so it's okay to overstay your welcome inside of it if needed. But Puncher, especially all that nade was very close, way too close for comfort. 2 nades actually is going to be good. But now they know they got a lot of hurt. Maybe it's time for them to go for the full-on push. Smoke coming on through, going to make it very easy for them to move away. Chat is going to be taken down. Really good angle found by Roxy, especially. And now they're just going to keep the guns blazing from start to finish upon this engage. Now, Roxy's actually going to be pushing into this one into the blue, which I would not typically recommend. And this is why you get knocked into that one. That's almost 100% a kill confirm coming their way. GMSC potentially going to be allowing Rainbow to move away from that position. But Evolution, they would have remained as the gatekeepers, just went a little bit further to the west. They would have been set for success, but they were just too greedy, and that greed is going to be causing their demise in the second game.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself, Max. The fact that they won game 1, I would argue that maybe influenced their, hey, let's just go for this fight. Let's just try and be a little bit greedy. But with only 1 kill and you're down to 1 player, that's not putting them in a good spot for game 2. And when we do mention about consistency being so much more important across these 6 games, Evolution can still pull something out of this. It's going to be a lot harder.
Definitely not going to be an easy encounter for them. Circle's about to pop, and it's going to go back towards boot camp. So actually, MCES Italia don't really have to move too much. Then they might want to try and jump over very early on. Clash going to be having another fight coming their way. They're going to be actually going for their 6 kills so far. They're still going to be having a big encounter with Fate. They are pushing continuously from start to finish. Erangel will get put back on his feet in just a matter of seconds, so they should be good. But, man, Clash, they've been just popping off. Another one coming up from MZ, man. This is a bang of a game. Even if they don't take the win, the amount of kills here are just going to be astonishing to catch up to the top 3 position and put themselves in a really good spot. With though Fate, they got themselves the compound, but Clash, they know we got 1 knock, 1 kill confirmed. We got a 4v2 situation. This compound with a man advantage is not going to be too hard to push.
But they have to be careful because there's always that element of third party from the teams that are also inside the circle around them. They seem focused, playing up on towards the rocks. Axer is getting that extra angle of information, that extra elevation point. 2 players down, as you said, 2 players left for Fate. They do have the walls of that compound that they're going to be able to use that third person perspective, and that's why Clash are just slowing down a little bit.
It's not going to move. Reef, unfortunately, now they're both spotted away. They both know their current location because of that third-person perspective. Reef trying to go for the shots. Unfortunately, nothing connects, and they force him away from the wall. Such a good play from Clash, actually, trying to force repositionment from in the players of Fate. In general, it's just such a good play, such well execution, especially. And now it's just Ragnarok understands, well, this is not a fight I'm really interested in taking. I'm going to try and move away from that position. So Clash, you know they heard those footsteps. They're going to be chasing it down. And Zed waiting for it. That's a perspective. Oh, is it going to be coming on through? They're all stacked, though. So if he has some grenades, maybe a good call, a genius play from Ragnar could turn the tides. But really, that was such a great push from Clash. Typical, by the book, but it was so effective.
This is the Clash that I know. This is a Clash that I've seen many times. Remember at the start when I didn't isolate one individual player? I isolated them as a team because look how heavily they're pushing as a team on these fights. Look how coordinated they look. 2-2s all full in. So good from Clash.
MZ finds another one. Ragnarok is down, and so will be the entirety of Fate. They're going to be out in 15, so that's going to be a 1 point coming their way. But yeah, man, 9 kills, and only 2 teams died. Like, they got basically 2 squad wipes already this early on, so they are looking set. Though SNP, they already dropped North, as we mentioned, is going to be very easy rotations. This is going to be the very first encounter of this game coming their way versus Gaijin. Gaijin pretty spread. Unfortunately, their one player, Michi's already down the drain. It's going to be a 4v3. How is Marco going to play this one? There you go. Another one connects from Sniper. They are looking so good versus Gaijin. Kazi Falls also is going to be down to only 1. And he's going to just try and leave the scene entirely because he knows. But what a good push from not even in easy position. Dominant fight coming away of SNP. And that's going to be an extra 3 kills normally going their way.
Next circle is about to pop up. You do have MCES on the trifecta area, 2 in the mainland, 2 on the trifecta compound. Ooh. And it does shift down southeast. And that's going to allow Onyx to creep in on towards the Painan region. Where we see a lot of teams down on the southeast side of the circle.
And then look at Evolution. If they did not die in that random fight earlier, they would be such in a good position right now. It's very unfortunate. I'm sure they're going to be hurting themselves over this one, though. Oh, a little bit of a too early shot coming out from Barracuda. Now he has to fully commit. Didn't have time to reload. Going for the bloom shot. Unfortunately, not many of those bullets do connect. And now it's going to be down to 1. On the other side, MEA Assassins going to try and get involved versus Clash. Also, Clash going actually up here. MEA Assassins fully have the advantage, but Clash is still up as a full team. So this should be still something doable, but not very easy on the execution side of things as nades are just raining on down. But Aza might want to wait for the rest of your team to join up this one, but utility especially is going to be key. Clash, there you go, going for the push. One by one. If they got some good grenades, it could be huge, but they're going to go for the smoke play instead. Maybe trying to think of avoiding the fight. But MEA, they're actually moving a little bit further back. Going to be given a nice, even ground with Clash, which I'm very surprised MEA are currently doing this.
Oh, Satan gets dropped. Clash are playing this edge of circle position perfectly, Max. That was an offensive smoke that they actually threw up. That was the offensive smoke that allowed them to actually push up the hill into a little bit more of a controlling position. Now they've gotten a knock 2 times on the players of MEA. They need to close out. The drop comes through. Tries in there and he gets knocked. He's on a sliver of health, but he does indeed get the knockdown once again on Satan.
Oh, with a Thompson, Faker's able to mow him down just fine. Though he's going to be the last player with the likes of Miracle, and 1 bullet's going to be able to take him down. And as I talk about it, that's going to be the end for MEA Assassins. Man, Clash. I was typically in a position like this, when the high ground is not in your favor and you're going uphill into the circle, is very rarely going to be the case of the team pushing that's going to come out on top. Clash are being clinical today from start to finish with I would even say their best game yet. Even in the PMCO, I'm loving how they're playing this one. Those going to be defied. Painan taking their own fight. Partisan not going to be a big issue into this one. Unfortunately, that is going to be a nice kill coming in the way of Team Onyx, as now they've got full control of Painan on their lonesome.
I respect the fight. Did try to kind of avoid a lot of those fights and play around the Painan region, but Onyx, I mentioned they could come in through Painan. That's exactly what they did. Picked up a free kill along the way. The feeders are playing on the northeastern edge of the circle down by the bottom of the hill, but it is going to be GSMC that's up the hill above them. Height versus control. In my opinion, defeaters probably have the better of this fight, but as the circle does shift up, it centers quite nicely away from Painan, with Undead Crow the only team that is inside this current circle.
This is going to be an interesting one. There's one compound that's going to be key, dead center, currently unplayed and unused by any of these teams. So the one team that goes in that position might just be the king of the game. SNP Blue Zone, that's going to be causing a lot of issues for them. They had to cross over very early on, but they took too much time. And we said it, time is key on Sanhok. And if you do not go fast enough, unfortunately, you're going to be losing yourself in the midst of the jungle. Now for Ballis, Lot's going to be knocked away. And we have to take that fight. What is going to be the playstyle for them? Avoid Painan or commit and take full control of Painan? That's a decision to both Team Onyx and also the likes of Fabulous are going to have to commit to heavily once the initial decision is made.
We'll have to wait and see. Team Big Easy, they're also currently still in this game. I believe still as a full squad. Another knockdown is pushed on to footballers from Onyx there. Definitely controlling and gatekeeping the side of footballers. The Turkish Meisters are going to have to find a way. Past Onyx is GSMC capitalize onto the feeders from the high ground position, picking up a kill.
Coming for the push. That's going to be it. Team Big. Are they going to go big or are they going to go home? That's the question for this game on Sanhok. Only got one kill so far. Slime 4KT. Into the blue zone. Not looking too good for the Nigerian team. But still a pretty good run. Let's see if they can maybe make it out of that position, though. Team Big going to make their way downhill. They take control of the compound, but it's still going to be contested away. That's going to be versus the likes of UC. Sniper going to be losing their final player. That was Marco. And as you say, Imperium, Marco, well, no Polo this time around. That's going to be it for them in 11th position. 10 teams now still remain. There's going to be still a lot on the plate of the likes of Team Big, especially. They've got to take this fight versus UC and also push into the circle. This is going to be a lot for them to deal with.
Don't go for the revive, Big. Do not go for the revive. That's time wasted. That's 7 seconds lost. I know it's tempting, but you need to push in. The blue zone of phase 6 is going to start moving in the next 10 seconds.
No.
Undead Crow are giving them more time to set themselves up to defend this position.
This is a horrible circle. It's on a slope. It's not many buildings to play around. It is not fun by any stretch of the imagination, Imperium. As you see, also staying put. The thing is, the more you delay this, you're going to take a fight into the blue zone. I think that the one team that maybe pulls the trigger a little bit earlier might have the surprise factor, the advantage, at least for the first few seconds. But it seemed like, here we go, a few shots coming out back and forth. The smokes are not making it easy to go for the push. No, team Big, where's the synergy? Where are you going there as a full team? It's not going to be great to play around it. They lose their first player instantly. Now down to 3. But they are getting the upper hand for a few seconds. Corker doing a lot of work for his team of UC. It's going to be now a Calypso also making her way forward. She's going to be left alone. Is it going to be enough? Apparently that will indeed be the case. Calypso keeps the hopes and dreams of her team alive. Going to go for the double res too. But is the time going to be enough as the clock is still ticking?
Plus, there's another team hearing those shots are going to wrap around. We also see Clash continuing to rack up the kills, continuing to control the edge of the circles. Evolution, you're out of here. Onyx are in the blue, trying to heal up. That heal strat might come on through, and we're down to our final 6 teams, 14 players. MCES going to get caught out. A little bit of it feels bad, man. A mistake was made.
Yeah, Team Onyx not going to be Gucci in this one. They're going to be losing their life eventually. Big, hard circle shift going straight over to the east. That's going to be insane. Potential comeback coming out from GSMC. Though, versus Clash, let's not forget Imperium. They've been taking fight after fight after fight. Even going to phase 1 circle. And they're still up as a 4-man team with 21 kills.
21. What? 21 kills.
A 20
more than
bomb into this one. Man, they're gonna... Okay, you know what? They've done it, man. I just been realizing that these guys have been really stretching their wings for. We said we needed kills. I didn't expect this many kills. Damn, boy. You were really going hard on this one. Now, Clash still up as a 4-man, as you just mentioned. Got full control of the southwestern side of the circle. They're very sneaky, boy. And who said it? Sneaky Sanhok. That's where things are going to get dicey. And Clash got to make sure they got full control. Though behind them, the shots are coming on through. And they're going to find another kill. 22. 22 kills, Imperium. Are they going to make it 25?
Oh, I think they will, as we do lose MCES. GSMC, Clash, and Knockdown comes through. XK kicks things off, but Acer responds effectively, and followed by a second knockdown. Just Hater left on his own.
Chat is going to be left stranded. Here's not going to be an easy one by any stretch of the imagination. Already one knock coming their way. Is going to have enough time to go for the res, though. Might just be the prime time to do so with only 30 seconds still on the clock. He knows he got a knock on the other side. This might be the only chill time he has in this entire game. 1 second. Boom. Res done. Does he have the meds now to get back up? That's going to be huge. But on the other side, Clash able to get a res on their own teammate, Trazen. Now they're also back to the 4-man. So they need to get themselves one more to Freezy. That could be huge. It could be making this game a lot easier on them. But now you can see, I love how Clash are playing this. The stretch they're currently playing with is absolutely mental. Where's that Loversin over there? Why are you doing Loversin still alive? You're not supposed to be up still. You should die in just a few minutes, okay? If he steals this game, I will not know what to expect anymore. But Footballists are still here in top 3. Maybe Gaten is top 2 if they're able to snatch it away. He's got so many meds for sure, but here, especially the fact that they got this rock, GSMC got full control and ownership of the vision because of that third-person perspective. 12? He's still got 12? Man, big numbers everywhere.
And here's the thing, because there's 8 players alive, I reckon Clash thinks it's a 4v4. That's why they're not looking to be extra aggressive.
Oh, they're getting pushed forward. They don't have the rock anymore as coverage. The Blues are going to be ticking down on their health. Unfortunately, that's going to be it for Freezy. Now it's going to be down to 2. The nice bloom shot coming out from GSMC might be able to turn the tides in their favor. Clash down to 2 is MZ on the side. Unfortunately, that car explosion not making it easy. Footballists, that's going to be sure. They take 3rd position. Top 2 for one of these 2 teams in these finishing moments. But A's on the side, still giving away valuable information. Huge knock coming out from SK. And that's down to 1. Is it going to be enough coming out from Clash? Sasaki is going to be trying his very best. So he's going to be pushed upon heavily, and they take it away. GSMC snatched the game away from Clash. It's not going to be a 25-pointer, but GSMC coming in hot with a big upset in the second game.
We will spend a hell of a lot of time talking about Clash's massive kill game, but let's take a second to recognize what GSMC and Hater specifically did in that game, Sam. That was clutch at the end from GSMC.
That was Clash. I did not expect that. I'll be honest, I had my whole intro planned for Clash. I had a joke. I did not see that coming. How did they do that? I mean, what was it that they were able to do right at the end there to be able to clutch that one from Clash, Max?
I mean, really, I've got to say that, I mean, it's just the gunplay, so it's just so clean. Every single time they would find one pick sort of place, they would laser it down instantly. There's not really big mechanical play there coming out from there. It's literally their shots were clean. Every single time they had an opportunity, they took that chance, and it connected every time. It's really down to it because Clash typically were the team that had the advantage. They had such a big spread, it was going to be very, very hard for the entirety of GSMC to push forward. And also, Clash had some coverage. So it really just goes to show that in those one-on-one fights of gunshots coming on through, just GSMC were cleaner in those finishing moments, and it's really down to the wire. It was extremely close, but there has to be a winner, and that time it was going to be the side of game space.
Was there something Imperium that Clash could have done differently to grab that chicken dinner?
Yes, they could have pushed on the GSMC. They could have. They'd done it throughout the whole game. They didn't have the full circle, I think, on the phase 8. It did go towards GSMC, but they did still have a full squad. Two of their players kind of wrapped around on the side. They got instantly caught out pretty much. But again, the element that was in play in my eyes was the fact that there were still technically 8 players left, which I'm pretty sure Clash believed it was a clean 4v4. To me, that still isn't an excuse considering how good Clash had played. They gotten 21 kills. I don't know why they didn't just go in all guns blazing or calculated all guns blazing. So they could have done something better. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough, and Hater clutched.
That was my surprise, though, because I was like, the whole way through, they were so aggressive. I was like, it's the Clash show. We're all invited. We're just watching this. Every time they saw a team, they were in there and they wanted to fight. It was interesting that in the last fight is the time you go, okay, whoa, and it'd been working for you all this time. What happened? But no disrespect, of course, to GSM. They were phenomenal, Max. But we do have to give some credit to Clash. We're going to see those kills just now. You can see their names all over the match summary. What a performance from them. I said I didn't want to see passive play anymore. Maybe they were listening because they just went out and they were hunting.
I mean, Hayes has got 8 kills of his entire team. That's almost half of it coming out. I know I'm bad at math, but like that's a pretty easy one to check out. And Hayes has just been doing so much work from start to finish. 1,300 damage. You remember last game, Imperium? You said, Slime 4KT, man, that was 1,500 damage. That was nuts for the entire team. He did that almost alone as a one-man player. That's how insane these numbers actually are for Hazer from Clash. And not only him, but the entire team. And I gotta say, when you come in late game with 22 kills, and you're still up as a 4-man team on Sanhok at that, you're making a statement that you're potentially the best team in the lobby, even with Footballists being there.
I'm so blown away because they did say that they wanted to redeem themselves in game 1 from game 1, right? 0 kills in game 1. That is a redemption 2.0. That's a redemption, plus squared, infinity. That was I honestly cannot really find a word, Sam, of how good that game was from Clash.
Wow.
Look at that kill versus damage. Look at that. I mean, you don't even have to look at the numbers. You can just see this was, I said it earlier, was the Clash show. And I honestly will say, if I was another player in one of these other teams, maybe GSM doesn't feel this way, but every other team, I would be terrified going into map number 3 after what we just saw from this team. I would be terrified because they dominated the whole way through, Max.
I'm looking at this graph especially. Like, we do tend to say a lot of the time, that we have some kill / damage graphs coming on through. They're very top heavy. This is not top heavy. This is cliff heavy. This is just a cliff face you're going to. You got footballists like, no, 353. Then you go like, oh, 3,200 damage for one entire team on
Crazy.
Sanhok especially.
Like,
It's just nuts. And they did exactly, Imperium said we have to redeem ourselves. Okay, whatever you ask for, Imperium, is our demand, is our price to pay. And they did exactly that in this game. I got to say, I'm enjoying it. And I do believe it puts them in number one position because games like this don't happen often. And if they deserve number one position after a game for that. There you go. We're going to be seeing it. And that's going to be a total of 36 points coming out that game alone, which is definitely going to be pushing them really high in the overall standings.
This will be good for them. That is a really good amount of points. I do want to talk about the team that we saw came third, Footballist, this is the second time now that they've got that third place. That was really clever. They abused the snaky Sanhok to their advantage. Oh, well, there we go. Look at that. That puts them in 10 points away from Clash at the top. I think Footballist has a really good strategy. I'd be a little bit nervous about them. They're playing the long game. The placement game.
It was... I'll talk about the Sanhok specific game because it's something that I observed. But just that overall standings, like Clash 22 kills from that one game alone with that 21 placement points. Very consistent as well. GSMC, the kind of thunder was stolen from them in the Sanhok game by Clash because GSMC, they had 10 kills and that chicken dinner was an incredibly strong game from GSMC in that game too. An Evolution, despite stuttering in that Sanhok game, you add the chicken dinner and that Sanhok result, it's still fourth overall. Bar the kind of, 7 point, it's pretty close between the top five.
It is really close, which I think is going to... I think we'll probably see this as we go on looking at the strength of these teams. I think we're going to consistently see that leaderboard maybe changing up. I don't think this is going to be a runaway victory unless Clash does what they just did every single map.
Yeah.
That's going to be a hard one to... maybe we'll see that coming on through. But I think that now when you're in position like this, you just get consistent top threes and you're going to somewhat solidify every single game your position. The only thing you need to make that happen is really to make sure the teams below you do not get another 20-point kill game, and then it might be okay. But I think that Clash are definitely set up for success in this one. As Imperium said at the very start of the show, they took first position for the French PMCO. They're a team that when they come into a tournament, any kind of tournament, they're here to win, and it really shined through on that game at least. So I'm really intrigued to see what's going to be coming on through for the next 4 games, because another one like this, and they're pretty much set up.
We are going back to... Jump on in, Imperium, before I move on.
No, I just want to really mention real quickly about Footballers. They were in a position where they were stuck between the Blue Zone and Onyx. So what did they do? Heal strat. Gave that plan B, that plan C, gave all their meds to that one player, played the heal strat. It got them from, I think, 10th or 9th to 3rd. That's adaptability, baby. That was fantastic for Footballers.
I thought it was a good play. I think that making sure that you're always in the top 3 is always going to help you. If you're up at the top of that leaderboard, especially in a competition like this where you've got one day, if you can keep a player alive and you can get them to sort of keep themselves out of trouble, which is exactly what they did, good for you. It's going to work. You're going to get those placement points. And to be honest, I think that keeping that player alive potentially took the chicken dinner away from Clash, like we said, because they thought that there was a 4-man squad on the other side. So maybe GSM... needs to buy the Footballers player some chicken wings after this, Max.
If you want to go for it, I'll take some too, to be honest, man. If you want to share, I'm cool with it. But it's just, we had some insane games already. Like the first one was just an insane one. He had an insane finish. Coming into this one too, what Clash were able to do was mental and out of the ordinary. Like I was expecting this to be a really fun day, especially with the Western teams. I was not expecting it to be this nuts. So we still got 4 more games to go. We're going to have Vikendi, especially with games like this, man. I am even more hyped up for Vikendi to close off today.
We are going back to Erangel, though, and the first game we saw way too slow. Teams took forever to get going. Do they return to that play style, Max, now when we get back there? Or do you think after the Clash surprise that they just got, that's going to be a bit of a different plan now?
I think it's going to be very similar to what we saw into game 1, because Sanhok is very out there. It's very ordinary. No, Sanhok is very out there, very different from the ordinary maps such as Miramar and also Erangel. So I think that we are going to be having very similar kind of playstyle. I think the ending is going to be a little bit different though, because having a mountaintop finish like we had that first game is very unusual. So I think that if we do have a lot of these teams potentially taking fights a little bit early on without the mountaintop, it will be different for sure later on into the game, unless we have another Everest finish. But the odds of that happening are like less than 1%. So I'm not really counting on it.
We will have to wait and see. We are going to take a short break. While we do that, go grab yourself some more Red Bull. When we return, we're going back to Erangel. We'll see you in a bit.
So what's the use in telling all these stupid lies? Ain't got a reason for your drama, but there's something in disguise. I know, it's well thought out. I know, what goes around. I know, I've heard that sound. I know, you're bringing me down. Bringing me down. Bringing me. Bringing me. Bringing me down.
Welcome back to the Red Bull M.E.O Season 3 Grand Finals West for PUBG Mobile. And we've had a pretty exciting time. Started off very slow, very slow. And then everything just completely flipped around and it was absolute chaos. Clash's incredible performance on map number 2. If you've just joined us, you have definitely missed out. But we're now getting ready to go back to Erangel. And we're being told, Max told us just before the break, that he thinks it's going to be pretty passive. Imperium, do you agree? Do you think we're still going to see that quite passive play coming from all of these teams as they try to get those elusive placement points?
No, I think we're going to see not the same as Sanhok, but a little bit of that game 2 especially would have been a bit of a slap in the face, a wake up call for a good few of these teams, right? Not only will they be feeling maybe more comfortable from the first 2 games, but they need to go into this game 3 with a lot more confidence, with a lot more, bite to their bark. Because if they allow Clash to do the same thing in this game 3, that is not going to end well for pretty much all of these teams, to be fair. So I do think we will see a bit more aggressive game. Phase 1, phase 2, we might see a couple more fights, a few more players go down, and more controlling positions in these circles from a good few of these teams.
I mean, is it going to be the same for Clash, though, what we saw in Sanhok, Max, where they were super aggressive? Because when they were on Erangel the first time, they didn't really perform well. So could it just be that the Sanhok, that was their game plan and they knew that was the map they could do that on?
I just think that the Erangel game, especially, they just struggled in terms of rotation. They were out into the blue, and they had a hard time off of that. Here, they were given situations that are not easy by any stretch of the imagination. I especially want to recall and go back to that push on M.E.A Assassins on the mountaintop towards the east, on the eastern edge of the circle. And they entered that one. It was such a hard push, yet because they use Aza so well, they put him on an off angle, created actually a good position for the team to threaten the entirety of M.E.A Assassins from. I think that here they showed that one game was just a one-off. This is what they do at their peak performance. After getting 20, 22 kills every single game is not something that's very easy to repeat in a redundant fashion. But I do think that they showed that when given the opportunity, when given the keys to success, they're going to be opening that door very wide and being able to secure themselves some big points. So I think that was just a one-off. I think that we could be seeing them get a lot more consistent now, but it's just going to be down, especially on these big maps such as Erangel and Miramar. We want to see them be a lot quicker on their feet when it comes down to rotating. And if they can rotate a little bit quicker, right off the bat, they're going to be starting off their games with just a way better start to get into a potentially really good performance again.
Like, to me, it's a little bit cliche, but it's so much about mentality. Sam, it is so much about confidence mentality. Whether or not you start a game with a couple of kills compared for the whole game, or whether you end a game with a massive kill count, what that allows you to do and what that gives you the opportunity to do is it gives you the opportunity to go into the rest of the game, the next game, with a lot more confidence, that kind of, stronger, sharper mentality that you're not afraid to take those fights. You don't directly look for them, but you're not afraid to take them. And when you have that extra level of confidence and you go into that game, there's a much higher chance that you're going to come out on top in that fight against your opponents.
That's the thing. It is that confidence that you want. And it's why in a format like this, where you've got these 6 maps and you've got 1 day to do it, a good start for you is the best thing possible, because it is the momentum that's going to keep you going. Whereas if you're climbing from the bottom up in the last sort of 2 maps, not so much fun, right?
There's also pressure, I would say. That's the main issue, is that you know that, okay, now we got to do this minimum, and every single time you don't hit that threshold of points you set for yourself, your morale goes down even further every single time. It's like, oh, we needed 15 points. When you got ourselves like 7, we're not feeling good. We know that it's going to be slipping away from our grasp. And the moment that you know that you maybe not going to be in a good position to take the title or get close to that top 5 or top 3, that's where things start to dwindle out of your reach and out of your control. So I'm really looking at these teams to think that even if it's not working out for them, keep a very chill mentality, because at the end of the day is when you lose your composure. We saw it many times as Imperium casting so many games of PUBG Mobile, teams like, oh, we need to do really good, and boom, the game after where they need to get 15, 20 points, they get 0 points because they just crumble under pressure. So it's still only game 3. We're not even 50% done, so it's still okay to maybe test a few things, but you got to start getting those big pointers coming in very soon, or otherwise, as you said, there's only 6 games. Things will start to get a little bit dicey very, very quickly.
I wanted to pull some attention to M.E.O Assassins because I thought they were really impressive in Erangel. I thought Faker was phenomenal when he popped off. And I'm wondering, do you think we can expect the same from him, Imperium, in the 3rd game? I know he's got lots of fans in the chat watching. They spam his name, but he had a really good run, and his team in the 1st game. Expecting the same from them in map number 3?
I'm expecting better, to be honest. I'm sorry, but I'm expecting better. And we can always isolate a player like Faker on his own, and you did touch upon it real quick. It's a team game. The team have to follow, all players of the team have to be pretty much playing at the same standard, to the same level, on the same kind of ship. Look at Clash. Yeah, okay, Acer stood out on his own, and I know we've talked about them so much already, but let's be fair. Come on, game 2 speaks for itself. But they performed on the same level as a team. So Middle East Assassins, I want better from them, from the whole team, not just Faker. If Faker shines while the rest of the team are playing at a strong level, I'll be even happier. But if the rest of the team are kind of still struggling, still stuttering, not really as composed in these games, and Faker is shining, it's like, yeah, okay, it's a silver lining, but that's still you're still gonna find them hitting a brick wall, Sam.
Well, that's the thing. Clash has proven now the team has to fire on all cylinders, all the players, and then you can end up at the top. And even if you don't have the chicken dinner, it'll push you to the top of the standings. Let's talk a bit about that the middle section of our teams at the moment, because we've spoken a lot about the teams at the top. But Max, any teams that you've seen kind of fitting in the middle of the group at the moment that you've been impressed with after the first 2 games?
I've been actually really impressed with the side of SNP. I think that especially the 2 first games, they tend to go for positions that are uncontested, go for nice rotations, remain hopefully in a very passive state throughout the entirety of the early and mid-game stage. But I think that they're a team that the one thing they need to fix is rotating too late. They rotate a little bit too late, and that did cause them issues in game 1. It caused them issues into game 2. I think that if we see SNP just be a little bit more proactive, a little bit quick on their feet to get into a strong position to hold on to, I think that they could be showing us what they're truly made of and hopefully take themselves a win. I think they can do it, but once again, it's down to how quick you are going to be going into those games. So SNP is going to be the team that I'm going to be looking out for these 4 remaining games.
How about you, Imperium?
Onyx, I was pretty happy with how they kind of gate-kept footballers in Painan. Did that allow them to then maybe suffer when they look to try and move into circle? Possibly, but I'm still happy with how they picked off a couple of the footballers players. That's not easy, right? Another team big, although their engagement in that last game against Undead Crows wasn't the cleanest. It is a sparkle of what I know they can do as a team, what they are capable of in these games. We didn't see it in game 1. We saw a bit more in game 2. Build and evolve on that, and then we'll see how it goes.
We will see how it goes as we move into the third map. I'm going to head on out Imperium Max. We're not even halfway through and we've already seen so much action. What are you expecting now?
I want a military island finish, and I think the Imperium potentially wants one too. We've been having some really fun ones. It's going to be a little bit of trial through fire, and I think there we go. There you go. Imperium is with me. We see it. We want that one, but we still haven't got your Stolber finish, Imperium. One day maybe we still haven't got it. You've been asking for like what, a year and a half.
You know what
Yes.
else I'd love? You know what else I'd love? Cookie? No. I'd love, and we saw it in the PMPL South Asia. I don't know if you happen to catch a glimpse of that game. We had a very southern tip of Primorsk finish on the actual beach line. That was an insane game. So I would love to see a south of Primorsk finish in this game 3.
As we move into game 3, it is time now. Erangel, we are back. Let's see if these teams are going to be a little bit more aggressive. Max, Imperium, let's jump on in.
Thank you very much, Sam. And yes, potentially a beach finish onto this one. It will be fun to see how these teams can deal under pressure, under some very unusual circumstances. I think that we're going to be both really intrigued to see that one coming on through. We mentioned a few of the teams that we're potentially expecting to see perform really good going into this tournament. I'm mainly going to be looking at SMP, as I just mentioned. I want to see them be a little bit quicker. But especially I want to go on the teams down below. Like, we're looking at teams that have still under 10 points. M.E.O Assassins that were mentioned, that also Sam did talk about, would like to see them potentially do a little bit better. Defeaters too. They were a team that I was coming to this like, okay, I'm expecting them to be top 5 at the end of this event because they got so much experience, especially from being with number 1. But we haven't seen them anywhere as of right now. Every time they get involved in a fight, they just get literally cyberbullied into oblivion. So yeah, Defeaters just not really here for me today.
Yeah, and I think part of it is because as a team after qualifiers, they haven't really played that heavy amount of time together as we've seen from other teams. So coming into these finals, there's a little bit of rustiness. There's a little bit maybe lack of coordination, a lack of build on this synergy compared to the likes of Clash. But I do think I agree with you. I do still think it's a little bit disappointing, and I was expecting to be around the top 5. I'm not surprised as of right now on, Fate and Gaijin being where they are, and I don't say that in a bad way, but I say it in the sense of their first 2 games have been extremely lackluster. There's no real edge to how they're playing. There's no real fight. The rotations and positioning have been overall underwhelming. But game 3, you saw Clash. 0 kills in game 1, came into game 2 getting 22 kills. Not saying you have to do the same thing, but suppose show me what you've got. Fate and Gaijin, show me that there's a reason why you deserve. There's an extra reason why you deserve to be here playing amongst the best of the West.
That's just what we got. Make it feel like a Rick and Morty episode, but we're going to be hoping to see a lot more coming out from these guys, especially. At the end of the day, we got so much talent coming to this one. Literally, I would say any team can make it happen, can make a comeback coming on through eventually. So hopefully that will be the case. Though I do see we have a few little potentially connection with issues with a few other players, but that's okay. Just going to be taking a little bit more time of watching my beautiful face and also Imperium's beautiful face before we do make our way into our third game here. But we're almost 50%. Hey, you're not going to get those very often, Imperium, okay? So you better...
I know, right? I'll take...
You better remember it. That's core memory right there, okay? You better keep and hold on to it. But especially at the end, we got so many good teams, I just said. I could expect teams to do what Clash did at the last game. They could make it happen literally anytime. So I'm completely okay with anything. And even though we do see Clash currently ahead by a significant margin so far in that number 1 position, even teams are currently in the bottom standings can still do a big upset and make their way up there. We've seen it time and time again throughout scrims, throughout events we run and cast at Imperium. It's still not over no matter where you are currently at this stage. But now there's a little bit of that sense of urgency that you need to start performing now. Otherwise, it might start to get very quickly out of reach.
Yeah, I've said it before, it's not over till Fat Lady sings, and I haven't started to sing a Max. Not yet, anyway. And to be fair, to extend on what you'd mentioned, there's only 6 points dividing, 4 points dividing Team Big in 6th and MCES in 12th. Like, that's 4 points dividing 6 places. That is so close. So yeah, kick things off in game 3, teams between 6 and 12. Look to kind of get that massive game, 15, 20-point game, double your total points in one game compared to your first 2 games together, and you'll be on a good showing. I do think as well, Max, it's going to get a bit harder for Clash and Footballless. To be fair, it is going to get more difficult because you could argue that, especially for Clash, they have a bit of a target on their back, right? Some teams are going to look at that, go, oh, okay, we need to try and shut them down. Not intentionally go for them, but if we see Clash is knocked or killed in the kill feed, maybe capitalize on that in some way. So, Clash will need to be aware of that, especially.
I think especially when you're going to go and initiate a fight, you're going to be looking for those very early knocks. And if you just reel the kill feed and you read the kill feed and you understand, oh, okay, this is actually going to be team such and such. And you understand, okay, this team is currently ahead of us in the standings. It's very hard to do, though, in a competitive aspect, in a competitive environment. Yeah. To be able to have, like, normally, most of the time, it's something that happens. You do have some players, some teams that do that. Not every single team, but they have a spreadsheet of all the points updated after every single game and understand, okay, these other teams are currently ahead. If we see them, is or we commit to it or we disengage. There's different approaches. Not every team does this, as I did say, but it is something to keep in mind. If they do find a knock, they're like, oh, this team is just ahead of us. Not only if we kill them, we get more points, but we could potentially overtake them and win an extra position or 2 in the overall ranking. So it is something that can happen and that teams can play around, but it is not the most common thing when it comes down to PUBG Mobile.
And that's where kind of, an element of a strong IGL comes into play, right? Where it doesn't necessarily have to be the IGL that keeps track, but if you have that, designated player that keeps track of the kill feed a little bit more for the team, where they're able to look and go, okay, well, Clash, they've already lost 2 players. They only have 2. They get a knock onto another one of the Clash players. 2 and 2 together, you make 5, you go in for the squad out, right? So, yeah, having that kind of, designated role outside of, entry fragger, support player, have the, hey, Joe Blogs, you keep an eye on the kill feed, you make sure that you are tracking as much as you can. And I would argue it's probably the support player that should look to do that, because they would generally be looking around the area and kind of staying on the back line for the team anyway.
We were talking a lot about these different roles in Pyramid that I find really interesting, but one role that's, I think, one of the most, if not the most important, even though there's not one most important role, they're all very important in their own regard and in their own situation, is scouts especially. And I think that you're looking at the scout here, I have not seen much, especially in that last game. Teams have just been pushing it as a full team, going into the unknown, and then they'll just overcome these hurdles, these situations by just going through with sheer power and force. If you just put just a little bit of more time into scouting, especially, that could be helping the likes of SNP with their issues of rotating too late. I think that that's something that's been lacking too much throughout all of these games. So I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, if we do have these teams scout a little bit more, that might be enough for just one team or 2 teams that are currently very low in the overall standings to stand out from everyone else and actually make into that position. That'll be the fun time for me to check out at least. So scouting is going to be a big key component for me. But you know what? We're going to be now scouting our way forward into our 3rd match of the day. We're now going to be in the middle grounds of the tournament for these M.E.O West finals. We're going to go back to the good old map of Erangel. The playing path I'm going to be guessing is going to be from west to southeast. It's going to be a pretty good one, actually. It's going over a lot of central landmass. So this is actually a lot better than what we had into game 1, where it was actually pretty southern.
Oh, let's get this show on the road. It's really not a bad playing path indeed, as you pointed out. Gaijin and Seraphim, they're going to be able to move it down to the southwestern side of this map. There's only really one other team that tended to drop around with them. Actually, no, this game, Footballers are dropping down by Quarry compared to Lipovka. They changed their drop spot on game 3, Max.
Which I like, and you said it, you hit the nail on the head, Imperium, earlier. You said they are going to be having, Footballist and Clash, also potentially GSMC, a target on their back. Teams maybe trying to cause their demise, cause them a few issues and a few hurdles along the way, which, if you keep trying to adjust every single game of Erangel, is not the most efficient way of playing the game. it is something that normally, if you're on a really long format tournament, the team would do this and I'm like, why? This makes absolutely no sense. I despise this. But in this kind of situation where a lot of teams know exactly what you do, what your playstyle is, and they're going to keep doing research every single game, that's where things are going to get a little bit dicey. So very intrigued to see what they can potentially do as a footballist. Here you go, quarry position. And man, they go, the drop quarry. I'm just like, I would like to see a quarry circle. I would love to see one. Those are really fun and really hard to play, especially in Pyramid. We know it since, what is it, end of 2019? We know that those quarry circle can be pretty interesting. Okay, that is definitely not going to be a quarry circle. Very far away from it, indeed.
But, Max, it could be a stall bar finish.
Ed, man, if it is, okay. Is it going to be, though? I would say Yasnaya would be a good spot to go for. I'm expecting a Yasnaya Fields finish onto this one.
Yeah, and here's where the kind of adaptability needs to come into play, right? And this is where the strong IGLing needs to really shine through especially for the teams down in the bottom half of the tables. Although that playing path wasn't massively south, it was enough south that phase 1 circle automatically creates way more space on the north side of the river, on kind of the Stalbar region, the Yasnaya compound, right? So yes, those rotations in the phase 1 really has to be adapted to based on this phase 1 circle. For footballers, what I recommend they do is they just actually wait for phase 2 to pop up, or the very end of phase 1 before they look to enter this circle. Because if it does kind of go a little bit down south and around the Yasnaya terrain, they'll have no problem really entering this phase 2 circle.
Hey, look though, this compound here, Lipovka, it would have been contested, and this is where football is dropped. It's exactly that. They're just trying to make it very hard for the Indians to try and pin down their location and make it very unexpected as to where they're going to play. So it seemed like there were. I don't know if it was intentional though. Don't get me wrong. It was maybe not the most intentional thing coming out from them, but the simple fact that they've been trying to switch it around, it is a risk. They might encounter teams later on down the line, but I do like it quite a bit. Though I do want to take us a little bit back to that phase 1 circle once again, very northeasterny. If that's a word, northeasterny. We're going to go with it. We're going to say it works.
You know what? I'll let you away with it.
Northeasternish, maybe. I don't know. But I'm looking at this as so much coastline to play. One word, boatations. Really? If you want to go for boat rotation to just get to the likes of Temeshki, Severny, while avoiding to encounter all the teams, because you're going into this one, especially if you're a team like Footballist or Team Onyx, that are going into the unknown because they have no idea where all the teams in front of them have dropped to. Rotation would be a clean on this first circle.
That's big brain. That's 9,000 IQ. Thought even I didn't think of that, and I'm a massive fan of boatations. I fully agree with you there. And we did see Team Big grabbing a couple of vehicles going up to Severny. Why? One, it's very nicely inside the circle. Two, no team wasn't going to be there. So as much as it's taking them a little bit longer to start their looting phase, they don't have to rotate that far after they finish looting to get into a more central circle position.
Just step by step at the end of the day. There's so many different strategies. Rotation is not the only way to make it in. And just go scouting compound by compound. You can just go for high ground positions, which there are quite a fair bit coming to this one. I think the especially teams that like to go towards Rozhok will be in a good position. I'm looking at the map that we had earlier for the phase 1 circle pop. We did see towards Rozhok, actually, we had both teams, SNP and also Team Big. So those are two teams that are already going to have access to the plateau, north, actually right to the west of the fields of Yasnaya Polyana.
Yeah.
That is going to be a spot that, with a circle like this, is going to be really central. I think that the plateaus of Yasnaya are actually key if you want to play it early and play very passive and just get as much information coming your way as possible. So I think that SNP and Team Big, if they are proactive and if they're trying to aim for good positions early on, which is what I expect to see from SNP in this third game, I think that they will be off to an amazingly good start for this third one.
Couple of the MCES players you saw on top of Stalbar, so they're already thinking about their position in phase 1. Staying there, I don't think it's ideal because you don't really get as much information as you think. You want to be more in the kind of halfway down of Stalbar because Stalbar is such a big area, and it's also there's not that many entry points onto the very tippity top that you can actually play on the kind of halfway down mark compared to somewhere like Prison. So MCES, if they position themselves down the kind of south of Stallbar area, still on the high ground, they'll be able to get a lot of information and ground covered coming into the next couple of circles.
Hopefully that's going to be the case for them, though we did see then the side of Sniper, and they still have yet to move away from that position of Rozok, which I want to see them be a little bit fast on their feet. MCES, though, there we go, versus Blaze with the PP Bison. That's going to be big, and that's going to be an instant kill secured their way. So Blaze going to be down to 3 very early on, not the best way to go for the Turkish team. You know what, hopefully the 3-man will be enough for them, because Blaze, looking at this one, where did they actually drop? They actually dropped Pachinki on this one. So it seemed like they were early on their feet trying to rotate because Pachinki was edge circle down southwest and trying to aim for better position right off the bat. But unfortunately, lack of information is going to hurt them quite a bit. Footballist, though, stranded is going to be Raw. He died first last game, and well, first game, should I say. And now he's going to be a very similar situation.
Oh,
the boys of Onyx. There's going to be a 1v3 here. He's going to try and move around. He's got himself a Uzi, not the best clutch weapon. There's one player out in the open. And that's going to be making Rom a little bit of a bad spot. Though Footballists are there, are they going to go for the full-on crash when they know that there's no chance that they're going to get that res? This is a time where Footballists are like, okay, we know the team is here. Now it's time to avoid it.
As you do see, Blaze are now going to push on towards the feeders. A little bit of a reposition trying to be made as Tron looking for those shots with the SKS. He doesn't connect onto with many of them, but he's now going to reposition off the back of shooting those shots, so he's not caught out too easily.
Good stuff. I would say, especially Blaze, is not worth holding onto this position, which I understand this is not a valuable spot. We're just going to move away and let that entire position over to the hand of defeaters. We did not see them do that game 1. They went to the side of Everest, and they went right to the side of it, down onto the cliff face, which I did not like at all, and it did not really help them in the long term.
No, I didn't either.
And here they understand it. This is a very similar situation. Like, okay, it did not work out for us in game 1. We're going to learn from our mistakes in the first game and improve on it. Go straight back into Yasnaya, which I got to say, as long as you stick to the outskirts of Yasnaya Polyana, it is dead center circle. There's nothing wrong about staying in the city for the first few stages.
I want to touch upon a little bit on that engagement that Onyx pulled off onto that one-player football. Even though it was only one player, one key thing that I loved from Onyx in that moment was that they had Lasserfa on that support position, right? That backline player. And that was so integral where, you know, they knew that there was a chance that Rome was going to jump out the building or try and wrap around on the side. Having that backline support player made it so much easier for them to confirm that knock and grab that kill. So valuably done by Onyx.
Having off angles is always what's going to be helping out the most. And that's the reason why Clash won so many of those fights in Sanhok that I did not really think they were going to win in the first place. Have those two different off angles, one player trying to be the sacrificial lamb in a way, then the rest of the team trying to go for the full-on push from a different angle. And because of that, they instantly get the man advantage. And off of that man advantage, they win the fight, get the kills, and then they get 22 points. That's how it goes. Very straightforward, very easy peasy. But as long as you can execute and follow up on the plan, there shouldn't be too many issues. Though defeaters, we talked about them on their position. I'm intrigued to know what you think about this on Imperium. Going for Stolber heals this early on, I'm not saying it's bad, but it is rather unusual because team would typically like to camp around Stolber.
It is a little bit.
And when the circle centers up, they tend to go up because if the circle goes down south, which there's a big chance of that happening, they might be actually encountering teams on the outskirts of Yasnaya Polyana. So I'm not saying it's bad, but it could come and bite you later on into the game if you're not cautious.
You're right. I agree. The slight counter to that is that it's phase 1, so the exit potential that I talk about is still okay. It's still okay. Phase 2, if you stay there, that's when it definitely becomes a little bit more dangerous as MCS going to engage on the defeaters.
And very early fight onto Stolber. This does not... Oh, this circle, though, is going to be going towards Stolber. So it seems like the focus is going to be shifting heavily. MCES going to be taking himself a pretty big toll as Holes puts himself some few holes into the opponents. Going to be a nice connection on this side. The nades also clean from defeaters. MCES maybe regretting their decision heavily. They're going to retreat, get himself back as a two-man crew in the compound down below as the hilltop will be contested and held on down by the side of Defeater. So really good stuff coming out from them. At the end, they did have the high ground, so that advantage inherently by default goes their way. But here we go. Now we can talk a little bit more about the circle here. No teams went for rotation, but this might just be the dreaded circle finish on Stolber that we've been asking for years now, Imperium.
Man, GSMC they're committing to the tippy top of the mountain, but as we're only 11 minutes in or so, they are of course only halfway there. Team Big, they stayed in Severny. They've allowed a team like SMP to go past them, and I think that could hurt Team Big later on in the game.
Could be the case. Hopefully they can find themselves a few silver scraps along the way. That's Fate. Also, another team that you mentioned, Imperium, during the break that we will look into potentially see a few more shots coming out from Fate, and hopefully be a little bit more proactive. Especially, I think that their lack of scouting is what's been causing them so many issues, and their synergy also. So Fate, this may be their golden chance for them to go for it. They show us an Orm. Yes, we didn't see any Orm plays game one. I don't think it's going to happen into this third one either.
Nah.
You know what? We can keep on dreaming. We can keep on dreaming. Hopefully one day we're going to have some stuff come on through. But yeah, no boat rotations happening for any of these teams, meaning that really GSMC up northwest towards northeast towards Stolber, they're going to be completely uncontested. No teams coming from the north. No teams coming in over from the east. They are in the safest position they could ever ask to be, unless the circle moves down southwest. That's where things will get...
Yeah.
I would say very, very poor for the entire game for GSMC, because it's going to require a lot of effort for them to get actually very little out of those trades.
For sure. Lutz getting a couple of shots flown in his direction as he looks to rotate and find a position for his team. We also saw two teams on top of Stallbar. By the way, being on that northeastern side of Stallbar is very risky, because you are getting like no information, Max. If that phase 3 shifts down south, you're going in extremely blind. You could argue it's the same if you're hanging around the Yasnaya area like we see Evolution and Blaze, but there's a higher chance the circle's going to shift down south. Yeah, you know, in this phase 3.
It's just how it goes, right? It's just always how it goes. Tries to eliminate as much water as possible the later on you get into the game. That's how the algorithm works for PUBG Mobile. But at the end, we never really truly know. We can have some island finishes. You almost had an island finish a few days ago on Miramar, right? I think you had an island finish towards the east, right?
Not a few days ago. It was a couple of weeks ago. But yes, we had an island finish on Miramar, and it was glorious.
And that's the one that I always wanted, but you had it, Imperium. Not gonna lie, kind of jealous. But I did have a castle finish on Vikendi, so you know what? It's an even trade-off at the end of the day, though. Puncher, careful, he peeks it. Bap, bap, bap. Nothing connects with Tron, though, but that's okay. Now it's going to be the information fed on over. Evolution know that there's going to be a team in the surrounding areas, but this is fine. This is Yasnaya Polyana. Is way too big for teams to really encounter each other, especially around phase 2. So now, because they know that each other are going to be there's going to be that mutual respect between these two teams that, okay, this is their spot. We're not going to contest it unless he has an easy angle. Aza looking for Rainbow. 2 bullets connect perfectly. I believe there was 1 headshot and 1 body shot. But it will not be able to find himself the knock just yet. As though, Defeaters, they tumbled down the mountains. They're looking for MCES. They want to finish off what they initiated early on. Great off angle by Evil Boy onto the side. Now it's going to be down to 1. Advocate, what do you have up your sleeve for this special fight? He's going to try his best to potentially escape from this one unscathed. He's got the smokes. Going to put himself a little Red Bull too to make sure he can just top up his HP. But that's looking one good grenade from Holes. If it connects perfectly. And he connects perfectly indeed, but it's going to be from Chrono, and that's going to be a squad wipe coming out from none other than Defeaters. 4 kills going their way.
And that was Italy against Italy as well. So Mario versus Luigi, Max. And it was Mario that came out on top. And that one nicely played by...
Imperium. Do you mean Wario versus Waluigi? Because you all know they're the superior duo. Like, come on.
No.
So I see Sam. No. She's nodding in agreement. Okay. Waluigi is the best video game character of all time. Okay. I have no idea when they're going to put him in Smash. Hopefully one day. But you know what? Potentially also Waluigi skin in PUBG Mobile. I would not say no to that one. You know what? I'll wear that one every single day. That's for sure. But now MEA Assassins, they're going to be still contested themselves. Going to actually have 3 teams. Defeaters, I believe. Wait, are Defeaters pushing back up onto them? Oh no, it's Snipers. There you go. They're both red. Yeah. They're going to try their best to take that position. Stolber finish maybe. Yes. Okay. My level of interest for this game just jumped from like a 20% to like 100%, not even 120%. I'm feeling damn good about this one. This could be an insanely good game, Imperium.
Let's go! Stallbar finish. We currently have GSMC, Max, inside the tippity top of the mountain, along with beautiful team looking down upon them. And to be fair, Middle Eastern Assassins, I would argue that they do have a little bit of a better position, although their players aren't spread out as heavily. I think that they have 3 players together quite nicely with defeaters. Are they going to join in on this fight as well?
Oh, they're going right in the center. This is such a risky play.
Okay.
They got some class 2. It might be fine. I'm surprised no one got knocked yet. They're always going to jump out. Hole's going to be just trying to leave the scene unscathed, but is that going to be an easy task at hand? Unfortunately, no, but seemed like he will be okay for the time being at least. Azimi Assassin still, they lost himself Faker. He was the one that able to get himself a top spawn and top position overall in that first game. But he's down, so now he's going to have to be on their lonesome without their top player. It's going to be Respect, Satan, and Miracle too, and hopefully they are going to be hoping for Miracle on this one because there are way too many teams to comfort in this position. This is not going to be fun to play around. Yes.
Undead Crow are also behind GSMC, so there's technically now kind of 4 teams around this Stallbar area. This is a mass of destruction that we're having on our hands, and this is only phase 3 as well.
And they're trying to get the cars like, man, we don't want to stay here. This is horrible, man. We're not feeling good about this one. Which I fully understand. Defeater's like, okay, we're going to get into the cars. We're going to do as if we never were here in the first place. Okay, we're going to forget about this entire encounter to a Stallbar because it is not fun for us whatsoever. Now, at the end, Defeater's... Satan. One-on-one versus Evil Boy.
Okay.
I haven't seen it yet.
I think the feeders are finished, if I'm not mistaken, or they might be down to just one player. Unfortunately, Undead Crow.
They left the scene.
Yeah,
they actually rotated away, so he's going to be alone. Actually, his team just abandoned him. I would feel really bad about that one, to be honest. Like, come on, it's like in Pokemon, you just leave that Pokemon that you just caught into the PC, and he's just there. You're just never going to get him out of the PC. That's Evil Boy right here, and I feel real bad. So hopefully, he's going to be able to find some positive closure to this fight very soon. But yeah, the rest of the team of Defeater, they completely left, and when they started going actually downhill. So this is very surprising that they were not able to maybe back it up. But I understand there's so many teams you just don't want to take those odds. You don't want to.
I was just going to say, like, they were one of the last teams to actually enter on towards the Stallbar scene. I get why they went there, because you weren't expecting a team to be there. Who rotates the Stallbar? Really, who rotates the Stallbar? Whether it's phase 1, phase 2, or phase 3. And through Stallbar, it's not really expected. They got caught out. They left Evil Boy on his own. I think it's the best of a bad situation for the feeders, while Undead Crow are fighting on the northeastern edge, the high ground, but it's going to be a knockdown.
Pronto from Slime 4KT. Huge, good usage of utility. You said it. The African utility is some of the best out there. The toughest. Nice little off angle. Going to be waiting. Gets a lot of hurt on his opponent of Slime 4KT. Unfortunately, not resulting in a knock as of now. And because of that, Pronto going to buy just enough time to go downhill, though. There we go. The off angles of Aliens are going to be paying off. Seeing like the Crows are going to be actually making things work really good. Good use of utility once again from Toffees. And this is not going to be looking great for the Nigerian African team. Here we go. Fully commitment. Going to go for the Bloom shot. Going to be able to find himself a one-on-one trade. And now is maybe time to put the hurt and put the final blow down onto the rest of Slime 4KT. If you do not, they're going to get himself a res and get himself back as a full team. Put an angle from Corker. The Crows may be able to just find himself the great opportunity and get himself an extra 3 kills on top of their 4 they already have initially in this game. That'll be huge, though. Tolf is going to be looking for the off angle. They're looking for the finishers, but no way he's going to be able to defend that one potentially for himself. Going to go for the jump shots. They can't find the final player. Where is he? He disappeared, but he's going to be disappearing in the afterlife, apparently, Imperium. And that's going to be the Crows to give himself an extra 3 kills on Slime 4KT.
A good push up from Slime 4KT. I really don't hate on them for that, but great defense from Undead Crow. Good attempt all around. Either way, the next circle did shift down south, so not quite that Stallbar finish that we were hoping for, but it is the Stallbar Hills, and they are tricky to play around, Max.
Clash got a compound. As long as they do not move, they're going to be having priority, though. It's a very high level of success position to be on these kind of circles. They're pretty tricky. And you know that teams could try and contest it, especially the likes of Blaze could be going for it. Onyx also. I think that there's going to be so many teams already pitting that position down on Google Maps and saying, we want to go to that location. And that's going to be ours. So we're just going to be finding the first turn to the right and making that our next compound in the future. Though the main issue here in these kind of circles in Pyramid are teams that are downhill. Whichever teams are down below, such as Fate and also Evolution, those are going to be the teams that are going to have to do the most effort to just get even the slightest bit of land to go their way.
Onyx have been playing really well in this game, by the way. I've noticed them. They took out a player from Footballers. I think they took down a player or two from Gaijin down on the southeast side. They're playing extremely solid in this game. No, sorry, not player Gaijin. I forget exactly who it was, but they did take down a player, maybe from Fate. But yeah, I've definitely been noticing they're playing pretty well as Gaijin get caught out. Nice sprays from Mohammed.
Marco still going to be here for the side of SNP. I said if they're a little bit quick on their feet to rotate, they might be good. And now they're going to be gatekeeping on the other side of the coin, unlike game number 1, where they were getting gatekept into the side of Crate and George Bowl. So I do like that improvement for sure, but it's still going to be a really hard terrain to play around. And I know that gatekeeping on the slope like this is just not going to be an easy task at hand.
No.
So Gaijin just going to try their best to move away from that position, picking up the cars, but they're just trying to delay the almost impossible to avoid is going to be taking a fight. The circle moves actually away from the compound of Clash. So this is anyone's game to take.
Max, there's only one team in the circle right now. That is Clash. SMP indeed looking to capitalize off the back of Gaijin's uncertainty, the lack of information inside the circle. I believe there's just one player left standing on the edge of this western side of Stallbar. Marco's going to fire on in. He's going to get knocked down, though. Mishi, indeed, confirms 1 up, and he keeps his dream alive.
Yeah, Marco just got fired up after that one. Very unfortunately, still down to 1. It's not going to be fun for the side of SAKR, though. Still going to give it a fair good shot. Potentially a little bit of third party from down below. He's just going to have to keep him on the move. And now good spray from down below. Mishi makes it work out for Gaijin. What an upset in that fight for sure, despite SNP being the gatekeepers of the Northwest. And now we said it. We talked about this circle especially. No one is central. And on these circles, if you go center, you're going to be the main clan of the party. You don't want to play there. You want to play edge and try and decimate as many teams on the outskirts as humanly possible. As we said already in Pure, this is a horrible circle to play with. This is not fun by any stretch of the imagination. As OMC and M249, that could be a little bit of a decisive factor coming into this late game circle.
Nice awareness, nice awareness. The smoke is thrown out. He's going to look for the revive. That's a great flank coming out from the side of Onyx. The circle on phase 5 has shifted away over onto the west side, so they need to close out this fight as quickly as possible.
Oh, wait. Oh, that was actually a lot of bullets actually connecting with the M249 for that kind of range. That was an insane attempt, but unfortunately, not close enough. No cigar, so it's not going to be the end. That's going to be Team Big out in 12th position. 11 teams still up and remaining, but we know that by having 33 players still up, not a lot of these teams are still up as a 4-man squad, which there is actually a team I see on the minimap that went dead center, which is very... Is that Fate? Is that Fate? No way. That is insane if that's actually Fate into that position. I would not expect them to go so central. It's such a hard position to hold on to, but they gave it their best shot, so fair enough. And now everyone is just going to be sending it into the circle and Pyramid in the cars. It's an all-hell finish. But only a few will be able to make it alive from this phase 5 at least. This is not great to see so many teams die this early onto the game, but the circle and the terrain makes it so. Footballists also down southwest, they're going to have to try their best, but man, yeah, it's going to be Fate dead center. And the circle keeps going hardship down south. Oh no, this is so hard for the teams up north, Imperium.
It's so hard. This is unbelievably difficult. Players are going to lose another player. They have one left in the blue. It's going to be Evolution that's going to definitely benefit from that circle shift down south, while Footballers with that AKM on that 4X puts a pressure on the teams around them.
Yeah, Fate, though, the low ground, the only time they can really survive these kind of central positions is with good usage of utility, especially the smokes, which seems like is going to be kind of increasing the expiry date for some time. Is that going to be long enough? Not too sure about that one. That is for sure, homie. Zemia Assassin's still going to be putting a toll on this team. GSMC, they also got to go for the res. So everyone's just trying to buy as much time as possible. They don't want to fully commit and full send it just yet, because they know that this central position, especially up north, is fully contested. You need to clear as many teams as possible before you even just fathom about the idea of rotating with a car, or even just full sending it by foot. So here is going to be an absolute fiesta when it comes down to kills.
You have to take a step-by-step, foot-by-foot, shot-by-shot, bullet-by-bullet if you're going to enter these circles without suffering either casualty or the death of your team in total. Middle Eastern Assassins did take a little bit of time to push down, but now that they found a player of GSMC, and they get the knockdown, Max.
That's it. See you later. Respect. That was a nice attempt for them, but this is going to be it. Every single time they see an opportunity, just going to full send it onto a team, commit, eliminate them, and then go on to the next engage. Though football is still down to 2. The ROM died very early on into this game. Soke, the IGL, and also Lux are still going to be good to go, though can they get the res on their teammate? I think that on that position, especially on the roads, is not going to be an easy thing to achieve unless they use some smokes. We could be seeing some good outcomes coming out from the boys of footballists from Turkey, but now the circle, the blue zone is going to be wrapping around all of these guys. MEA is going to be actually losing their last player. Fate also. So apparently going central was not the play for those guys, as GSMC are still going to be up and going in this position, contesting all of the north away. They're going to be having a few of their players actually get knocked it down to 1. Gaijin also lose their life. We were 10 teams just literally 30 seconds ago, and now we're down to 5. 50%. We just got Thanos snap into this one.
Blink and you'll miss it, my friend. Blink and you will miss it. Clash are still alive as well. They currently have five kills on the board, but down they go. Evolution clean them up. Are they going to get the 2 chicken dinners in the 2 Erangel games?
It feels like it. They're going to do exactly what happened in the MEO Finals East. One team taking themselves to 2 first chicken dinners on this map. Under Crow also going to be taking the L out in 3rd. And it's going to be Footballist versus Evolution. Though, it's going to be a nice 3v1. Soke, we've seen this guy many times in the PMGC. It doesn't matter how many players going up against, can still take it for himself. Unfortunately, that shot is not going to be connecting to close it off. And this will be back-to-back chicken dinners for Evolution on this good old fancy map of Erangel Imperium. Talk about consistency. Evolution will always deliver when it comes down to it.
They're evolving. They are evolving. Indeed, a well-deserved chicken dinner. A little bit of circle look on what was a crazy game around the Stalbar Mountain. Football is finishing second with 3 kills. Sam, that game was massively hectic.
Massively hectic. So much to talk about. Evolution, of course, taking it. I'd be worried now if I were the other teams. We have 3 Erangels. They've won 2 chicken dinners on 2 of them. You don't want them to get a 3rd chicken dinner because of where they sit on the points. But let's just get right back into the game right from the beginning. Max, what did you think of that circle?
I was heavily intrigued. I was like, okay, we may going to have a stopper finish. Didn't quite go that way, but it was still very fun circle, and it was putting a lot of these teams under pressure, like kind of challenges the ideals as to, do you want to go central circle? Normally it's really good, but on the slope finish like that, it's not great. And we saw many teams struggle to hold on to that position. GSMC had a hard time. MEA Assassins, Fate, they all tried to, okay, all the teams are playing edge. If we go central, it might work out. Unfortunately, they all had the same idea. So they all took a fight versus each other, kind of denied each other that position, and caused their demise at the very end of the road. So it's just a circle where you want to try and delay these fights as much as possible. And because Evolution and Footballist, there were 2 teams down south that normally were not going to be in the best of positions from the very start, they could allow themselves to delay these fights as much as possible with cars, rocks, trees, just to make sure they don't get involved. And by doing so, you have the man advantage later on, and you can try and secure the game for yourself, which is exactly what Evolution did to secure this second game on Erangel.
And Sam, have you ever seen in a competitive game of even PUBG PC or PUBG Mobile, 4 teams on top of Stalbar? Like, that's unprecedented in my eyes.
I've never seen that. I was kind of surprised and was thinking, what is going on? Because that was my thing. I was like, oh, it was quite quiet in the beginning again. You start getting into that momentum where you're chilling out a little bit in your chair while you're watching, and then suddenly you're like, wait, what is that? What is happening? Yeah, that's kind of how I felt in that game. I do think now we need to start watching. I mean, Evolution obviously has the 2 chicken dinners, but for me, the team that maybe we need to start looking at as a contender is Footballist, because when it comes to consistency, they have placed in the top 3 every single game, Imperium.
Yeah, they have been able to extract the best of difficult situations on all 3 games is what they've been able to do. Game 1 was a lot easier because they did get a strong amount of kill points. But game 2 and game 3, it's not like they were sitting pretty in the circle. It's not like they had a comfortable entry point across phase 3, phase 4. Hell, they lost a player early on, right, Sam? So, still being able to get that second, get that third, that is good. I would like to see, that massive chicken dinner from them. But considering these 3 games have been quite wild, they're looking good.
It is a little bit wild. And I mean, another team that I want to draw everyone's attention to, Max, is Undead Crows. You can see that they've got the MVP there. We saw them play a really good defense against Slime, a sort of mid-game, then making it through to third place. I was quite impressed with them watching them play. I think they did a really good job. What did you think?
I really enjoyed it too. I'm really surprised that we haven't seen much of Undead Crow until now, actually. The first 2 games, they were very silent. And I think that when you have an explosive game like that, especially on that fight you just mentioned on Slime 4KT, I think was a really good showcase of aggressiveness. Maybe it took a little bit too long to set up, but at the end they were able to come out on top, so it was still really big. But I want to see them continuously play like this, and if they do so, I think we could see them potentially make it very, very far in this event, as we're about to we now hit the 50% mark. But checking out the kill damage ratios here, we're going to be having actually a few nice teams coming on through, especially I'm looking at Onyx. Pretty low, but man, 8 kills and 1,200 damage. That is really good when you went out in that game so early on.
I think that the 8 kills, again, that just comes out. You want those kill points, and when you're halfway through 50% of the competition, you got 3 maps left. Even if you're getting knocked out early, you want to make sure that you go down with a point or two. 8 points, no one's going to be unhappy about that. But I'd also like, if you take a look at Undead Crow as well, 9 kills, Evolution 8. This is good. This is good for these teams, because if they want to close the gap, and as I say that, there we go. If you want to close the gap, that's what you have to do, Imperium.
Exactly. You have to be able to get those mix of kill points and placing points. And the circles that we saw in that game, there was so little guarantee of getting a good placement result. So you have to switch up your strategy. You have to switch up your play style. And I noted Onyx were looking good throughout that game, to be fair. We didn't see much of them, but I was looking on the kill feed. I was keeping an eye on things. And yeah, I'm not surprised that they got 8 kills in the last game. 9 points in total for that third game. It's not bad. Suppose they still need to do more.
They still need to do more. Break down that last fight for me, because Max explained it quite well. The Thanos snap, where at the end there, we kind of just saw the absolute chaos. Before we do that, though, let's actually just look at these overall standings now, because there is a little bit of a change-up that begins.
Yeah, Evolution overtaking the side of Clash finally after that one, so they're going to be up to 59 points. We saw a 100-pointer coming into the last week East Finals, so it would be really nice to see another 100-point bomb come into this one after 6 games. It would be a pretty good standout opportunity for a lot of these squads involved. But yeah, Clash not able to really do as much this last game, able to still secure himself a few positioning points and kills along the way, not as standout as you were expecting after that second game on Sanhok. But Evolution, there you go. Consistency is key, even in short-term formats. And getting yourself 2 chicken dinners, especially 45 points in terms of positioning alone. And the chicken dinner here is worth 20 points total. Getting those wins really does make the difference, and it's proven it that now they currently was 59. It's still not far away. They can still be contested by teams down below, but there's going to be teams, especially if you're below top 8, that's where things are going to start to get very, very dicey for you.
And fun little fact for you, the top 4, the gap between the top 4 is the exact same after the third game as it was after the second game. We just see a switch up of positions.
It's very, very close. All of these teams have an opportunity now. I think this is going to come down to the last game, because you can just see how close it is. The overtaking happening throughout these standings. I know we were going to talk a little bit about the last game. So if you can wrap it up really fast, Imperium, because I do believe we're getting ready to jump into our 4th map. But walk me through the Thanos snap. How did that fight go down?
It's kind of, again, that kind of the damn walls being broken and the floodgates just coming through, and it was that extraction point when the circle continued to kind of center up and teams were playing on the edge. The north edge was incredibly difficult because it was high ground. The eastern edge, where it shifted away, there's 3 or 4 teams hovering around the edge, and as teams tried to be bold and brass, it was just crazy. Honestly, like, I would have to watch every single second from 4 different perspectives to really kind of break down that Thanos snap moment. It was just a natural, it was kind of like the natural selection of things, where the teams that were in a little bit of a better position, like Evolution, like kind of footballers overall, and even Clash a little bit, ended up surviving for longer against that Thanos snap.
Max, what are you expecting on Miramar? Obviously, the first time we're seeing that map today, and the only time we get to see it. What do you think we're going to see from the teams?
Well, it depends already if we had interesting circles. We had already very interesting circles on the two Erangel games we had so far today. So, you know what? We can say we can expect anything we want, but if we have a weird circle like that, it's really hard to kind of set expectations. But as the base standard goes for Miramar, scouting, rotations, going to be key as always. Wait for Circle 2 to pop, Circle 3 potentially, because those on Miramar tend to be the circles that are the most telling about what kind of terrain and what playstyle you need to adapt to. So I think that very early on, teams should be taking a very, very slow, even more slow than what we've seen so far in these two Erangel games. And then just slowly try and aim for good positions, especially when you play on Miramar. You've got to aim for those high ground hill top positions and also for the compounds. As long as you just take it very safe early on, you're going to be good. And the late game is going to be remaining pretty redundant. Also, it's very similar to what we've seen on the likes of Erangel. It just depends on the terrain. But it is, once again, as I just said, mainly to put it very shortly, down to rotations. If you rotate good, you should be in a good position later on.
Imperium, you've seen a lot of these teams, you've casted a lot of these teams, you've casted a lot of these players. How do you think they'll fare on Miramar? Which are the teams that you think will rise to the top?
I'm not just saying this because they're looking pretty good, but in the overall standings, but Clash and Footballers, I'm expecting to shine on Miramar, followed quite closely from Blaze in a couple of the scrims in which I did cast leading up to this for these Western teams. Blaze looked considerably stronger in Miramar than they did in other maps. And to be fair, after 3 games, they've really underperformed, like massively underperformed. And I say that as somebody that wants to see them succeed, they really need to step it up. I know their team is they have a Savian who's like a fresher, newer talent with a lot of potential, but that doesn't deny that they are still underperforming in these 3 games. So hopefully they can kickstart the second half in this Miramar game.
I'm really surprised. You didn't mention Evolution, so I'm just wondering why.
Just because I haven't seen enough of them in Miramar to make that judgment. Yes, Kanina Power, who Gonzo normally plays for, they're very strong on Miramar, but that's technically only one player. IGLing, being able to dictate for this Evolution team, yes, but I didn't want to be presumptuous with it. I wanted to be, fairly honest, right, Max, in terms of if I think, I'm not saying they're going to perform badly by not mentioning them, but I just don't think they're going to be a highlighted team.
I don't think there's nothing wrong with not mentioning them. They didn't perform on Sanhok. We could argue that so far they've only really performed on one map. So maybe we do need to look at the likes of Clash and Footballers who have been consistent on all 3. But I had to ask some tough questions, it's midway through. You got to wake your brain up. Just make sure you're still there.
Like being grilled, but that's, to be fair, on a random side note, that's what I love. It's like you genuinely ask some really cool, tough questions where it does make me think a lot more as an analyst, and it really, I think it adds a lot of great perspective. Anyway, I'll shut up now.
That was him being nice because he was like, please stop doing that. Just ask Max. So we will. No, Max, which were the teams from your side? I mean, are you agreeing with Imperium? Are those sort of the teams that you think are going to continue to consistently perform? Or do you think we might see a surprise on Miramar?
I think we might have a surprise, especially after I'm going to be talking out of experience here because from African PMCO, one team that I've seen that do actually pretty good on it, and the reason why they qualified first out of the entire African region was Slime 4KT. And I think that this is one of their best maps. And I think that they've been doing okay so far. They are standing on 6th position with 27 points. It's around a 10-point average, a little bit lower than 10-point average. So they still require a little bit more than that. So I would like to see Slime show to me why they qualified for the African PMCO, and it was mainly down to Miramar. I think that if they can get chicken dinner, this is the map where I think that there's the bigger chances of happening. But not only them, also Team Onyx. Team Onyx, last game, a lot of points in terms of kills. After that one, what do? You go for extra positioning points. So I want to see Team Onyx also rise and step up to the occasion for this one, because it's still, top 7 is still in a position where you can make it to top 1. It's okay. It's not over by any stretch of the imagination. It's starting to have that little extra sense of urgency that you need to get those decent points now. Otherwise, you might be starting to get more and more irrelevant as time goes on.
How much do you think that urgency plays a role? I mean, I'm quite a fan of the mental game. So understanding that a lot of these players, I think it's very easy for us to watch and to talk about how they perform, but we forget the pressure that they're on mentally. That urgency can basically make or break a team, because sometimes the urgency feeds them and they go in and perform, and sometimes it causes them to break. You know a lot of these teams, Max. You've seen them a few times. Do you think most of them thrive under that pressure?
There's literally, it depends of the style and also the mentality of a lot of these players and teams. Some players are just like, okay, we're under pressure, but it's normal. It's to be expected when you are playing on some of the biggest international tournaments of PUBG Mobile esports. But other teams are just, we said it, this is for a lot of these teams their first international experience, and you're coming into this thinking, well, we are in a spot that's not great. Oh, we need to go for kills. And sometimes when you are stressed out, when you are not sure of what you should be doing, that's when bad decisions come through. And bad decisions, as we know, Imperium are most of the time going to be the things that cause you so many threats, so many issues coming into these games. But not only that, not only bad decision making. And I think that the worst thing you could do in any game, especially in PUBG Mobile, is indecision. And I think that when you are far behind, you keep questioning yourself, oh, should we do this? Should we do this? Oh, wait, what's the best option? And by doing so, you just don't do anything at the end. And you're just like, well, we didn't do anything, so we died to blue zone. So it's just you're expecting these teams to hopefully be able to think clearly, calmly, even if they're behind. And that is the sign in my eyes, at least for a competitively ready esports team for PUBG Mobile.
Imperium, you've chatted to a lot of the teams. I mean, off the back of what Max said, this also comes down to preparation, right? If you do your prep, if you know what your plan is, if you've practiced your rotations in pressure situations, maybe you're going to feel a little bit more confident.
Yeah, definitely. If you put the backbone of work behind you in terms of information, rotation patterns of the opponents, drop spots of the opponents, there's a much higher chance you're not going to get surprised. And when you don't get surprised, it allows you to feel more in control. And when you feel more in control, it's like in your head, things automatically slow down and you're able to make a cleaner decision. So that's going to be very important for the teams who have done their research. And with that research, it allows you to also keep yourself up as a full squad. Miramar is the one map where you really, really do not want to lose a player in the early game at all. Because with how vast Miramar is as a map, how big those open terrains are, how high those mountains can be, you lose a player, you lose that level of control, you lose that pair of eyes, and that makes things so much more difficult coming into phase 3, 4 onwards.
It is the psychoanalysis desk now. We're going to analyze the players. We're waiting for a bunch of them to connect. Of course, there are players connecting from around the world. That is why we have this delay, and we do apologize, but we just want to make sure everyone is in the server ready to go. So we'll just discuss big match temperaments, the psychological space of our players that we probably don't know. But it's fun. It's fun to kind of throw this all out. Do you think as well that certain players just perform better because they prefer different maps, Max? I mean, I know I have a favorite map. Do you think it's for them that also plays a role?
I think we just always evolution. Back-to-back win on Erangel, you're always going to have that one favorite map. I remember especially back in the day when we were doing PMWL, Imperium, we had Bigatron. They would always perform really good on Vikendi. That was their map of predilection. They would always do really good. I think it's completely normal to have a favorite map, but it's not because you're good on a specific map that you should forget about the others. I think that's the main issue, especially. You got teams like, okay, this is our speciality. We're going to do good on that map. The thing is if you get 10-pointer, 15-pointer, 20-pointer in one map that you're really good at, and then the other maps you just underperform completely, then I think it goes without saying you're not going to do good in it. Especially when you have like 50% of your games being Erangel, like now, it's not going to be the fun time to go. So I think that it is okay to have a favorite map, but it's not because you have a favorite map that you must forget about it. Like me, my parents had a favorite child. It was my sister, and they forgot about me. You should not do that. That's what I'm trying to say. Don't do that, okay?
I mean, this is interesting because a couple of years ago, like I'd say about 2 years ago, there were certain teams, maybe not necessarily PUBG Mobile, but I know PUBG PC, where you knew that if they were playing on a certain map, they'd perform very well, and the rest of the time you wouldn't see them. So you knew exactly what was coming with that particular team. But I do think Imperium, it's changed now. Teams are far more consistent. They understand that it doesn't matter what map you're landing on. You do actually just need to perform no matter what.
Yeah, and especially when kind of Vikendi was removed from the competitive circuit 3-4 plus months ago, it allowed the teams to really focus on learning more about the other maps, becoming more comfortable, consistent, and in control on those other maps, knowing every single dip, every single position, every single area of terrain on those maps. More scrims were played on the 3 maps that are now currently in competitive. So there's more experience being utilized. So yeah, I do believe it's a lot closer. Yes, some teams will be stronger, but at the end of the day, it is a lot closer.
Let's draw our attention back now. We are getting ready to go to Miramar halfway through the competition. When we take a look at the top, very, very close for all of these teams. This is what it comes down to now. Obviously, you're in the second half of the competition. If you don't perform on Miramar, it's very difficult to get it back in the last 2 games, Max.
It's going to be a really interesting one, but here we go back onto the studio once again. Man, it feels really nice to see this one. I feel like in a good old episode of anime, it's just going to be into those isekais and you actually sucked into it. And like, there you go, we're part of the background here. It looks good. Love to see it. Like, I can say I visited Istanbul. Well, not really, but technically I can say it still. I'm going to be sending out, potentially adding it to my good old map of the globe. Talking about this one, actually. Look at that. There you go.
Look
OP
at
region
that.
Europe. I did a lot of arts and crafts before. Okay, I had to use it eventually, even though it was not the best. Okay, I had to give it a shot eventually. And Imperium, stop sighing at me. Okay, I know you do not like my art, Imperium. Okay, I'm trying things. I'm trying to get out of the usual trend. Okay, Imperium?
I like the way Max was like, oh no, I've had this forever. I do arts and crafts. We know that you spent the whole week making that just for today, Max. You don't have to lie to us. We're all friends here. But you don't have to answer that either because we're going to Miramar now. So I'm going to leave you, Max, Imperium. Let's drop in.
Thank you very much, Sam. She just had to put me on the spot like that. But you know what? That's okay. We're going to be putting now the game onto the spot for Miramar Imperium. Expectations coming to this one. I would like to see some glider plays. I haven't seen any, unfortunately, but you know what? That's okay. Hopefully one day we'll see some glider plays coming on through. But as of right now, as I said, I would like to see Slime 4K team. What would be the team that you are maybe expecting to be good because of how they've been able to rotate so far in these games?
I suppose that's a good question. Because of how some of the craziness around the circles, I don't want to mention any team specifically, right? I would like some normal circles on phase 1, 2, 3, 4, like very centralized, run of the mill, covers a lot of the strong terrain between Chumisera up past San Martin. So yeah, because of how crazy the first 3 games have been, I don't think there's one single team that's being pinpointed. The reason why I mentioned Clash and Football List when Sam asked a similar question is because their adaptability throughout the first 3 games, and adaptability in Miramar is a little bit more important than you might think, because with the way the circles can shift, you can find yourself in a massive pinch of a situation on the high ground out in the open, and having that adaptability around how you spread out in these areas of Miramar is so important.
Talking about split, actually, I think that we have seen a lot of success from that coming out from the international teams, PMWL, PMGCs. Splits are very important. We said on Sanhok, you want to try and stay together as a team because you never know what's around the corner. If you want to play split, go for 2-2 splits. We even see some big 4-man splits happen. Even I do not personally recommend them. It is an okay strat to go towards. But I think that the more ground you cover, the more information you're going to be getting and coming your way. And also the chance of being able to change your main holding ground. If you got 2 positions under control, you have a big hard shift. One of your compounds in the circle, the other one isn't. Boom, instantly send the entire team forward. So I think that having different positions under control is okay, as long as your communication's on point. As long as you realize, okay, this is a good position, this is a good opportunity, we should go here. As long as that comes on through and you know exactly what you're going towards, you should be fine. But I do believe that playing split on Miramar is not only a good thing to do, I think it's a must to make sure to give as many chances on your side as possible to maybe come out successfully in the first game.
Yeah, you're dead right. And, with the splits as well, split dropping is also probably quite viable in Miramar. A little bit risky if you're not fully aware of all the teams in the lobby, but for the most part, again, even though I say you don't want to lose a player early on, split drops in Miramar allows you to automatically play around the circle shifts and, have that one player that's maybe already inside phase 1, the anchor point, the other 3 players join suit, and then you position more strongly into phase 1. So split dropping, I'd like to see 1 or 2 of the teams utilize that.
Yeah, I think the overall, the main thing is also knowing the car spawns. As long as you know the car spawns and you know where you're going to be going to, you should be completely fine. But car spawns are going to be very important to get around the harsh terrain of Miramar. Though, here we go. Match number 4 is now going to be underway, Imperium, and we're going to be making it to the desert map. See what we're going to be dealing with. You said it. Island finishes would be pretty fun. I would like to see what happened today. That'll be my good old dream of Miramar to make it fun for me. But as you know, my dreams never become reality. And that is the sad reality of life on that one. Though this point path, it is a very good reality, as it's going to be right down the middle. Perfectly awesome. Done down like it's a cake. I am feeling damn good about this one. By the way, Imperium, are you a cake? That's the question. Are you a cake?
I am a snack.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not. Cake snacks, no, they're not like people that call cake snacks. I'm sorry, but like, bro, no, that's,
but
that's not.
it's snack with like CCC rather than snack with SNA.
Oh, you're those kind of people. You're that kind.
That's
okay, you're that.
Yeah.
Breed of person. Okay, Imperium. I guess I'll just unfollow you on Twitter.
Says the weeb over here. Seriously.
Yeah, but in this social climate, Imperium, being a weeb is socially accepted. Okay, so I'm allowed to exist. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm
for now.
Okay,
for
Sam
now.
says no. Apparently, okay, we're gonna send the weeb army
Sam
forward.
Says no. Yeah.
Ah, damn. I feel very low representation coming into this tournament, but that's okay. Though I saw myself one compound was going to be really fun. Picardo. My favorite compound personally into this one is dead center, good car spawns, good loot, and also easy access to so many positions. I believe it was Fate that dropped there with another team also, so they're going to be on top of each other. There we go. We got Fate and Blaze. Though very similarly to the likes of Yasnai Poliana on Erangel, it's a pretty big compound. If a team occupies the North Arena and another team occupies the apartment of South, you don't really have to take that fight. It's just you got to be very passive and respectful as to when you decide to rotate away. And if these two teams do so, we shouldn't have, hopefully, too many issues coming into this first circle.
Talking about the first circle, it spawned up. It complemented the playing path pretty well. It is a bit on the northeast, a tiny bit of the kind of eastern waters in play. But for the most part, this is a good start to Miramar game. A little bit normal, a little bit more calm, and hopefully will allow these teams to play more fluid coming into the rotations of phase 1.
Ooh.
Do you see a fight breaking out between Middle Eastern Assassins and Defy? For the most part, and Kesh does kick off this fight against Fate with a knock on the Ragnarok.
Yeah, I know in Blaze, especially the moment they get one knock, they're going to try and turn into an entire squad wipe.
Okay.
And that's going to be it. Talking about squad wipes, there you go. 4 kills right away from Defy. That was very early. Completely unexpected on my end of things. But you know what? I think they're playing unexpectedly is also going to be a good thing. Though, Fate are going to get pushed up. Nade almost going to be able to find himself Lathe. It seemed like he will be able to not only keep himself up and going, he might be able to also get his teammate back on his feet. But this is going to be a full-on commitment from Blaze. Looking to take an early 4 kills. Nice. They need to do so if they want to catch up in the overall standings. Really good off angle coming out. That's going to be down to 2. Lathe and Reef. Though the res did come on through onto Ragnarok, so it's going to be up as a 3-man crew. But Edad did get confirmed out of this lobby. Now Blaze are going to fully commit to it. Guns blazing. Didn't have time to heal up, and he knows, unfortunately, that first ache is going to be cancelled. And because of that, literally 1 bullet or 2 will be enough to take down a toll on him. And he's going to be actually burning down. Great Molotov coming out from Ketch. And now they're just going to be turning the tides heavily in their favor. Now it's a 4v2 for Blaze. They are feeling great in this initial engage.
So good from Blaze. This is exactly what they need. This is exactly what they need in this game, in this whole Red Bull M.E.O. Season 3. The confidence to push onto a team. And now Tron's going to be up on towards the roofline. You know, a knockdown on the Harif leaves with just 1 player left standing.
Gets it done. Feels nice, man. Though Defy, they're going to get pushed on eventually. Also, they're going to have 5 kills, but it seems like they're going to be encountering another opponent that's going to be Defeaters. Not going to be a fun encounter whatsoever. But yeah, Blaze did get themselves the squad wipe into this one. That's going to be Fate eliminated of the entire lobby. So, man, we were expecting this to be as passive as Erangel, but man, already 2 teams eliminated. Like, we good? Are we? Is this Sanhok again? Like, we switched over? What's going on?
Ooh, good grenade coming out from Javid of Defy. Didn't fully connect on the holes, but definitely tickled them quite nicely to reposition Halls a bit, not on being thrown out. Although Defy have lost a player, seems like they're definitely not afraid to continue on this fight. 3 teams on a side note dropped in this area. Defy, Defeaters, and Middle Eastern Assassins. We've lost 1. We're now left with 2.
Exactly, and Defy, they are maybe looking to try and take the toll onto Defeaters. Defeaters down to 2 as we talk about it. Holes and also Nacho. Holes, a lot of experience, was number 1 into the PMCOs, also coming in hot into the EMEA League. So this guy has a lot of international competitive experience. Will there be enough, though, to take down the likes of... You guys, not too sure. It's going to be a pretty big one at the end of the day, because you're in a position here that's really strong into the circle. It's right down south of Torre Omada. Whichever team comes out on top is going to have access to all of this loot, which you should easily get tier 3'd on your helmets and also your vest pretty damn easily after this. So, yeah, whichever team comes out on top here, I'm going to say is going to be set up for success, at least for this first phase. It's still going to be still a long way to go at the end of the day. As now we have 2 kills eliminated, 2 teams eliminated in Pyramid. I hope we're going to go to a more passive state. I say that, I don't know if I'm going to believe myself, because this has been upset, not even upset, just unexpected run of events after unexpected run of events throughout the entirety of today. It's been such a weird day.
It has been such a weird day. I would say in Miramar, it is a little bit prone to kind of this city fights when teams aren't super familiar with each other. I definitely wasn't surprised with 2 teams dropping in Picado. A little bit more surprised with 3 in Cruz de Val. Cruz de Val isn't normally a heavily contested train in this Miramar map. And now we see Slime 4KD being put under pressure by Onyx.
Oh, everyone's going to be cooking a nade. That one looks pretty good. It was cooked well, actually, for the other side, but... Thanks, where's the rest of your team? Unfortunately, you guys are stranded there as a 2-man squad. There's going to be an off angle. You can see on the minimap top right, there's going to be a little bit of an off angle that's going to be held down by Team Onyx. So it's going to be forcing them deeper and deeper inside of this compound, not able to escape. Good flashbang coming on through, not going to be doing too much, as they did not pull the trigger at the exact same time. Talking about pulling triggers, mollies, grenades, going to be coming on through, back and forth between these 2 teams. As we head on back towards Defy, taking out 5 versus Defeaters. Going to have the off angle for a few seconds, taking the spray through the smoke. Unfortunately, nothing's going to be coming out of it as the time being. So a little bit of a stalemate between these 2 teams as they're looking to try and find a better way to engage. But Defy, despite having the man advantage, they're not making full use of it, which is a little bit surprising to me. The nade comes on through, and that's going to be amazing. Pronto and Fex both lose their life. 2 easy kills going away of Onyx. That is exactly what we want to see off the back of that last game.
Onyx finding their feet, finding their confidence, finding their mojo over the last game and a half. Now Defy, who've been able to pick up a couple of kills so far. Actually, 6 in total for Defy. Can they get 2 more with that and the squad wipe onto the Defeaters and really help them in the overall standings? A nice knockdown coming through from Halls.
Oh, that's going to be another trade-off coming on through. Get himself 6 kills so far. I'm going to say Defy not really using the man advantage. As I mentioned, that was the main issue I had with how they were pushing this one. They knew that 2 players were out of position, push as a 3v1, then go on to another 3v1 after you got the res, and you'll be set up for success. Though now both teams, both remaining players, going to try and go for the res on their fallen teammate. Defeaters down below. They're going to get Nacho back up on his feet. Same for also Cortez, going to get rested up by Partizan very soon. We seem like he's going to go for the push instead. He took so much time to go for it. He picks himself one place we need, but no, he's so low and it's not going to work out. Nacho of Defeaters gets the kill, gets the squad wipe, and Defy, I got to say, that was in my eyes a big misplay. You could have used a man advantage, but you just never decided to do so.
And that little bit of hesitation, right? Thrown in smoke, I like the idea, but time wasted. Indecision. 4, 5, 6, 7 indecision, and that went against some great play by Defeaters. Let's be fair, Halls did an absolutely fantastic job of evening things out across the board. Got the revive on the Nacho. He was straight on the mark with that, and it ended up going towards him. But now the blue zone is more than halfway through closing in. Teams are indeed starting to rotate. We see Big Easy, the Lithuanian representatives, looking very nice outside of Hacienda del Poton. Have open fields around them. They're able to get a lot of information. Don't laugh at my terrible Spanish accent.
Wait, can you say it again? Can you say the compound? Can you say the compound name again, Imperial? Just for me.
Hacienda del Poton.
Hacienda
Hey,
del
man.
Patron. There you go. Got to roll the R's,
Oh,
man. I'm
patron,
French. I can do
patron.
those very easily.
I can't.
Hacienda del-
I can't see.
Or you just do like all other PUBG casters and just call it Hacienda. Like that, you just don't have to go through the Del Patron moment, and you'll be good,
Yeah,
man.
but I like it. I feel fancier, bro.
Yeah, I don't like when you say though. Don't say it.
Sorry, I'm not all multilinguistical
Man.
like you.
I didn't know
Oh.
until now that compounds could feeling, but I think that after that, I think they can feel hatred. That's for sure. Though SNG, they're going to be SMP, they're going to be on the move. Finally, also seem like that they have been improving throughout today. Imperium, I do have to say, a lot quick on their feet,
little bit.
a lot faster at going for points of interest. So I am enjoying that a lot coming out from them. Though Circle is about to pop phase 2.
Boom, boom,
Where are
boom.
going to be taking us? I would like to see it go towards La Bandita. La Bandita is a very
Same here.
unusual circle. It happens from time to time, so some teams might have experience on it, especially the likes of Footballist. They play that circle quite a few times in the international events. The circle goes
bad.
back down southwest. Los Lunes, though, it is not viable. Do not go there. If I see any teams go there, I'm going to get really, really mad.
Only if you want to the very, 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 very north tip of Los Leones. That's the only part of Los Leones
Or the
I would
hilltops.
recommend. Yeah, like the hilltops, like the
Okay,
very,
yeah.
very, very north tip. But
I don't count
you're
it as
dead right.
in
I
that.
agree.
It's just like the outskirts of it.
Yeah, exactly. But not a bad circle shift on phase 2. To be fair, Max, it still includes La Bandita. It still includes Minas Generales. It just gives it makes it a little bit of an easier job for the likes of Evolution to enter a circle, and does put a tiny bit more pressure on the teams that are around the northeastern side of this phase 2.
Yeah, still not going to be a bad circle by any stretch of the imagination. It's still a lot more usual. It's very typical from what we see on this map of Miramar. So teams are going to be having quite a lot of experience with this one, especially. But except for the Los Lunes part, I think that we should be seeing that getting avoided in some way, shape, or form, unless you want to go for the outskirts, as Imperium just said. Other than that, this is going to be teams that are not going to have to move too much, really, when it comes down to it. I mean, you've already got 2 team squad wipeouts up in the northern side, so at MCES, they're going to be set. They're like, okay, 2 teams died until the top side, man. We can easily enter the circle, and even potentially wrap around the likes of El Azahar or Impala if you want to enter through the southeast, which that is also a possibility to come on through, is just wrap around and enter through unusual positions, because let's not forget the circle is from down southwest to northeast. So that means that if you want to enter through the east or the south of the circle, that's where you have the biggest odds of avoiding any kind of interaction early on.
Fair. Oh man, the fact also that we're down to 47 players already, teams will maybe be a little bit more confident with venturing a bit deeper into the unknown, because there's technically more landmass available. Undead Crow pushing back Blaze on that 2-2 spread that Undead Crow hold on to. Nicely done by Undead Crow.
Yeah, just a few shots back and forth, making sure they can keep control. And this is the part that I really like. They took shots, they gave their position away. Okay, it's not worth staying here anymore. We got a compound. And this is exactly what we brought about when we didn't even make it into the game. Being stretched, 2-2 splits, they work out. Send 2 teams forward to scout, potentially take pressure, a few kills if you are lucky on that. And if it doesn't work out, boom, instantly retreat back to your initial point of interest, which is going to be that compound. So I think that is a very usual play. That's very by the book when you play onto Miramar. And Undead Crow did it. So I want to see it coming out from a few other teams. But I am really happy because we said it. We can expect a lot from them. But now they are surely giving themselves the cards to maybe get himself a good play.
I'm curious, Max, what do you think of Footballist graveyard position so early into this game? I'm personally not a fan of it. And I'm curious on what you think.
I'm not for it, and I'm not against it. It's a very normal position when you play on Miramar, especially when there's dead center circle on the second phase. Well, not really dead center. It's somewhat central, but it's on the outskirts. It's like middle ground. It's a good spot to be in. That's what I'm trying to say. The main thing that I have an issue with this position is that I see so many teams not know how to play this spot, not know how to defend this compound. They let teams get way too close, and the moment they let teams get too close to graveyard, that's the issue. But knowing Footballists are already good at long range, I think that actually fits really well their playstyle. They just make sure that no teams get clear nearby, and as long as there no teams are in nade range, you're completely okay. So I think that it is a tricky spot, but when you have such an experienced team such as Footballists, I think they'll be fine.
Yeah, I do. I do agree with you there. I really do agree with you. And that couple of shots that Undead Crow did fire up on towards Blaze, in no way did it put pressure on Blaze. It just repositioned him a tiny bit. Blaze have still positioned quite nicely into this phase 2 while the blue zone is closing. And Clash had some absolutely massive moments in the first 3 games. Strong placement points, strong kill points. Can they repeat the same? And what is a very Picado high ground area coming into phase 3? That's a really good position, Max, because that gives them great exit potential, right? On this next shift. Whether or not it goes hard north, hard south, or I would even argue hard east, they still have a great exit potential.
It's going to be really fun to see how they're going to try and play those cards later on, though. I'm just happy to see that no one actually lost Leones. He's getting pro, meaning he's going to try and go for those shots. You're going to have to be quick on your feet to take those 2 knocks. He's just waiting. I think that this is maybe not the most valuable thing. Just let them feel comfortable, feel good, and then maybe try and strike while the iron is hot. But I think that not taking a shot is actually not a bad idea. Because now Team Big still do not know if a team's up there. And maybe they see a few picks out of place because he did go over the ledge for a second. But La Bandita, there you go. That's going to be a fun one for sure. No team is currently in there, but we could be seeing, especially Footballist or Slime 4KT, aim for that position. Talking about Footballist, Lutz is alone, dead center. But because of that information, look at that. The entire Footballist, boom, rotate instantly to join up onto Lutz. That is exactly how you play split. Footballist, that was exactly what you're expecting to come out from these guys.
And it's a little bit the same with Gaijin. They have somebody on towards the kind of northern side of Lemedito. Unfortunately, the rest of the team are kind of a little bit caught up with SMP. SMP down to 3 players. Marco is eliminated. Feels bad man indeed. It's going to be a little bit harder for them to enter that central circle position. And Slime 4KT, they're being put under pressure by Footballist.
Oh, damn it. That took... man, I just had the impression I was casting with Mustache Dave there for a second. I was like, wait, Dave? Is that you? Is that... No, it's not. Disappointed. Hey, this is Beard Dave, though. This is Bearded Dave. So we're having a level up. You're going to let it grow, right, Imperium? Tell me.
I am.
You're going to... Okay.
In the words of that Frozen song, I'm going to let it grow, let it grow. I'm going to be one with the...
You did not do a Frozen reference, Imperium, and you
yes,
just changed.
I did.
You did.
Yeah.
Imperium.
I love Frozen's a great film. It's an absolutely fantastic film. And Sam's shaking her head like, seriously?
Me too.
I'm with this guy. But no, I stand by. It's a great film.
Guys, please don't unsubscribe. I promise we're going to have some good action coming up in just a bit, okay? We're just not going to have the puns of Imperium along here. It's okay. We're here for PUBG Mobile. Imperium will be here all night, though, so that's okay. He'll be here all night for you guys. So, Evolution... Evolution also on the move down southwest. Really, I don't have an issue. This game has been very typical, except for the 2 kills, the 2 team squad wipeouts we had happen towards Cruz del Valle. Otherwise, this is very normal. There's not really much to break out. It mainly is also the circle is very telling. We know we're going to be playing with very flat terrain with a few high ground positions, and that's going to be the moment we can start fixating your playstyle, how you want to play this entire game. But MCS, they're going to find themselves one nice knock. Pushing into this open land position, looking good.
I liked. I really liked Onyx that we just saw on our screens. 1 player inside the circle here, and now it's going to be able to create like a little bit of a blanket around their opponents, and they have the anchor point in the circle, so they don't need to worry about so much about pushing in on this phase 3. They can take the fight from behind.
This could be a really good spot, actually, for MCS to steal for themselves. The value of that position as of right now is actually really strong. Though it's going to be a fight. You're going to be taken towards phase 3. There's still a lot of compounds. Is it actually worth it? Sure, you might get yourself a lot of kills, but you might lose players. You know that team advantage, especially in terms of scouting in Miramar, is very important. So you want to keep that number to an all-time high. I thought we spotted Aimer for a second here, but there we go. We're going to go back on over to the fight. Evolution going to get pushed upon. Rainbow did get knocked away. Good nade onto the car. Going to find himself Fragile. He's right. Oh, no. He saw it, man. Unfortunately, he had the nade in hand, so he couldn't take those shots. Going to try and wrap around. 1 bullet does connect. Looking for 1 more, and that's going to be all he needs to go for. He's playing a little bit of hide and seek, and he connects it eventually. Gonzo, once again, showing why he's one of the best IGLs in the European region. That's going to be only 1 kill gun their way so far. They need a bit more, nice. But he's going to be so... Oh, no, that nade. I saw it, Gonzo. Oh, okay. Don't do that, Gonzo. You scare me, dude. That is not okay.
We don't talk about it. But still, 3 players up for Evolution. They have the body advantage. Actually, no, it's a 3-on-3. My apologies. The revive came through. And now Gonzo doing what he can to flank around, get that nade over the lip of the hill, while that player of Onyx nearly gets knocked down.
Nice.
Great play by Evolution.
One of his teammates put one extremely low, and then they go for the nade from Gonzo, and that just pairs off so well. The synergy on this team is just nuts. Another angle is going to be taken down by Puncher, and this is very similar to what we saw from Clash on that Sanhok game. Create off angles, create an opening opportunity, get the advantage, and off of that, go for the full-on push, which is what Evolution did up to now. An extra bunch of kills, 2 so far in this game, looking for their 3rd to secure it. And potentially a 4th if they can take down the final player, which Team Onyx is going to be losing their life in this game. 12 teams are now going to be up and remaining. But what a game from Evolution as Mohammed, okay, just burning down to a crisp, but he should be fine. Able to res up with a few medkits. But Slime 4KT especially, they're going to be gatekeeping SNP as they're down to now 2.
Slime 4KT have held onto his position for quite a while. SNP at least responding quite... No, actually, no! No, Storm, you took yourself out! Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Oh, that's a feels bad, man. That's a Reddit moment. That's a Reddit moment for sure. Well, you know what? It happens from time to time. Clip it, send it, let's go. But it does happen from time to time. Happens to the best of us. But in such a short-term tournament, that one frag, that one nade could be unfortunately causing you to go in 1st or 2nd position if it doesn't go too well. GSMC though, Imperium, he says, oh no, not looking too good, not looking too fancy, as they're going to be contested by teams around, and they are on the. They're going to be in the blue zone in a matter of seconds, so they need to be on the move right now. And I would say those knocks, you just can't go for the res, just let them be and aim for position. That should be your main focal point at this stage.
And Gaijin had that anchor point player, remember what I said, on kind of northern side of La Bandita, and they did get slowed down by SMP at some point, but as you've gone through, I think the next phase since then, they've joined up, and that was a great level of teamwork. And really strong reactions for Gaijin to control the eastern side of this phase 4 coming into phase 5. One player left up. It was a pistol.
Yeah, but no, we're shooting as the sand. Not gonna lie, I don't like sand either. It gets everywhere in your clothes and your pants. I get it, but I don't think it's to the point where you want to shoot the sand. So maybe let it go, and he'll be okay. Though Slime 4KT still down to 1, man. This is not looking great, but a very similar circle compared to what we saw into game number 1. The last game, actually, what was in game number 1. Game number 3. Not too many teams playing central because it's very flat terrain, not outskirts of a mountain this time around. But SNP still trying their best to take down the final player of Slime 4KT. Aim is just surviving, and I've seen this guy clutch in the African PMCO so many times. This is maybe the time he's been born for. He's going to go for the push through the smokes. Not too sure where the player currently is. The nades are going to be going wild. Here you go. Push him one by one, though. SNP could be a little bit cleaner. And he's going to be overwhelmed by the sheer power output coming out from Sniper. And that's going to be it for 4KT as they get eliminated in 12.
Great 2-man push, but now SMP have to push into the circle. Has centered out quite nicely. Clash being gifted along with Blaze. The last player big is kind of just last 2 players big are outside the circle. Going to try and find a way in. And Undead Crow has the anchor point, but if the rest of the team don't join up, footballers are going to get there first, maybe Evolution, and that will be an opportunity wasted for Undead Crow.
Will Evolution be able to make the 3 chicken dinners out of 6 games dream happen? I mean, so far, they're in a good spot to do so. Just going to have a little bit of open land to go through, and they're going to be contested by MCES as they try and move away from this spot. So it is not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination, but if one team can do it, it's definitely going to be Evolution under the guidance of Gonzo. But Clash also, you know how good they are when they have a high ground position, when they are given such a strong spot. Clash also might be going for their second chicken dinner into this one. That means that really, if they take the win here, we would be 4 games in and only 2 teams would have won a chicken dinner, which is insane in my mind.
It is insane, but there's, to be fair, those multiple teams around them that have gotten some really strong results. So standings are still fairly close across the board as Clash take your shots on the footballers.
Yeah, MZ not going to be able to make it happen just yet, though. The knock will be a later occurrence, though. He's got to look behind. Not looking too amazing. SNP have to keep on moving step by step. Unfortunately, that car is not going to be in working conditions anymore, so they're going to have to abandon ship completely, as those shots are just so easy for MZ. He is just smurfing on this lobby when it comes down to his firepower. Almost looking for a second. The card has exploded. Not going to be enough. He's going to be putting him down to about 10 HP. Going to be able to heal up slow with the blue zone Imperium. The blue zone. That's going to be it for SMP. I'm pretty sure the blue zone was just too much for them to deal with.
Indeed. SMP are down on football if they've been able to avoid Clash, but now they have Gaijin, and Gaijin being a little bit slow to the point where footballers have been able to wrap around, and they are technically gatekeeping them, but that's a beautiful Molotov from Gaijin. Solka, you're burning too crisp.
Yeah, he's going to be able to tank it up just fine and heal up before he goes for the future push. But here you go, Blaze also going to be the gatekeepers of this lobby, at least when it comes down to the northwestern positions. They're going to make sure the no teams make it through that net that they set up prematurely. Blaze going to get himself away. Nice car explosion onto a play of Clash. It's going to put them down to now 3. As Gaijin still on the move, but unfortunately, man, they're going to make it through Undead, Crows, and also through Footballist. I am not feeling really happy with where they are currently. It's not their fault. It's just a hard circle rotation. But if they make it out alive, I'll be genuinely so surprised.
But Undead Crow in a position where they can kind of backstab Footballist a little bit. Toffees, you can see he's gotten the initial knockdown onto Gaijin. That's good. Is there going to be responded by Footballist as they cook up those grenades?
Maybe that's going to be going good for Bullets. There you go. Bell of Utility chucking left, right, and center. Evolution still going to get involved into the kill feed. They're going to try and rack up. I think they might be around 5 kills by the time being. So they are going to be looking for a pretty good high kill counter. Try and make sure they can just get away from the likes of Clash. They are currently in 2nd position and Evolution in top position. Grenade still coming out. A lot of utility used because it was been so passive. A lot of time to loot for all of these teams. MCS Italia is going to be taking down on this lobby. And here you go. It's going to be the full-on send it for Gaijin. But is that going to be the good old plan? I don't think it's going to work out whatsoever. Footballists were fully prepared for this engage. As a takedown, I think that was actually 3 of the players of Gaijin. And Gaijin, there you go. That was a last resort kind of push. But you know that those very rarely are going to work out for you. As Clash going to keep on taking some gunshots down to 3 players currently. But Blaze down below. The circle goes down south over to Evolution. They might be getting their 3rd win of the day in a mere 4 games.
Oh my lord, the circle shifting to the point where they all have to go through that flat terrain. Blaze have been able to react extremely well to these multiple circles where they're now going to be able to continue to gatekeep Clash. You can see Clash are on top. The second they look down the hill, the second they peek their way through, they're going to get spotted by both Blaze and Evolution. Evolution aren't looking the absolute strongest. And that's going to be a lovely knockdown being fired up by Clash.
Really good use of utility over the entire lobby. You get my chef's kiss for this one. These have been cooked down to perfection. So, Blaze, they're in a really good spot actually when it comes down to it right there, because then the dip is only the teams that are going to be down south that can really threaten that position, which is why they're split currently. One player down below, making sure they keep an eye out onto Evolution, and the rest of the team are going to be on top to make sure they do not get contested by Clash. Like, they're playing this, but only Tron is going to be in that spot. I think he's trying to bite down more than he can actually chew in that position, Imperium.
That's the thing. I think Blaze are taking too much on at once, and that could come to, that could come to bite them in the rear end, so to speak. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, you still have Undead Crow that could come and stab Clash on towards the sidelines, and Kesh gets that knockdown on Dazer. Good start for Blaze.
This is horrible for Clash. They're going to be pushed over the ledge. They have to take this fight head on. If they can't take this push for themselves, this is going to be the end of their game. MZ is still going to be up, and he's going to be playing a little bit of a heal strat. Maybe they could have given all the health kits over to him instead. You know what? He's still going to try to survive as long as humanly possible. Undead Crow's going to be also having 1 heal strike coming their way. He's going to be having a few more, so that's going to be normally Clash dying out very, very soon as they try their best to survive into the blue zone. Blaze going to be hindering and pushing their way forward. MZ trying to go for last resort shots. Find himself 2 knocks. They might have just saved this entire game for Evolution, as now he's going to go for a 3-man res. Man, talk about a core of disparity. That was such a good engage, but now Evolution having Puncher. Going to go towards this team, going to go for the res. But MZ, you are a savior. Thank you so much for Evolution, that's for sure. That's why I'm expecting Evolution to be sent into this one. But Undead Crow still got 1. Okay, no, I should not talked about him. That's going to be Blaze looking for that kill. An extra gun straight their way. But Evolution may be looking for another double-digit kill count. What an insane trend for this team. Seems like Gonzo joining on your squad is really making a difference.
Sam asked me before this game who to be looking out for in this Miramar game. I mentioned Blaze. There's a reason why I mentioned him, but their biggest test, their biggest fight is right now against Evolution.
Now he's going to be chucked away. They're going to be in a dip. So those grenades, this utility can be actually really impactful if it's played correctly. As they talk about it, Puncher, a huge nade. That's going to be giving them a little bit of an advantage. 3-3 so far. The nade trade-off is going to be pretty strong. Tron finds his own grenade for himself. Now it's going to be a 2v2 between these 2 teams. Gun blazing coming out from Tron. But though, unfortunately, not going to be able to find anything for the time being. Go for Puncher. Not going to be able to find himself the knock. Going to go for a second raffle of shots. And that's going to be only one player making it on through. It's going to be Roxy down below. And they're going to be tumbling down the hill, looking for that 1v2. Jump shot maybe to come on through. They're going to go for just that. And there you go. Imperium called it. And in the blaze of glory, Blaze secured himself game number 4 and snatch it away from the likes of Evolution.
What a way to end the game for Blaze. 16 kills, a jump shot, final blow onto Evolution. Finally, Blaze wake up, they light the fire underneath them, and they come out on top. But Evolution with a good result, Clash with a good result, Footballers with a not so bad result. Sam, it's getting hot at the top.
It is getting hot at the top, and you did say that Blaze was the ones to watch. Tell me, how did they win that chicken dinner in the end, Imperium?
Adaption, right? The circles, they were on the position where they had that kind of exit strategy, right? A little bit similar to Erangel, where they were on the western edge. That allowed them to, if the circle went up north or if the circle went down south, it didn't matter because they were able to wrap around the side of the hill. The fact that it went down south was overall a little bit more beneficial because Clash had to move away, and it really exposed Clash, unfortunately, and being able to take out Clash a little bit easier was always going to help Blaze, but it was genuinely about that rotational pathline. And I did think that spread, me and Max both thought that spread taking kind of 2 fights at once was going to go against Blaze, and nearly did, but credit where it's due, they held down, they got the revives, they kept in it, and they got the chicken dinner.
Is it enough, though? Halfway through the competition, they're now going to have to do the same performance 2 more times to make sure that they can get to the top of the table?
They were 10th. I think it's good. It's definitely a good Kickstarter, though they're going to be needing a little bit more. It's not going to be enough to get to those top spots, but it's definitely a good way to initiate your comeback into the top side of the leaderboards. No checking out of the match summary here, and Tron was going to be the top frag of that game. Not only him, there was one player with 7, so that was going to be Tron. Another one with 6. Like, they were all pulling their weight in gold, I got to say. So Blaze, really big step up on their side. Catch also. But at the end, Clash is still going to be the team MIs that just did amazingly well. They had such a good position until the circle shifted away out of their grasp. They were just taking down team after team after team. So Clash sure didn't get himself a chicken dinner, sure didn't get himself a top 3, but I still think that this is another game where they deserve an insane amount of respect for what they've been able to put through on this Miramar.
I think Clash, for sure, their aggression is unmatched. I think Evolution, also, we need to watch now. I mean, they didn't get that 3rd chicken dinner, but they're playing extremely well. You mentioned them as well, Footballers. Is it fair to say, Max, that those are now the front runners? Those are the teams that we need to start keeping an eye on. They've shown that they can be consistent through 3 games.
I mean, I think so for sure. They had 3 top 3s in game 1, 2, 3, and now they're going to have a top 5 into this one. Of course, when you have such good and consistent results, sure, you're not getting yourself the chicken dinner, but at least you're staying in the running. And I think that when we're looking at Futbolist, if they can get just 1 win out of the 2 last games, I think that that's going to secure their number 1 position. Because the one thing when you're a consistent team, you're always going to be, you hold on to a position and you're always going to be in that spot. You know, it's going to be like a line. The minute you get yourself a chicken dinner, boom, you instantly push yourself way, way higher overall. Wow. And that's going to be making a difference. But these numbers are pretty interesting. And Blaze, man, over 3,000 damage. You don't see it happen too often. But here, that was just a dominating performance from the Turkish team.
Look at that, 16 kills as well. Imperium, it's like you're a genie or a fortune teller. I can't figure it out. You called us. You did it with Grand Finals East as well. You told us to watch Blaze, and they completely popped off. What was the secret sauce here? Do you just call it, and that's what happens? The opposite of Caster's curse?
Well, when you're casting with Maxman, it's quite easy to have the opposite of Caster Curse, to be fair, because he's a Caster Curse master. But honestly, it's down to what I do know about Blaze a little bit and what I've experienced. But that in that game specifically, it all started off with that Ampicado battle, right? It all started off with that fight onto, as far as I remember, it was Fate. That squad, that was such a clean engagement, that it was that level of confidence, but that level of Super Saiyan mode, so to speak, where they were able to drive into the circle, be confident, be clean, be straight to the point, and it shows in terms of the kill / damage. We'll see in the overall standings as we get into the results of this game. But Max, that was also massively unfortunate for Game Space GSMC. They only got 6 points in that game, and considering they were kind of trailing behind in the bottom 4, that's gonna allow them to fall further back.
Yeah, I think that game alone is actually going to maybe push them out of top 5, or they're going to be actually drop into the walls of spot of Undead Crow, because Undead Crow got himself actually quite a few points coming their way, actually
That's
13
true.
that one. So I think that the fact that they are going to be dropping down out of potentially top 5 is going to be a really big point of pressure for them, because now they really need to catch up, which they can do it. They prove it there too. They got themselves some really, really good points eventually, but it's just they need to aim for good spots, aim for point standing. So hopefully that's going to be exactly what they're going to go towards. And now let's check out the overall rankings. Evolution are going to be still on top of the mountain, not so far off of the 100-point bomb, but they are starting to create a pretty significant gap between them, second and even third position. So Clash Footballist is not impossible, but you need to put in twice as much effort to even just think of getting on the same standings as Evolution, and even just thinking of overtaking them.
I feel like Clash could potentially do it. 69 points. There's 2 more games left. Nice. They could maybe do it. But if Evolution, I saw it too. Nice. That's why we had to say it. But if Evolution continues and is able to finish in the top 3, top 4 in the next 2 games, like we've seen them do, and also we are going to their favorite map. I mean, Erangel, they've got 2 chicken dinners. If they make it a third, you ain't catching up with them, Imperium.
No, Evolution have a very big possibility of sealing the deal and securing the first place spot in this next game, but they have to get it done. You can see the evolution of teams, pun intended, and how they've been able to adapt throughout these first 4 games. Like Blaze shot themselves up in the 5th place right from that chicken dinner, that massive result in Miramar. Yeah, they haven't looked the best in Erangel. Maybe they just needed that vote of confidence, that kind of tap on the shoulder, said, hey, you guys are a good team. You guys can do it. They did it in Miramar. Coming into game 5, I want to see them pull it off again, but it has to be another bad result from Blaze. It's just going to push them back, and it's going to undo, to be fair, it's going to undo all the hard work they did in the Miramar game.
Do you think that the experience of Gonzo helps a lot here? Because even if he isn't in the lineup for a long time, that experience, that confidence, I'm presuming he's IGL, do you think it helps really set the team up for success, Imperium?
Oh, yeah, so much. You know, let's be fair. It's a team effort. It is a massive team effort, and the whole team have performed extremely well. But when you have a player with the experience, the skill, the aggression, just the all-round strength of a top-tier player like Gonzo in your ear, supporting you, backing you, Max, you know, that's always going to be massive. So yeah, Gonzo is definitely integral to Evolution's run in the finals.
Man, I was just going to leave Max to nod his head. Okay, we're going to have a little bit of fun now. Right? Halfway, we got 2 more maps left, and when we return, we're coming back to Erangel. We've seen Evolution take 2 chicken dinners on this map. Will they be able to take a third? We'll have to find out. And then, of course, we move to our final game on Vikendi. But before we do that, I thought we should have a little bit of fun. So while we were watching Miramar, you'll remember that Imperium came up with a little song about his beard. And he mentioned that he was such a fan of Frozen. And what I thought is, we do have a break. And it's such a perfect song to intro the break. So Imperium, why don't you sing it as we go to the break?
Let it grow. Let it grow. Be one with the wind and stars.
There we go. It was a great way to go into the break. We'll see you in a little bit right after this. Welcome back to the Red Bull M.E.O Season 3 World Finals West for PUBG Mobile. 6 games are going to determine which team gets to call themselves the champion. We are two-thirds of the way through the competition, and we're moving into our final 2 maps. Erangel is up next, and we've seen Evolution take 2 chicken dinners on this map. Imperium, are they going to do it a third time?
No, they're not. It's funny because last week when we talked about the winning team and how they'd look so dominant in Wrangle, I thought, I said it was going to be kind of their overtaking it. The Western teams have evolved so much more; they've improved so much more. So I don't think they're going to win in Erangel. They might get a good result, and that might be all they will need coming into the final game.
There we go. Imperium's making that decision. He's staying firm with that. Max, the thing is here, all these teams, they want that chicken dinner because ultimately points are going to determine who finishes in top spot. And it is quite heavily balanced towards placement. So it's more important to finish in the top 3 than to necessarily get those kills. Obviously, if you can get both, bonus for you, right?
Exactly. When you have a team, especially Evolution, being so far ahead of the pack, it's still not impossible to catch up to them. But you're looking at this and thinking, well, decent games are not going to cut it anymore, unfortunately. Only those banger games, those top 3s, those 20 kills, even though 20 kills, not when you think about it, it's not going to happen too often. But if you can, definitely try and do so. But those chicken dinners are really going to be the deciding factor if you want to catch up to Evolution. Clash, they can still make it happen. Footballist also. But down below Footballist, the likes of Gainspace and Blaze is still possible. But then you great games back to back to hopefully make it back into those positions. And I'm especially for this game hoping to see GameSpace. I think they were close and have given many good opportunities time and time again. Unfortunately, not able to convert that into a win. I would love to see GameSpace hopefully take the game on this one. But I do believe in the dream of Evolution being the kings of Erangel. So I'm going to say it was going to be Evolution winning it because I believe, I truly do. And I want to see them take 3 wins on that map.
Would you say that it's now between the top 3? I mean, when we hear what you just said, can I define it like that? Do you think it's going to come down to Evolution, Clash, or Footballist? Or do you think that there's a chance for an upset?
I would say top 5. I think I would give it a little bit more of a stretch because it's still possible for GameSpace and Blaze to make stuff happen. It's just going to require, as I said, 2 good games in a row. So that's going to be here on Erangel, also after that one onto Vikendi. But I would say top 5 is where there's a chance to make it through. Top 3 is where it's going to be the closest. I think that's going to be the 2 points. So it's going to be pretty close for a lot of these 2 teams. But hopefully we're going to be seeing some underdogs come on through, like Undead Crow, Slime4KT. Mathematically speaking, they can still make it happen. But it's going to be a very, very big stretch for them to get to the point where they can contest with top 3.
Max mentioned the underdogs Imperium, and I have to say, I've been really impressed with Undead Crow. The last 2 games, I think that they've popped off. They've done a really good job. It's a pity that they didn't do it sooner, obviously, but they do still have 2 maps to make up the points.
Yeah, they've done exceedingly well. Not kind of surprised. They're the Russian representatives, right? They have an experienced player and leader in the form of Toffees. They just took a little bit longer to find their feet. In the Miramar game, I don't think they put enough pressure on the teams that were kind of to the northeast of them. Plus, they did get possibly a little bit backstabbed by Evolution. But coming into Erangel, they need to start off quite hard in my eyes. I would even argue, I'm not going to say chase down a few kills, but really look to do what Clash did in Sanhok and what Blaze did in Miramar. Get those early kills, right? Get those 3-4 kills in the first couple of phases. That will be a massive boost to their confidence, and that will really kind of set them apart from teams around them. The other teams around them will see them in the kill feed. It's setting a precedent. So they've been rising, but they need to continue. They really need to continue in this Erangel game.
2 more games to go, and then we know who our grand champions are. It's time to get into Erangel, Max, Imperium. Let's see how this goes.
Thank you so much, Sam. And indeed, this is going to be the last time we're going to be making it to the grassy pastures of Erangel. Feels good, man, but also feels bad because not going to be seeing that map anymore in Pyram after this one. I love the map when it comes down to it. But we'll see. Are Evolution going to keep the win streak going, or are their dreams of taking 3 wins on Erangel going to be shattered to absolute nothingness? We'll have to see. But here we go. Match number 5, ladies and gentlemen. The penultimate game of the day. The penultimate game of these Western MEO finals is going to be hot on our heels. As we're going to be seeing, especially plane path. Where's it going to go? I'd like to have potentially a military base circle finish. I think that's where things will get a little bit dicey and very interesting. And see how teams will deal under pressure for this Western region. And Imperium, you said it. Big teams going to be potentially making on through here. And Blaze, can they make the back-to-back happen too? Because I still count them in the top 5 in the race for top 1. But it's going to require still a lot of efforts for them to even just fathom making it very close to Evolution.
Just continue the momentum, Blaze. Just continue the momentum. They drop in Pachinki on this map. It's a nice, strong central point, giving them pretty strong access to all of these circles. And one thing to know, this is outside of the team, outside of this game. This is the very last day of the Red Bull M.E.O. Season 3, right? The very last day across all the games that have been participating in the Red Bull M.E.O. So, for me, it's a little bit of an honor to be casting the final day of the Red Bull M.E.O. Finals Season 3. So let's look to make it a good one. Let's look to really bring a lot of sparkle and excitement as these teams find their feet, settle themselves up coming into Phase 1.
Hundreds and hundreds of teams in Pyram have signed up initially to have just the slightest hope of making it to this point in time, making it to the MEO finals for both West and East. And now we have the best top 16. After today, we'll be having our East and Western champions, taking away a big portion of the prize pool, and so hopefully their weight in Red Bull. That will be a good prize pool. A good idea for the future, by the way. That'll be pretty cool. I would be sure to participate if that was the case. Man, do you think, Imperium? You see these tournaments, right, where they give you your weight in, your weight in food or in drinks and everything. And if you're big brain, you participate, you win weight, and you just win like twice as much as you were initially going to win. Hey, dude, that's some 10,000 IQ moves there.
Yeah, but to me, I'd already be winning because I'm a chunky boy anyway. So that was the part I was going to do. Imperium, no.
I
know. I had to, dude. I had to seal it away, dude. Sorry, man.
They're gonna see us come like, sorry, can't have 2 people on the scale. Why it's just me? What do you mean? What do you mean, man? Come on, bro. That's not okay to go for.
What we'll do, Max, is we'll get like an XXXL jumper, and we'll both fit into it and be like, we'll learn our lines and we'll both speak at the same time, and we'll count as one person.
Well, to be honest, I've been working out a lot recently, so now I'm just going to be XXXXL.
Fair.
I'm going to be, I lose an X on that one, so I'm going to be pretty cool. I'm feeling damn confident about myself in Pyram, but no, we did see the circle. Unfortunately, not going to be on top of military, so a little bit of a sour ending, unfortunately, to this one, but it's all good. We might have another good fun circle. See, hey, you know what? It's not military, but you can still have a lot of fun circles to go towards. I'm completely okay with that.
I would argue that like the first 2 Erangel games we've had that haven't been military circles have
they've been nuts, yeah.
A little bit
they've
more
been mountain finishes.
Than military circle. I know, right?
They've been really fun.
Poggers.
It always sounds so out of character to hear you say poggers. They're like, normally poggers is not something that was in his in his vocabulary, but as of recent years, it has been. What a DPS shot in the open! What? Okay, Fate, I'll allow it, but you don't do that. Do that again.
Like
that was
all rolling in one vehicle. Just rock up, DPS shots, get the kill,
in a
rock
car,
back in the vehicle and start moving away.
Is this PUBG Mobile or is this GTA 5? Okay, it's one or the other, man. You got to choose your camp. It feels like they were about to take a bank down at that point, but you know what? It's going to be working good. That's going to be still 1 kill going their way in a very unusual set of circumstances. But okay, that just put my overall character. I'm feeling a lot better now. I'm feeling good. I was like feeling sad and down because we only got 2 more games and then it's over. But that did make me rejoice a little bit.
Oh man, so we haven't really talked too much about the circle. It is of course around the western, little bit southwestern area of this map. Pachinki Hill is going to be really strong for Blaze and getting a lot of information. Everest is going to be a good core part of the game, while Mishi suffers damage, doesn't go down, but that is like, okay, I spoke too soon.
So I got all that set up and just like, guess not then. Man, Gaijin though getting hunted down pretty heavily on the start of this game by anyone. Team Onyx going to be getting for the first kill of their game here. Otherwise, pretty standard stuff, I do have to say. Oh, there you go. Imperium.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask something here. Oh, another kill coming up. Man, what's happening was Gaijin, and they're just getting shot at everywhere. 3 players down, and I believe they were Gaijin. Yeah, this is not what you're expecting to see coming out from them. Imperium, I was going to ask you, close your eyes, bro. Close your eyes, bro. What do you see?
Closed.
What do you see?
Darkness.
That's my world without you, bro. There you go.
Oh, bro. That was so cheesy. That was so good. I was like, should I respond like in a smart ass way, or should I respond genuinely? I was like, I'll trust Maxan and respond genuinely, and it was rewarding, bro.
I didn't just completely steal it off Reddit, by the way. I'm just so you know, I didn't steal it from anyone. Phase 1 circle is going to be it's very original content, right? Phase 1 circle going to be, as we said, towards the western side. If you go central, which is the case of GSMC, they're already set up for success, so I'm enjoying how they're playing this one really well. MCES also, good rotation. They could go for the likes of shooting range, make it through the bridge also.
Yep.
Really, this is very standard. This is very likely to be very similar to what we saw into game number 1. There was the same circle, same position from a lot of these teams, except for the likes of Footballist. Instead of going to Povka in game 1, here they went towards the southern side, towards Hospital. So that's going to be the little shift. And seeing how the circle currently is, Footballists are going to be in a really good position to be able to choose wherever they want to play.
Blue Zone is starting to close in on this phase 1. We're seeing the rotations being fired on up by a multitude of these teams. Footballists, a much calmer Erangel start compared to what we saw from them in game 1. However, they have been consistent across the board across these 4 games. Slime 4KT, I think it's safe to say that they have impressed us in these finals. Yeah, they're not in the top 5. They're not, constantly running, but I really feel like they are stepping up to the plate in this lobby of massively experienced Western teams, and they can hold their head high despite where they finish.
Especially because they're a team that made it through the African PMCO, and this is the very first season, spring season 2021, where we see the African region having their own official tournament, which I think is great to see, and I think that this is just the start of what Africa as a whole has to offer in PUBG Mobile esports scene. I think that as time goes by, very similar to Japan, they're going to grow, have more and more talent come through, have more and more big teams, hopefully orgs join also onto the African scene. So I'm really hyped to see, because this is just the very early days, and I think that Slime 4KT is just the very start of what Africa is going to be doing in the near future.
Well, hey, look, Red Bull Gaming's in Formula 1, Red Bull Gaming's in a couple of other sports. Why not Red Bull Gaming PUBG Mobile team in African region? Why not? Hey, sounds good, right?
I'm down. Hey, hell yeah. Good ideas.
Cool. just putting that out there, Red Bull Gaming. No pressure, but I think it'd be pretty sweet. I'm sure Sam would agree as well.
No pressure, but big pressure. Yeah,
exactly.
Better do it right now. MT49, it dropped down. There goes like, hey, bro, we're going to meet my little friend if we don't get a Red Bull Gaming team over here. But at the end, it would be fun to see some more orgs join on through. I got many orgs I could name all day, because mobile gaming, esports especially, is the future, baby. We're getting the self set up for success. Though, as we said, this is going to be very typical compared to game 1. We're not seeing any big encounters except for Gaijin. Seems like they pulled the short end of the straw, and they are, unfortunately, I believe they're down to 1 already, or down to 1 or 2.
Yeah.
After that DBS shot. I think that Sam was not there when that fight happened, but I think she was potentially hearing a scream after what was happening, that big 4-man car rollout. Yeah, she said, she heard it. She heard it from a distance. We were good.
So Clash are far more on the eastern side of this map than or at least circle, than I kind of expected them to be. They are going to be getting very little information coming into this phase 2 shift compared to a lot of other teams. Clash are an extremely strong team. They've proven it already. I just think that lack of information, they'll have to be aware of that coming into phase 2. Nice push from Undead Crow onto that compound across the road of where the defeaters are, but because defeaters were there first, that will obviously alert the attention of defeaters a little bit quicker.
I just want to go back for a quick one. We were saying about Clash, especially their position on the circle. Yeah. I think that here coming onto the east, there are so many good scouting grounds. I'm mainly thinking of Pachinki Hills, which as of right now, I'm not sure if there's going to be one team there. There are definitely some temporary spots on which they can go to, stop for some time, get as much information as possible, then after turn that information in position, into a rotation, and act accordingly based on that information that they were able to gather. So I do think that, and exactly, look at that, they're going to be actually in a high ground position, looking to potentially scout a little bit for themselves. So I do like how they're approaching this one. But we're going to be approaching now phase 2. Where's it going to be taking us? Back up north. Everest is still in play. A little bit of copy, paste, and repeat compared to what we saw in game 1. And now the teams that are down southeast, I'm looking at especially Fate and Evolution, they're going to be a little bit slow on their rotation. But if we saw the playing path, it was pretty southern. You could very, very easily see that rotating to the western bridge of Yasnaya Polyana, especially for Evolution, would be a very easy way to make it up north and remain completely uncontested for the time being.
To be fair, I was wondering about MCES's position on the north of Rozhok. It's worked out for them in this phase 2. I'm not saying they should stay there, but they have a much quicker access point to around a kind of across the road of Watertown area, or even the Rozhok Hill if they opted to go towards there. Blaze have been able to catch out Clash and gotten a kill on the Atzer, and now we do see Blaze continuing to keep the pressure on Clash.
It seemed like Clash are just not too interested. They're going to keep on moving, which at the end, they are still running for that top 1. They know they can't afford to take an early fight. Because the thing about early fights in Pyramid, sure, you can go for it if you want, but it's always going to be a risk. And it's a 50-50, as most things should be, unless you play against an absolutely OP team and your team is just not that good. Then it might be a little bit odds up against you. But early on, is always you take that risk of, sure, you might get yourself some kills, but you might just lose. Damn, okay, don't roll over each other. You might lose all your squad and get no positioning points, or in this case, because of the rule set that we have in terms of positioning points, there's only going to be one coming your way. So it's always a risk that I think is not worth taking at this stage, especially on such a short-term tournament. We might see it coming on through on Vikendi, but it's just something that I do not like risk in Imperium. You know me, I like running away from danger. That's what I do, especially in PUBG Mobile when I play. I don't like taking fights because it's very scary. Also, yeah, but I was going to take that into account. But if you go that far, what am I going to say? But it's just, I think that at this stage, it's just not really worth going for. And teams have not been doing so, except for Gaijin. But that's going to be
for sure
out there.
That was a. We won't talk about it. And I do think Clash's rotation was really bad. I don't like it. Ooh. They should know that Blaze dropping Pachinki, they were going to be around that area, and they paid the price for it. I was very much expecting Clash, if they were going to stick on the western side of Potato Hill, they should have headed towards the compound that's just down south of school, because it looks towards Headshot Hills, which is much more open terrain, and they're able to get a lot more information. Or they could have wrapped around the eastern side of Potato Hill. So really, low-key Clash deserved to lose a player because it was a poor rotation. I know they did it early. Still, you got to be aware of that. We do see Undead Crow trying to breach in onto Team Big's position. What I worry about with Undead Crow, though, Max, is that they're taking too long to go for that engagement. And because Headshot Hills is such an open area, Blaze looks down there. You have other teams looking across the way. Undead Crow can get picked off one by one.
Yeah, it's just if you want to push that compound, it's okay, but you got to do it swiftly and quickly and make sure that teams are not going to have time to really use that third party off angle to try and potentially deny that entire push from you. So I think it is a good idea coming out from Crows, but they just need to be a little bit more efficient on how they want to approach this one. Not taking shots, especially by doing so, you're getting the entire team of Team Big ready and prepared to go. Oh, no, actually, no. Okay, I take it back. I did not know what the plan was, but they used the suppressing fires to allow the rest of their team to rotate back together, central into headshot heals. Okay, I was a little bit unsure of those shots because I think it was making it very obvious they're going to push, but suppressing fire, that's another way to use it, and I think that I just got to give my respect to them. Don't see it too often, but at the end, they play exactly how they should have.
If you can't find the engagement, you disengage. It's as simple as that. Blue zone of phase 2 is halfway through. You're going to see this kind of cathedral area of ruins is going to be a core part because that river is massively in play. You also have that compound that's by the north of the river, just outside of George Paul, that is occupied by S&P. Incredibly valuable place, and we didn't touch upon it, but footballers are on the very tippity top of Everest.
I mean, the game ended around their first one, so they might be like, oh, okay, we're going for another Everest game. They're trying to predict the future a little bit, but as we know, the circle, there's not big odds of it potentially going their way. Slime 4KT, aim up, taken down. This is the player that I've been looking out for today. And losing him so early on potentially will not be the best course of action, especially around ruins, where it's pretty hard to really hold on to a position for too long, though they are going to be playing the castle spot, which is good. But it seems like Undead Crow want to push this one. I mean, they're getting closer by the second. I think Pronto here, nice shot onto Zippers, so that was good execution on his end, and it's getting back down south. So now the teams that did go up top, which I did say Evolution, that was a really good rotation. They did exactly the rotation I mentioned earlier, but now with the circle going back down south, this is going to put them in a really bad spot, but there is a few bridges, especially west. There's still an okay situation to go through as long as you scout accordingly.
I was just going to say, we have the information they don't, so scouting accordingly is incredibly valuable. The Cathedral and this compound just across from Cathedral, I think is a lot less viable on this phase 3 compared to phase 2. It might be all well and good staying there now, but phase 4 or 5, unless it's fortunate enough to go back up northeast, disengaging away from the ruins area is so much harder, while Slime 4KT are getting breached upon by Undead Crow.
Look, you said you didn't like the rotation of Clash. I feel like we're being very hateful right now, so I'm going to go say, I don't like how are playing right now the side of Undead Crow. I think that pushing this castle position makes very little sense. I think that here, there's so many other options, and especially because they're on the hilltop from that castle position. If you want to go for those kills on Slime 4KT, just extract yourself from the equation, go further back towards the center of the circle, and we'll have to leave that position eventually, seeing how that's going to be on the edge up northeast. I'd say if you want to take that fight, that's fine, but now is not the time. And it seems like they understand the pushing this was going to be a mistake. They get back onto the bikes, move away, which I like that. That is a good comeback from them. It's now going to be having Team Big popping into this one. Calypso, she's going to find herself one good knock. Looking for a bit more. Team Big, which is actually one of the first times we see them get actually involved in a potentially good fight. So I'm actually enjoying this. They're using this compound and defending it actually really well.
Take those shots early. Don't let a team get closer to you. We all know by now, Max and Team Big are playing this by the book. And they even have that player on the off angle, away from those buildings. So they're not committing the whole squad to the compound. And I really like it in phase 3. Phase 4, if it continues in the kind of the compound of Headshot Hills direction, I would argue to put them back together. But for phase 3, they're having that extra pair of eyes away from that compound.
Makes it a little bit easier for them for sure. They're now going to be dwindling down in terms of players, 59, and we know there's going to be getting down pretty quick as we enter phase 4 in just the next upcoming minutes. Defy got himself a good position, though unfortunately pretty spread. And when you're spread on this spot especially, you're making it very easy target. And as I say that, two of their players go down, Cortez and Barracuda, and even another player is going to be knocked away. So there's going to be Partisan left alone, stranded. So this is a spot that's okay to hold on to. But if you're so spread like they were, you're just going to be very easy pickings for all the teams in the surrounding area.
Still see the fight between Slime 4KT and Undead Crow. We criticize Undead Crow's position, but at least they're committing to. I know it looked like they were disengaging away, but maybe because they heard a lot of shots down south of them, they decided and opted to stay where they were. It's adaptability, despite the mistake that we believe they made. Blaze have been in the kill feed, Max. I've noticed it, getting a couple of knocks, getting a couple of kills. setting themselves up for hopefully another strong result. They currently have 2 kills. Next phase, it goes to the east.
Hell yeah. So we're going to be having actually some good slopes to play around, and especially the entire western side is going to have a few compounds held by Clash. They're going to be in a really good spot. I believe also you have Team Onyx just holding the other compound over to the western side, though SNP going to be going for a fight of their own. That's going to be a good initiation. Gonzo, IGL, for the side of Evolution, going to be taken on down. If Mermaid can allow himself to take that kill, that could be huge, but still, got to keep in mind, Gonzo, despite being knocked away, can still feed some information over to the rest of their team. But as I say that, I jinx it for him, apparently. I'm so sorry, homie, but that's going to be the end of him. It's life. They're going to be down to 1 player. 1 knocked away. Also, Evolution. Not going to have fun whatsoever. Now, back on over to the eastern edge. Going to have Undercrow set it. Not the best fight to go for earlier towards Ruins. They left it, and now they are having a way better chance of getting themselves a good position. But there's a lot of teams right in front of them. And their position on the spot, especially where teams north and especially right on the west are going to have very easy angles on them. So they're going to need a lot of utility to just make it a semi-decent spot.
They wrapped around Blaze. They wrapped around the Blaze. Great adaptability by Undercrow off the back of phase 4 shifting away from them. And hopefully they will be rewarded with a couple of kills. Still have that last player standing from the side of the fight, trying to hunker down. And one thing that I wonder about Evolution is why they took so long to rotate and disengage away from the north of the river. Of course, only they know that, as they've lost a player, but they still have 3 players strong in the blue zone of phase 4.
Rainbow trying to be the one-man army onto this one at least. This is SNP. Sniper going to be checking a bit of utility left, right, and center. Oh, he dodges it. Really good dodge coming out from aim. He's going to be able to make sure he doesn't get hit by that utility. Second grenade might be the one. You got to kick those perfectly. He's going to go for the first aid. Oh, unfortunately, not going to make it in just yet. It seems like Sniper will still be good and hold on to it, though. Evolution still up to 2 kills. Maybe looking for a bunch more. Marco going to be knocked away. Good off angle by the backside, by the way. Coming on through from Roxy. They're going to go for the push inside the shack. You get the information last second. With the Uzi, especially at this range, this is the perfect weapon, but still not able to take the win. And that's going to be Sniper actually losing all of their players. As Evolution still coming out on top. It was close, but not close enough, as they're still going to be making their way forward into the circle. Looking at Gaijin's last player, Dobo. He has no friends, just like me in high school, alone for the start of that game. And he's going to try his best to make it out. But unfortunately, Gaijin will be out in 40th position.
Oh, no.
As now we have fight after fight after fight. But Undercrow, this is such a horrible position to be in. And unfortunately, there's nothing they can do about it.
Lovely sprays by Korka with that Scar. Don't overpeak, though. Don't overpeak. Don't get counter knocked. You also have to beware of Middle East assassins. Middle East assassins could get under pressure by fake. Korka is going to deal a little bit of damage. He's going to get knocked down. Kesh puts the pressure on him. And I don't know if Korka didn't have a smoke. Seems like he didn't, but if he did, he should have thrown one out.
They used smokes when they arrived in this position earlier, so I think they might have just worn out of smokes, just didn't have any. I think that it is a position where you have to use a lot of utility to just barely survive. And they tried. Unfortunately, it is a very hard entry point when you're surrounded by teams. And unfortunately, there were 3 teams. So it's definitely not making matters easy for them. Evolution also going to be taking the L in this one. So it seems like the 3-win dream has been down the drain, unfortunately. So I'm a little bit sad about that one, but that's okay. Other teams will be taking the win eventually.
Max, it opens the door. At the top of the leaderboard, it opens the door. We still have footballers, we still have Clash, we still have Blaze. Yeah, okay, not all of them are in the absolute best of positions, but that absolutely opens a door for those 3 teams to either close it or overtake Evolution on top. So this is shaping up to be a very good 5th game in Erangel.
I think then you got like 3 or 4 points total this game with the extra default point you get by down now in 13th. So it's still a few point income that might make the difference later on, but it's definitely going to be opening this opportunity for all the teams to win the top 5 before this game. And hopefully in the games to come after this one. Evil Boy going to have to go underneath the truck. Undercrow also going to take the L. We were expecting that to happen eventually. That's going to be 12th position for the Crows. Now, especially all the teams that had these compounds over to the west, you said they were so valuable, so strong. But now they're going to move away from these spots. Come on.
Hey, Cody.
You can make it happen. Hit it. Hit it. They're so close. How does he know, man? This guy got X-ray eyes or something. I feel like he's an X-Men.
No, he got a hit point. He got a hit point early on, and he's trying to go for the same shot, but it didn't work out, unfortunately. However, I believe Slime are down to just one, as Clash are going to have to find a way in. The Blue Zone is seeing it. There's multiple teams coming around, as Middle East Assassins are going to deal with Fate. This is absolutely easy, Max.
Yeah, everyone's going to be full sending into the circle this time around. Clash going to have a lot on their toes to play around, but you know what? They're still not going to be able to get too much done. MZ, how do he survive that one? He's only got himself 1 HP, but he's going to get that medkit back to 100. He's going to be all said and done, though. Defeat. Man, this is absolutely hell. Everything's happening. The circle went back over to the western edge. Actually, to the east, I say. Blaze going to be eliminated eventually. Clash behind this cars. Going to get picked up one by one, and Defeaters ready to absolute rain hell upon this team of Clash and maybe make sure they cannot take away the #1 position despite having Evolution die so early on. This is going to be MZ alone with those cars currently about to explode, especially that buggy. MZ all got hit once by one of those bullets. They are raining bullets upon Clash.
Fate are looking pretty good in this game. Still up as a full squad. Have 4 kills so far in this game. MCES as well picking things up. And Defeaters continuing to be aware. Continuing to look to take control of this game. Is Slime 4KT. That's a great nade by Nacho.
That's some really far away too, actually. Really clean stuff. They're going to be going for the push up top because they understand that this is not going to be valuable for them to keep the pressure down onto Clash. Got a bunch of knocks. That's awesome. But position in this spot especially is going to be a lot more important. So they need to go for the engage eventually. Defeaters still up to 4 players. Going to go for the full on engagement of Fate. Securing kill after kill.
Nice, baby boy.
But Nacho still up and alive, just like MZ, surviving on about 5 HP. That is absolutely nuts when you think about it. Game Space also going to be taking the L. They are slowly going to be falling out of relevancy in this top 5. The nades are going to be traded away. Good stuff from Leif, making sure the Defeaters can't go for the easiest push of their life. It's still going to be heavily contested, but Imperium said it. This is going to be opening a good opportunity for the likes of Footballists, and they are slowly getting involved into the northern edge.
Oh, Clash are going to suffer at the hands of the Blue Zone and the teams that are already there. Shots are being fired up by Chrono. Gets another knockdown. We see Fate and Middle Eastern Assassins coexisting on the eastern side of the circle while Team Onyx are taken down. 6 teams left, 16 players, and down goes Clash to leave it at 5.
We had so many teams just like 1-2 minutes ago. It's very similar to game 3 earlier. Oh wait, game 3, 1-2. Yeah, game number 3 I can count. Don't worry, we're good, guys. But it's really nuts to see that you're going to be having so many teams just dying out so quickly, because this is the breaking point where just absolute hell is unleashed upon this map of Erangel, and that's where unfortunately the mayhem ensues. Though still going to have Team Big onto the side, down to 2 players. Calypso did lose her life earlier with also another player, so they're going to be down to 2 Footballists trying to use their smoke to the best of their potential. But MCS also, they're going to be the unknown, the X part of the equation very hard, as they have also 1 player inside of this bush. They're trying to make it through, but man, the circle, this is a very flat terrain, a little bit of a slope. Swibbler still got a long way to move through to just even think of making it inside the circle. Great nade from Faker! Confirms an extra kill to Team Big. They're going to be now down to 1. It's going to be Zippis.
16th, 15th, and 14th are all left in the top 5 of this game. That is absolutely crazy. What a turnaround game. We kind of saw it on the eastern side of the Red Bull M.E.O Season 3 finals last week, and we're seeing it right now, right in front of our eyes. Fate are down to 1. Middle Eastern Assassins are playing down on the eastern side, looking for the last player, but Zippy's gets the knock.
Come on, MCS, show you what we can do. Currently 15th position in Pyramid, and they are making an upset currently happen with 6 kills already under their belt and looking for many, many more. 4 teams still in this one as Team Big. They're going to be taking, unfortunately, a big L. That's going to be the it for their adventure. Still top 5. I've got to say that was still a really good showing from them. The best showing throughout the entirety of these games today, I would even say. Subbalist Lovers in good shot once more with the DP28. MCS. Right from behind, they're going to be spotted away. Lover's going to be getting involved. He knows, he's angry, he's mad, he's looking for the chicken din on this one. He wants to be above the likes of Evolution and Team Clash. And this win just might split the difference. As MCS, especially with a player knocked away, can still give away some really valuable information. But Fate, apparently the blue zone and the pressure onto the east was too much for them to bear with. As now it's going to be down to a 2v4 Footballist in full wrath, ready to dominate on game number 5. Oh, 1. They get it. Looking for final. It's going to be the final player. How's it going to be working out? NASA, how can you make the shots? They know exactly where he's currently positioned. Still got a player knocked away. Can potentially still give the info over. Now it's just time for Footballists to run forward. Go for the total engage. Surround him from every single angle, making sure he can't defend anything. By himself 1 kill. That's going to be really good from NASA. Now the DP coming out from a distance, and there you go, footballists. We said it before the show even begun. We were expecting them to take a win, and here is this win that they were desperately needing to overtake the likes of Evolution and Clash, and they get it in game number 5. Down to the wire, but yet it's going to be making a huge difference in the overall standings.
10 kills on that chicken dinner. That's 30 points alone from that game where we saw Evolution go out early on. Clash low-key suffered. They got 9 points in total. Blaze went down in a blaze of glory. Man, this is football is setting themselves up to become the champions of the Red Bull M.E.O Season 3 West. Sam, that was a little bit of a crazy game.
That was absolutely crazy, but a big game for footballers because the teams that were in the top 5 against them all went out early. We saw Blaze go, we saw Clash go, we saw Evolution go, which means they are primed now for Vikendi to potentially take this. It is going to come down to that last map. We'll get into the overall scores in a bit. But I think first, I had to run and go get some water, and I missed the drive-by. So Max, let's jump right back to the start because I just heard screaming, ran back, but it was too late. Tell me about the GTA fun that we got to have at the beginning of this map.
Well, it's just the early 4-man car rotation, which usually myself and Imperium are not a big fan of, but is the main thing that was so out of the ordinary is the fact that it was a car run by onto one player, which they did find the kill from Fate. But it was especially they were taking shots with the DPS, which is a shotgun, and shotgun onto a drive-by. We don't see that all the time. It's very hard to execute, and yeah, it worked out. So it was just very surprising and so out of the ordinary. Usually also because we were expecting such a passive early game, and yet that was the most insane start. Gaijin just lost 3 players. It was so weird actually from Gaijin now I think about it. They had players all over the place, and there's no team synergy. You're just playing solo queue at this point almost. It felt really out of the ordinary for Gaijin.
It's a pity because obviously that's not going to work in these situations where you've got teams that have such great synergy that know how to rotate around together. I want to move on to Undead Crow though, because I, again, also thought that we were going to have a very passive early game, but right from the get-go, I thought they were very aggressive. They were actively looking for fights, which I can understand where they sit on the scoreboard right now. It would make sense to be a bit aggressive, but Imperium didn't quite work out for them in the end.
The theory was there, Sam, but the execution wasn't, right? They were setting themselves up to be aggressive. They were setting themselves up to take fights, but they didn't really take them. They took too long, and then the circles shifted away, and yes, they adapted pretty well. Credit to them. But because they weren't really clearing out their opponents quickly enough, they weren't capitalizing on the opportunities they were putting themselves into. It ended up really kind of falling for them, and they went out too early without the necessary points needed.
It was a surprise for me, obviously, seeing Evolution, Clash go out as well. Big surprises. In fact, if I'm honest, Max, I was just surprised at the end there where we saw some of the teams that we haven't really seen at all today, who've been sitting in the lower part of the bracket, suddenly in that final circle. Were you just as surprised?
I mean, I'm not really, I wouldn't say surprised. I think it's really good for them to see them step up and rise to the occasion. But this is the thing that in PUBG MOBILE that I've seen happen almost every single tournament is the teams that aren't doing good, they're very low in the standings, they got nothing to lose. Like, okay, we're just going to have fun now. And the moment that they just take that pressure off of their shoulders, they're just feeling completely, they feel like a different team, and then they just completely unleash their wrath and their absolute hell on these lobbies and on all of these opposing teams. And that's why you saw so many teams being up here that we did not see at the start of the day, such as, once again, MEA Assassin's going to be up there with one of their players now being a Miracle, being the MVP of the game. So this is it. It shows that pressure can really be a hurdle for a lot of these teams when they know they can still contest the #1 position. The moment they know that that's not the case anymore, and they're just playing for fun. And the moment they play for fun, that's when teams sometimes are the most dangerous.
I also like, if you take a look at the kill damage graph, how the damage is like quite evenly spread when you start looking through. I mean, there were lots of teams that were popping off. This gets me really excited for the final game because I think that's what it is. It's suddenly realizing that this is it, your time is almost over. And even if you aren't going to win, you want to make sure that you go out with one big game so people can notice, Imperium, how well you're doing. Do you think we'll see something similar in Vikendi, or do you think everyone will be, I mean, it is Vikendi, so we'll expect a lot of passiveness, but you think it will be a little bit more cautious?
No, I think it's going to be a little bit freer, a little bit looser. Maybe not directly at the start, but I do think we will see, as Max mentioned specifically about kind of Middle Eastern assassins, you take the shackles off, you have nothing to lose, right? Absolutely nothing to lose and everything to gain. From what we saw in that game number 5, the bottom 4 teams being in the top 5, carry that onto Vikendi, cause a couple of upsets, and hey, we're going to be looking at a very, very entertaining last game in Vikendi. But that will be then. Football is 30 points, like I said. MCES Italia on 21. Very, very heavily well-rounded game for the top 3.
I quite enjoy that it looks like the specific results for this match look like our scoreboard flipped over, right? Because we're seeing all these new names in the mix here. But those 30 points for Footballist is going to be potentially the upset that's now going to cause Vikendi to play very differently. And as I say that, here we go. Here's the overall standings. There it is. I mean, it's only 3 points, but that's still 3 points that puts you in the top spot. And Evolution's not going to be happy about that, Max.
They're not going to be happy whatsoever. 3 points is still okay. If they were able to survive a little bit longer, they would still be in number 1 position right now. But to go back to the question you asked me before that last game, you told me where do you think is going to be contesting for the number 1 position, which teams are still in the race, and I said top 5. Now it's top 3. For sure, coming to the last game, it's going to be down to Footballist, Evolution, and Clash. All the other teams, unfortunately, it feels bad to say, but there's almost no chance for them to make it on through, especially for GameSpace and Blaze Esports, unless they get one of the biggest and most insane games I've ever seen in PUBG Mobile history, and maybe. But other than that, it's going to be mainly down to the fact of a Footballist, Evolution, and Clash. These are going to be the 3 in the race for the number 1 title of being the winning team of this MEO West Finals.
I tell you what, let's go through these top 3 teams now, because as we move to Vikendi, like you said, one of them is more than likely going to be our champions. I'm going to ask you for each team, what are the strengths? So what are the strengths of our number 1 team at the moment, Footballist, Max?
Well, for Footballist also, their team just has been known during PMGC for their Vikendi games. I think that they are a team that had issues rotating early. The thing is, once they're into the mid-game, they arrive towards Phase 4. That's where things start to get settled very heavily. So if Footballists make it through the past 4 phases, I think that they're going to be in their element. They're truly going to be playing the PUBG Mobile they are used to playing on the international stage. And I think that we're looking at this because of their history on the map. I think that they will be the team to dominate most compared to the likes of Evolution and also compared to the likes of Clash. But not only that, then I got another one. Like Gonzo also has been doing great with Kanina Power in the team. So I'm looking at these 2 teams. I'm thinking, I'm unsure who's going to be taking this one, but I know for a fact that Footballist does really good on this one. So I think that they might be the team to maybe get a little bit of an extreme push in this game.
Imperium, the strengths for Evolution?
Their strength for Evolution is just being able to grab hold of a game and making lemonade out of lemons, so to speak. Their weakness that they showed in the last game was the response time to rotate. I really don't get why they took so long to rotate from the north of the river down to the south of the river. Yes, they ended up kind of winning that fight against SMP, but that was a short-term win. They were left to, I think, 1 or 2 players, and then they got compounded coming into the next couple of circles. So coming into Vikendi, I've no doubt that they'll have fixed that quite heavily. And like Max mentioned, the addition of Gonzo leading the charge, the experience he has in Vikendi with Kanina Power, I think Evolution will be looking to claim back their top spot.
And then finally, the strengths of Clash. Imperium, we'll start with you. I mean, we got to see them on Sanhok, and if they do that on Vikendi, I'd be scared. They probably won't, because it's a completely different map and you need to play it a little bit more chill. But what are some of the strengths of Clash that could potentially get them into that number 1 spot?
They have the highest amount of kills across these 5 games. I think that's the biggest thing that they have on their side, is that they are currently the kill leaders. Yes, 22 of those kills came from 1 game, but that doesn't take away from the fact that they still have been dangerous. Like, they got 9 points in that last game. A lot of those points came from kills. That's what they'll need to look to do in Vikendi. Don't slow down. Take charge. Take control of Vikendi.
Max, are you in agreement with Imperium?
I think that overall, I agree, but I think that the most important part for Clash is how when we go back to their top game, there was, of course, on Sanhok, how they always create themselves some off angles. And I think that especially on the map like Vikendi, if you play your cards correctly, off angles are going to be so important, especially because you know that later on into the game, phase 6, 7, 8, you're going to have to crash compounds. Even earlier, like towards phase 4, phase 5, you're going to have to crash those compounds, take some breaches, and make those fights go your way. And I think that by how they were taking such aggressive scenarios and make them look so easy, I think that Clash, those skills that they showed us earlier on Sanhok are going to be extremely valuable on Vikendi. So I'm looking out for them. I think that they could be a team that if it gets to them having to crash teams, and especially if they're lucky crash teams such as Footballists or Evolution, I think that they will be the team to most of the time come out on top thanks to the skills they showed on Sanhok earlier.
So we've seen our top 3 teams, Max and Imperium, have broken down some of their strengths. We're getting ready to go into the final map, and it is going to come down to this final game on Vikendi, which obviously some of these teams that haven't been playing on, it's been taken out of rotation, so this is going to make it even more exciting. The big question, of course, but before we jump into this game, Max, how important is an event like Red Bull M.E.O to all of these teams representing their region?
Well, of course, as you said, a lot of these teams, this is their very first esports international tournament, especially for PUBG Mobile. So it's going to be a really good experience, making sure that is this something I really want to do? And if it is something they want to do, they're going to get a lot of valuable experience coming into the official tournaments coming very soon. Like short spring split, we got ourselves into the PMPLs coming very soon for NA, EU, all that good stuff. But coming into this full season, a lot of these teams potentially have got also players that did not make it through their respective PMCO, and from this they're going to be learning, I can fix a lot of our gameplay and actually potentially come into the next PMCO for full split as a lot better, a lot stronger as a team and as an individual player also. So I think that this is just a good learning opportunity, a big learning curve, because at the end, PUBG Mobile, especially even for teams like Footballists, even when you're on the top of your game, you're always learning, and every single tournament is an opportunity to learn even more and as much as possible. So I think that even Footballists are coming to this like, these are very interesting things that we didn't even think of into the past. So not only for the teams that just started their esports events, but also the teams are very experienced. This is just good experience you just cannot say no to as a pro player. Every single event is just a good chance to learn something new.
And you get that big trophy that we'll show you afterwards. You've seen it. You've seen it in our studio as well. Imperium, let's talk about Vikendi. Do you think, I'm presuming these teams would have practiced it. They probably knew it might potentially have been in the map pool.
Yeah, but because the map has been out of the competitive rotation, the amount of information they've been able to get on each other is a lot more limited. Like when I was talking to the Clash coach, T-God, he said he was struggling to get information on drop spots of like 5 of the teams kind of thing. So that is really going to throw that into the loop. To be fair, even I forget, although I'm terrible with remembering drop spots, but I forget the drop spots of some of these teams. So I know Blaze like to go to Podval, so I know that for a fact. But other than that, it is an open window. Yes, they could have done a little bit of practice. Yes, they could have done a little bit of research. But one game compared to 5, yes, it might come down to the last game. But I think the focus still would have been on the Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel games.
So with that, let me recap very quickly what is about to happen. The Red Bull M.E.O Season 3 World Finals West are about to come down to the map that we took out of rotation, which means it's all to play for. We don't know how the teams are going to play. We don't know what is going to go down. And there are only 3 teams that are going to be able to win that top spot, unless something crazy happens. But those 3 teams, pretty evenly matched. Every single one of them has the opportunity. For the last time, Max, Imperium, let's drop into Vikendi.
There we go. Vikendi is going to be now on the menu once again, Imperium. And as we love to see on Vikendi, it's going to be very, very passive early. That's what the map is known for the most. Vikendi, as John and Blank like to call it, just very relaxed onto the early stage. Not too many kills, hopefully coming on through, unless some teams have maybe some vendettas to deal with coming into these games. But I'm really intrigued to see what's going to be the approach of the early game too, because it's very, Vikendi compared to all the other maps, the early game is very out of the ordinary. It's very pick up compound, stick into the compound and stay there for a long period of time and move as little as possible, especially get loot off of breaches or teams that breach you especially. That's the only time you got to loot. So the main important fact, as you said, Imperium, also very on into the tournament, you got to get used to playing every single weapon, because if you choose a compound that has very poor loot and you get a weapon you're not a fan of, you need to know how to play that weapon extremely well if you want to make sure you can get the most out of that compound initially.
Everything is wide open, Max. Yes, it's coming down to these 3 teams, but at the end of the day, Max, the bottom teams can have effect, right? They can have an impact. They can cause upsets. We saw it in the last game. We will see it in Vikendi, especially because there's far less prep work that has been pulled out onto all of these teams by each other. So it's going to be very, very exciting.
It is going to be really exciting. I stuck around for a little bit. It was too soon to say goodbye, but I'm getting told that our teams are ready. So Max, Imperium, not for the last time. This is now the last time. Let's head into Vikendi.
Thank you very much, Sam. You know what? I understand, Sam. She wanted to stick with us. We were potentially going to do a trio cast into Vikendi, but unfortunately, that's not going to be okay. Hey, maybe season 4, man. Maybe season 4. Hey,
can we just swap you and get Max in here? Get Sam in here. I mean,
I want 2 Maxes. Okay, hey man, I know there's enough of Max to go around. Right. Okay, but that's okay. We'll see. But anyways, Imperium, you know, I know you hate it when I ask you this question. I know you despise it, but I'm going to ask you: do you have any expectations of the top 3 of who you might think will be coming out on top after this game?
Man.
I love asking you these tricky questions.
I'm going to say Clash.
Okay, you're going to say Clash? Okay, I'm going to go with Footballist. Mainly because last time I remember they had a castle finish, which I love castle finishes on Vikendi. And they did take themselves a win on that one during the league stage of PMGC. So I'm going to be going with the boys. And unfortunately, Evolution, we love you guys. But unfortunately, this one, we're not going to pin you guys. We're going to say by default, Sam is going to go for Evolution. There you go. Like that, they're going to have a little bit of coverage also going into this. I'm not too sure if she's, you know what, we're going to be speaking for her. That's fine. But now, especially, it's a time where we're going to be expecting so many of these teams are on the lower side. They're just going to be playing for fun once again. And that's when they're really going to be potentially being a big threat to these top teams, because you never know. They don't have a lot of research. We haven't played Vikendi in quite a few months in the competitive circuit. So there's not a lot of information, and teams might have changed the drop spot completely, such as the likes of Footballist, Evolution with the likes of Gonzo, also even Clash. So normally you are expecting to have an early stage, but because of the lack of information on the internet currently for this map of Vikendi, we could have some very big upsets happening in literally the first minute or 2 of this game.
And, you know, another factor of Vikendi that you can't control, but you should definitely be heavily aware of: water-based circles, right? 50% circle on phase 1. It's going to have that element of frustration. It's going to eliminate a lot of that land mass if it does shine through. I would prefer a very central phase 1 around the Mount Kresnik area, little bit of the river in play, but it is still a massive factor that comes through, so the teams should be aware of it. How you rotate through Vikendi, you have to pull it off one by one. You can do a little bit of scouting for sure, but because Vikendi is generally quite smooth to rotate on because of the snow terrain, take advantage of it, especially if you're using multiple Zimas. The Zimas is just a little bit stronger than the plane in terms of it still takes nothing to blow it up. So if you're on your own in that Zima, a team can focus on you. Whereas if you're going one by one on your rotation, there's less focus on one specific vehicle. It means there's a higher chance you're going to get away without losing a player.
And that's why really I see some teams thinking, okay, we're going on to Vikendi, we want to aim for a drop spot that has a lot of loot. I see some teams also, and I would personally, if I was a professional player, which I'm very far being one ever in my life, very unfortunately, that's why I'm here talking about the games instead of playing it. But what would be really fun is to see some teams, and some teams do that, where they tend to focus for car spawn locations with compounds and maybe do not have the best loot. But if you can know for a fact that you've got easy access to a car or a bike or whatever you want to use to try and rotate, make your way to other spots in the surrounding areas. Maybe not too far, because as I said, typically when you choose a zone, you stick to that position for a long period of time unless the circle forces you away from that position. But really, if you can just go for a car, go for as many positions as possible very early on into the game and maximize your loot, you're going to get the most out of your early game, which is typically what you want to do onto a Vikendi game is get as much as loot as possible and make the most out of that loot afterwards, because you don't loot mid game. Late game, you loot onto the corpses of your enemies you've taken down, which is very dark how I said that, but that's indeed the harsh reality of things.
The reality of it. Yep.
So the earlier you get all of that loot under your belt, the more chill your mid to late game is going to actually be.
For sure. And you also, when you're looking at the map specifically with Vikendi, the prominent kind of drop areas that the teams do prefer is around kind of Podval, so Cement Factory, Cosmodrome, you have Villa, Dobro Mesto. And even though Cement Factory and Cosmodrome are on the eastern side of the river, outside of those two areas, teams tend not to drop on the eastern side of the river. Well, Hot Springs and Cantra, but it has to be really within the plane path. So I'd like to see teams utilize the eastern side of the river to get a bit of a safe start, especially because that main eastern road, there's quite a good few vehicle spawns around it, right? So complements what we mentioned about grabbing those early car spawns, seeing where the phase one goes, and allow that to kind of dictate a little bit of an early rotation, early position before you loot up heavily, especially because also in Vikendi, because there's so many compounds, Max, split drops are extremely viable.
Extremely viable for sure, as long as you're though respectful, because that's the main issue that I see a lot of teams that they drop split in different positions, and the moment the team comes by, they're like, I'm gonna hold on to this compound, this is mine. And unfortunately, that's not the best decision to go for. You should just tend to play the more passive approach, which is, okay, we've got two compounds. A team is going to be breaching compound A. Okay, just regroup, get into the car, go back to compound B and put the entire team in compound B. That's typically how you like to play it. We see that played in top tier esports scene tournaments, which is going to be the way that they play it. And I think that's a lot of the issues that we see that the lower level teams maybe suffer a little bit more with, is the fact that they need to be a lot more respectful and regroup instantly, which takes a lot of teamwork and time to really nail down to a T, which is completely understandable. It is a really hard skill to master on its own. But the moment you do, Vikendi, especially early on, it's a breeze. It's so easy to play. The moment that you nail down those specific aspects of the map.
For sure. And I've noticed from the past in Vikendi, a trait that also comes through is, and I think it's kind of part of the crazy water circles we can have, is there can be that kind of one compound of death, right, Max, where you can have a team goes there, another team crashes, they fight, a squad is wiped, another team joins it. It's kind of King of the Hill-esque. It doesn't happen all the time, but looking back in my memory bank, my old man memory bank, Vikendi does seem to be the kind of map where it happens more often than the others. I just wonder, is it going to happen in the final game of the Red Bull M.E.O final season 3?
I mean, the reason for that also is because the only time where you have the chance of going for a third party is when a breach is currently happening. You rarely have third parties happening in the open, unless the circle ends into a very unusual position, which can happen. Don't get me wrong, it really can. But typically, you're in a position, on a high ground position, you're scouting, you see a compounder below, a breach is coming on through, and you really want to get access to that compound, right? Thinking, okay, this is a really good compound. We didn't commit to it because it's a risk. We will be taking a 4v4. We might not come out on top. They see a compound team breach. And the moment that you have a breach coming on through, you know that that's going to be not only a lot of resources coming on through from the team that's defending that compound, but also potentially losing a few of their players, knocked away, taking some damage. And the moment you know that they're not going to be ready for health, instantly the odds are a lot more in your favor. Instead of being 50-50, it might be the likes of a 75-25. As you're fully prepared for a fight, going for the breach, take control, get yourself all the remaining kills, maybe even steal a few away from a distance beforehand, and then that entire compound is yours. So third parties on Vikendi are not played the exact same way as Sanhok, but is when a team initiates, you're going to have just team upon team upon team just piling up in one specific compound, because the value of that compound is so strong. So I would not be surprised if we have some of those hectic finishes. I think that we have seen many of them in over the course of our past 2 years casting PUBG Mobile Imperium. So today's no different. We're going to be having some plays comes out happen on a pretty regular basis.
And that's where also kind of going against the grain, as much as there's a noticeable risk because of the snow terrain, but being out in the open, there's quite a few forest and rocky areas around Vikendi. So it is, of course, circle shift dictated, but being out in the open does have its advantage because there's technically less teams out in the open around you. So in theory, there can be at times a higher chance of you surviving and maybe controlling or rotating a little bit cleaner because you are out in the open and you're at times getting a little bit more information compared to the teams that are in compounds around you.
True. At the end of the day, it's just going to be all about compounds. You know, we're talking about you can do this for compounds, this for compounds. It's just compounds are so important. If you didn't understand by now, we're trying to say compounds important. If you play compound, GG, well played, you win. That's how typically things are going to be going out. If you don't have a compound, things are starting to get a little bit dicey and a little bit heated for you. And unfortunately, that is not how things are supposed to go down into this game. But we should be getting good to go. Just waiting for a few of the players, hopefully, to load into the lobby to get into the action. I know you're happy because you're in Maxman and also Imperium's face for a long period of time. You know what? That's going to have to go eventually in a bit of time, but no, Imperium, don't do that. Don't do that again. Though, hey, Imperium, sorry. If you want to do some Frozen references, Vikendi is the right place to do so. I'm not saying you should, but I'm saying it would be fitting, you know?
To be honest, Max, like, you know, how many games has it been since I made a joke? I thought by now you'd let it go, to be fair. Like, come on, man. You're better than that.
Okay, but there you go. You just did it. And we're not even in game Imperium. There you go. He just got a joke rate per second of 25, and he's going to be increasing it every single second. But that's going to be Imperium for you guys at the end of the day. You're pretty much used to it. He's an Irish boy. Dad jokes is just going to be a part of his repertoire by now. Well, you feel so surprised. You know it, Imperium. You know it. Yeah. Don't feel surprised. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Hey, look, you know what? You have your anime and you know your memes. I have my dad jokes. It's what makes this partnership work. You know, we appreciate each other's humorous craft, or well, you know, call it what you want. But
it's the Boomer Zoomer relationship here we're having. That's how we go. And then we got just Sam arriving in the middle. So what is happening here?
That was so cringe, man. Boomer Zoomer relationship. God, man.
It's what it is. It's what it is, man. It is what it is. And that's what we've got to go for. Those are the names we're going to be dealing with. But at the end, you know, Imperium, we're still making it into the very, very final game here of the M.E.O West Finals. After this game, we'll be having our world champions for this event. It's been real fun. It's been a fun ride. Once again, hundreds and hundreds of teams signed up to just even fathom of making it this far into the tournament. Unfortunately for them, only 16 teams make it this far, and now only one will be on top of all the others, and that's going to be between a few of these top teams. We talked about it, Clash, Evolution, and especially Footballistas in the race. We're going to be see which one of those teams will be taking the number one position, as match number 6 is now underway as we go back to the good old glassy pastures of Erangel. That's not Erangel. Well, it's Vikendi. It's Erangel, but we're still on this. It's Vikendi. We're going to be good, Imperium. That's how we back it up. Vikendi now onto board, and you said it. Water finishes. I hope not. It would be a very bittersweet ending, but I know that you're the opposite of me. I'm the curse caster, and when you call something, it typically happens. So we'll see if that's going to be the water finish you were asking for.
Undead Crow dropping early down to Dobber Mesa. I mentioned that was one of the key areas that was going to be accessible. That playing path, Max, is quite heavily down south, so it's going to force the majority of the teams up the north of the playing path. The good thing is that the playing path is accessible to go on to the eastern side of that river. Team big, easy, dropping down to Vihar, and footballers are pretty close by to them.
Not too much of an issue. Playing path, especially on Vikendi, is not really too hard to play with, especially because typically teams tend to know a lot more about car spawns. So even if you have to try and stretch your drop location, go for car spawn, instantly rotate, it's really not that complicated early on. So we'll be seeing exactly what they're going to be currently dealing with. Dafai also got himself the good position. This is typically played by Team Secret on international events into the eastern scene. Really valuable. The loot alone is really good. It's very easy to defend also, thanks to all the walls on the surrounding areas. So Dafai already going to be looking very, very set on this one. And Avatra is going to be held by Footballists. So overall, we're not going to be seeing nothing too out of the ordinary. These drop locations are really strong. Though Footballists, I do not recall them. There you go. Imperium, he called it. I remember he called it. The water circle is going to be coming onto this one. Southeast water circle. And it's going to be up. Imperium, how could you? How could you?
To be fair, it complements the latter half of the playing path. We already see Evolution, GSMC, Fate around that area. So it's not too bad. Just for the likes of Footballists and Undead Crow. It's going to be a tough task rotating into a circle. But the good thing, Max, for these teams is that you think about it. Playing path was quite heavily down south. Rotating into phase 1, you look to rotate to the north of Podvosto, through the bridge, down into the circle. If you execute that on the right timing, boom, you're set for phase 1.
And I got one thing to say to that. Botation. Once again, this is another circle where go for the boat. Like, I'm going to say, yeah. Okay, so this is a circle, though, where you're going to have everyone already concentrating onto the coastline because there are a lot of compounds towards the likes of damn, what is it called? I forgot the compound there. No, it's going to be the...
Hot Springs Candra?
Hot Springs. I was thinking of Hot Springs. Because I watched an anime tutor was talking about Hot Springs. It's like, bro, why can't I think about Hot Springs? Like, the most used thing is anime. But at the end, it's going to be a lot of teams onto that coastline. It's going to be pretty tricky. So if you want to get closer to the circle, then go by foot or by car. I think that'll be a lot better option for them. So hopefully teams will be playing around that one, though. Evolution, there you go. Gonzo playing some nice shots with the UMP45, as Imperium likes to call it, the ump, which who calls it the ump? Absolutely no one. But Gonzo's going to keep on forcing his way forward, and he's going to be forced into potentially a 1v2 scenario here, and the rest of his team is really, really far behind. They could be assisting them with a little bit of an off angle, but yeah, Gonzo is really feeling it. This is way more aggressive than I was expecting for a team that is, by the way, in the running for this #1 position. Very unexpected. Oh,
Very
Gonzo.
unexpected, but risky times. Call for risky measures. Gonzo just trying to slow down. Pretty nice. He goes for a drop shot, gets the knock.
That was huge. That was perfect. Even though it was a little bit of an unexpected push from the outside position, Marco, though, behind the wall, the rest of his team is not there to back him up. The sniper definitely not making things easy for them. That's actually a really good grenade, making sure that that push is not going to be easy to pull off. Teammate should be getting flushed away very soon, but the main focus is still onto Marco. Other jump shot going out from Gonzo. Unfortunately, not going to work out just there. Get himself a double. Really good stuff on Marco.
Beautiful.
And he's going to go instantly for the 2-kill confirm. Where's the rest of Evolution? I got to say, this was a big misplay on their end of things, as they lose almost everyone, and Sniper will be able to make it back up as a 4-man crew. Evolution just might have thrown here their chance of taking away the #1 spot.
Oh, man, you take the risk. There's always a chance you can get burned, even in the snowy, cold, mountainous terrain of Vikendi. And it was realistically, Max, that separation from Evolution. I like the idea of having that off-angle player, but even though it's early game phase 1, 2-2, 3-1 split would have been much stronger from Evolution, whereas having that separation, there's always a higher chance it was going to go against them.
I just think that even if they did have a split, and I think the off angles, as you mentioned, were clean, but I never thought they would act upon that off angle and actually push it.
Fair.
I think that they understood that if we take that fight, we could get one of the strongest positions in the circle, because not going to lie, that is a really valuable compound. If you hold on to it, phase 1 circle, you're not going to have to move. And we said if you are able to reduce your amount of movement to a bare minimum, that's looking amazing. But as we said, though, many times, the earlier you take a fight, the bigger the risk. They took a fight early on. They lost already a lot of their players, and they could potentially have gone out in 16th position. So that was unnecessary at this stage of the game. Evolution, especially after taking 2 big wins, I was expecting a little bit more, but a little bit disappointed. And especially, unlike Sanhok, snakes aren't going to really go that far onto this map. So Evolution, they're going to need a big play for them to even just think of making it up there.
Max Botation from Team Big Easy. They are looking after your wish, and they are making it around the Vikendi terrain from the western side. I don't know if they're going south or north. It would kind of make sense they're going north, to be honest, because I think south would be just a little bit too risky based on the playing path.
Also, one thing it would be really fun if they go north is that they could very easily stop by a few compounds. I'm thinking Port up north, also on a few compounds up northeast. Yeah. And they could just stop there, get another boat, because, also boats, they use gas, and you could potentially wear out eventually, because that's a really wild rotation, doing like I would say a full 180-degree rotation, even a little bit more. So they can go there and also finish looting off in compounds on the time being, so in a few of those positions like Port once again. So I think that if they take the very slow approach, it's okay, but phase 1 circle is already closing up. So you can still do so, but you're going to have to act very quickly on that decision. As Fate Seems like they're going to have a fight coming their way right now. It's not going to be looking good. Defeaters currently in that position also. Defeaters losing 1. The rest of the team has yet to follow up. Very similar to Evolution. They're not using their full man advantage. Did you just molly yourself?
Oh, no, yeah.
Evil Boy,
yeah,
what
he
was
Molotov'd
that?
himself.
Oh, just getting 2 kills for free over to Fate. And yeah, we've seen 2 big throws from 2 big teams very early on to this game, man. This is what happens when they don't play Vikendi for like a few months. They just forget how to play it entirely.
It's like, how to throw Molotov in compound? I do not know anymore.
It's like a kid
but
that just
Fate-
saw snow for the first time. Just like, what is this? What is this? What is it?
What is this wizardry? But hey, good start for Fate. 2 kills right off the bat, picking up where they left off in Erangel on the previous game. To remind you, even though the battle for first is between the top 3, hey, there is of course that money involved, that pride. 4th and 5th, they're only 1 point dividing each other, GSMC and Blaze. So there's still a lot to play for down in the middle of the pack. So I'm still going to be keeping an eye on that.
Oh, nice trick. I like that coming out from Pronto. That's typically something you can also add, everyone, but just listen to this broadcast, at home. When you are taking a car and you're currently not driving, if you want to switch seats, making it very hard for an opponent to actually hit those bullets. And it is pretty hard to work on. Just got to spam button. And spam button keeps you alive. Most of the time, at least, unless you're very unlucky and those shots still connect, then things are definitely not going your way. SNP, finally, I love to see it. SNP have been a lot quicker throughout these last 3 games on their rotations, going for points of interest. Here they went for the high ground mountain next to the side of Cement Factory, which I think that is one of the strongest positions with this kind of circle. And in the past, Imperium, I remember, we've done a lot of games on Vikendi, and we kept saying with these kind of circles, Cement Factory Hills is one of the best positions you could play. And yet, teams never tended to play that position, and now Sniper are doing so. So for that alone, Sniper, thank you so much. Finally, teams are going to be seeing the value of that position and hopefully using it to their full potential.
I don't like Clash's position on the coastal line. I don't like it. I get it's only phase 1, so I'm trying to reserve judgment, but I feel like it's setting up a precedence of both passiveness and getting caught out. If and when the circle shifts to the west, we'll have to wait and see. One thing I'm wondering about, Max, and I touched upon it previously, right? Keeping an eye on that kill feed. Footballers, have they been keeping an eye on that kill feed and noticing that 3 players of Evolution have been taken out? And if they have, do you think it's making them a little bit more confident coming into kind of at least phase 1, phase 2?
I wouldn't say confident. Is the fact that if they know for a fact that Evolution are not getting the points, they understand, okay, they're not going to be potentially making it on through. Hopefully they get eliminated very soon. Now it's literally just, we have to survive. Avoid as many fights as possible and survive for the long term. Defeaters, oh no, man. Defeaters and Molotovs, a love story since 1998. A better love story than Twilight, even, I would say. Things aren't looking too good, as that's going to be it for Defeaters, out in 16th position. 15 teams still in this lobby, but only 51 players. So, I feel this team's not going to be fully stacked coming into this one, and we know the man advantage on Vikendi is very important. But, very unfortunate for Defeaters. That was their last game into this one, but still, Defeaters, a lot of stuff to do in the future. I think that they were a team that was looking out for pretty heavily, and I think that coming into the full split, they got a lot of things to prove for themselves. The circle's going to pop. Not a hard shift whatsoever. Still got a lot of water in play. No team's going to have to move except for the teams up north. So this is literally going to have very small repercussions on this entire lobby.
Onyx are still in the Hot Springs area. I'm not a fan of that. I know they're probably on the high ground of Hot Springs, so they are getting a little bit of elevation information on teams that might be coming in from the western side of the circle, but I think that still compromises them to leaving it possibly a little bit too late to go across the road should the circle shift up north on the next phase. Something we'll have to wait and see. Other than that, because it was such a clean circle shift, pretty much all the teams are already inside the circle. So I imagine we're going to have a little bit more of a Vikendi in phase 2.
Yeah, it seemed like it. After you had that big first rush onto this really hard circle, it seemed like now the teams are just going to be taking a step back. And you said it also earlier, Imperium, the fact that there were just so many compounds. There's really nothing that you can say if you just don't have a really strong position at this point. Not only compounds, also little hilltops, like Clash, for example, got a little bit of a hilltop. Even I'm not a fan of it because you know the circle's going to tend to move away from the water, so they're going to be forced into the mainland, which they can't avoid. So the fact that there's going to be decision taken away from Clash and they're going to be forced into a very narrow decision-making position is going to be really hard for them to play around. And Football is just going full send it. He has a 2-2-man car rotation. Evolution still got Rainbow into the distance. Slime 4KT unfortunately lost Storm. I think that will be a kill confirm coming their way. But yeah, Footballists, this is a very aggressive one. We have some very unusual rotations coming out from them. But you know what? They find a compound. They're going to go into it. But the thing is, Imperium, they did not know there was no teams here. And if there was a team there and they arrived that one so scarcely without any information, without just a stress in the world, that could have been potentially Footballists going down. So that was a risk. They're lucky it didn't work out. But every game, that would not be the case.
To remind you, if you have just tuned in, this is the final game and the overall standings is Footballists coming into this game in first place with 89 points. Evolution in second with 86 and Clash with 78. So it is between the top three to be crowned the Red Bull M.E.O Season 3 Western Final champions. Evolution, unfortunately, they lost 3 players early on, so they're down to 1. But Footballists aren't looking too good themselves.
Not looking too good indeed, and seem like Blaze, they're going to be running onto this one to get themselves a few extra kills. So hopefully Footballists will be able to survive that encounter entirely, as Lutz is just going to be 30s far away. Soke got taken down. He is the IGL, BGW. So he can still give some information and some directions to the rest of their team. But yeah, Footballists dying in the exact same position where the rest of Evolution died earlier, actually. So it seems like this is going to be the death of a lot of these top teams, aiming for this #1 position. And that's going to be an extra kill going away of the way of Blaze. So yeah, this is big upset after big upset on this Vikendi game that I'm not going to lie, I was not really expecting. Phase 3 pops. And this circle is not going to hurt too much. It's just a lot of water taken out of the equation. But one team that I'm liking is GSMC. You got himself a strong compound and snipers too. I think these are the 2 teams that could be having a really good running in this final game.
Of course, they're losing information on the teams that are on the other side of the Cement Factory Mountain. But other than that, I agree with you. Clash, who are still on the coastline, I respected the fact that they were taking a couple of shots onto Team Big Easy and even had gotten a knockdown. But I would still like them to now on this Phase 3 shift go across the road and get a bit more security. Even if it's 2-2 as a split, it would work out better, because if they don't, other teams might take the compound and then they'll have so much harder of a job, while Lutz is looking to cook that pre-grenade. Wrong, get a knockdown. That's a good start for Footballists.
Really good start, and so much damage also dealt onto the other players behind that wall. Gonna go for second nade. It's gonna be a good trade off by Coursera of Blaze. And as Raw Malone, if he dies, might be seeing their hopes and dreams of making it to the first place going down the drain. They can't afford to die right now. Lutz, especially, can still feed some information over. Ketch going to be jumping over the wall. Nothing's going to be replicated and fall back by Ron for the time being, at least in that rooftop position. Very, very interesting. It's now Coursera slowly going to be bleeding out. Will they be able to get the Resdo on the side of Blaze? Not too sure. But this is a position too where you talked about it earlier in the break, Imperium. We might be seeing some third parties happening on this kind of fight. Lutz going to be taken down and confirmed by the kill on that nade. Rom's going to be now left stranded solo. Will he be enough to take down the likes of Blaze? That nade is too close for comfort. Footballists, this might just be the end of their running here in the M.E.O West Finals. The smoke's going to buy them just a little bit of precious time. Another nade comes off through. He was barely able to heal off. They're going to go for the shot, and that is all set and done for the Turkish team of Footballists. Will that be enough to secure the #1 spot when Clash is still up and running about? My doubts are very high, Imperium.
Oh my god. Even Evolution could still take it, because Evolution have a player left. They have a player left. They even picked up a kill. And I think Footballists picked up a kill as well. I'm not sure. So that might be cancelled out. But either way, Footballists have burnt their bridge to take the first place. They've left the destiny of their result in the hands of both Evolution and Clash. So it's down to realistically 2 teams in the final game of the day, in the final game of the Red Bull M.E.O Final Season 3.
Yeah, so we're going to be down to Clash. Let's not forget before this one, they had 78 points and Futbolist had 89. Quick math, that's 11-point difference. If they can get himself a half-decent game at the end of the day, they might be able to put himself in the position to snatch away that win, especially after winning their French PMCO. They are running on an all-time high, and they are finding success after success after success. This would be one good way to close this chapter for the spring season at least. Circle about to pop, should be taking a lot of water out of the equation. They should be going up northwest. It's going to be actually still quite a bit of water into play here. Now Sniper going to have to think that this is maybe not a good position to hold on to for the long term. They need to start aiming towards a compound of Fate. Looking for a kill, confirming their 4th kill actually of this Vikendi game.
We didn't see teams really move that much between the last phase and this phase as well. Something that I noticed, Clash kept on the coastline. They're now going to have to move into the circle. Onyx stayed on the northern tip of Hot Springs, but luckily they're still inside the circle. Gaijin, the last player up, staying prone down in the open grass, knowing that Fade is across the road, looking for him, hunting down. Let's just hope that Gaijin can stay ghostly down in the grass side and stay alive for as long as possible.
I have an impression of deja vu with Gaijin always being down to one player, just like last game. So it seems like those are a few things that they are hoping to fix coming into the full season and the future events they're going to be getting involved with. But we'll see a lot more of Gaijin for sure. These guys have been present into the Western competitive scene for quite a while now. And I'm sure that no matter what happens, we'll still see them come in strong through future events. Sure. Those teams have been also onto the move. We're going to be having on forward. Especially respect Miracle and the boys still pushing their way forward, but as we saw into the kill feed, Futbolist and Defeaters both down. Evolution still down to 1, but where is he currently? You didn't have time to really see him. Where is he positioned? Is it going to be an easy shift? Because if he was outside in the blue, he's going to have to take a fight for himself, and up against so many teams that are still pretty close to 2 or 3 man armies, that is going to be very hard on the likes of Rainbow.
As far as I know, he's still in the circle. So the rainbow is still shining for him. That pot of gold is firmly at the end of that rainbow still for him. But as you said, the further we get into the game, the higher the chance that teams are going to be around him if the circle should shift. That's it. His blanket is going to be taken away somewhat as Middle Eastern Assassins reposition quite nicely as we head into phase 5.
And the execution of that rotation too was really clean. No, they scouted, boom, knew it was free, instant rotation as a full team, making sure that if there was a team they didn't scout, boom, you could have gone instantly into the breach. All good over there. Circle shift back up northeast. This is going to get pretty damn interesting, but Clash Imperium as a 4-man crew still looking set. If they cross the road now, get control of that compound right on the west, they could be set up for success. But the thing is, we know that compound is free. They, unfortunately, do not.
3-1 split. 3 in the compound, 1 still on the coastline where they are currently occupied. It would be very healthy. It would allow them to provide that off-angle support. Still keep an eye on the side of Team Big, who are also still on the coastline. But will they look to pull it off? Time's ticking down. We're into the 20-minute mark of this game. Max, still 14 teams, 44 players. Fortunately for the teams down on towards the south side or Hot Springs and Cantor area, they will have to try and find a space inside the circle. Undead Crow have been able to breach onto the southwest edge of this phase 5.
Onyx found himself 2 kills after a car explosion onto MCES, so things aren't looking too good for the MCES squad as of right now at least. Fate got to keep on going. 4 kills so far in their game, down to 2. And they're going to be going for a straight up shutdown. Oh, they tried to stop by, but no sniper. What was that? This is why full car rotations are not the play on Vikendi. And Lath is still able to survive. Oh, okay, apparently I jinxed it for him. Feels bad, man, but that's going to be the end of their adventure. 12 teams now still up and remaining as Fate get eliminated in 13th. But man, Sniper, that was the opposite of what you expect. Normally it's the scout going solo forward, and the rest of the team waiting behind. Not 3 players going forward and 1 scout behind. A little bit of an upsell on that one. Because now that the breach currently going to be happening is going to be Defy. They're going to be pushed upon very heavily by Undead Crow. Going to be playing behind those walls. Utility would be key if they can take it, but unfortunately with those shots, they're just not able to make it really happen. But a third party from the southeast could be key to take down the likes of Defy, as they're going to be going for the push eventually. Cortaz going to try to do the most out of that Uzi play. Unfortunately, very low. 1 bullet's going to be enough, and that will indeed be the case. Javid falls also, and that is going to be one dominant fight coming on shore, and Defy will be falling to the ground in despair in 12th position.
Good stuff. Good compound defense that came out from Undead Crow. Wasn't the cleanest of breaches, but I respect the attempt that came out from Defy. Blaze outside the circle as it does shift in the favor of Clash
did it.
and Team Big. Could Clash be gifted this game from circle shifts alone? Because all the teams up on the north side of this map that are outside the circle are gonna have to challenge each other for an entry point. 11 teams, 31 players left alive.
I would love to see what kind of terrain Clash are currently playing with, because if there's not good terrain, it's literally going to be go big or go home. And by go big is literally take the position of Team Big. That's going to be the end of the game for them. Yep. And hopefully you think about it, talking about it. Oh, Clash going to be popping to the kill feed, but not versus Team Big actually versus Slime 4KT. They were nowhere near that position, so it seemed like they are going to be somewhat contested away. But they kick it off in style once again. And MZ, man, this guy has been just consistent throughout the entirety of his game today. He deserves a gold medal for just being so good on these games. It's been wild to see him play so good.
So good. Clash deserve all the respect for how they're performing across the board, not just in this event, but in all events they participate in. MCES being gatekept by Blaze on the edge of circle. Nice shots being sprayed on through. Undead Crow pushing in.
Corker trying to flip onto a second character, but unfortunately not going to be really working out his way. So he's not going to be able to find that second trade, but still really good spray potential. The last player sniper getting straight into the water. Hey, you know what? As a last resort, I'm not against that. I'm okay with it, man. You survive as long as you possibly can, especially when it's the final game over here of the MEO West Finals. Shots from a distance. Blaze still going to be the gatekeepers of this lobby. MCS, they're going to struggle. Lose another player down to 1. And they're going to try to force their way forward. Maybe just go for the water play. Very similar to what happened from the sniper. I think this is the only way for MCS to make it out in any way in a positive manner. Though, Slime 4KT move their way forward. Good terrain control with the smokes also. We're still going to be having MEA Assassins going for the engagers. And Undead Crow go out in 11th position. 10 teams now remain. But Slime 4KT losing their very first player is going to be Aimer. As Pronto still going to be up there with his teammate, ready to take that fight head on. But man, everyone's going to start moving towards the center. The longer you take, the harder it's going to get.
Guys, you can go out. We still have the last player standing from Evolution. We're into the 9 teams left alive, and it does start to get a lot better in terms of the kill points as being hunted down in the water. Let's swim your way through. MCES.
Evolution are out. They just got eliminated with the final player. He actually died in, like, was it 8th or 9th position? So that's still going to be a few position points coming their way. But Clash are still up and running about. They're still so lively in this game. Wait, what? So many teams died. What's happening? And Clash are still up as a 5-man crew. I'm going to call it Imperium. I think this is just what they needed. A little bit more, a few more kills, and that should be their ticket to the first place in the overall standings. They just need a little bit further, but the circle went drastically their way, and they haven't been getting involved too many times in fights. So I still think they got an insane amount of smokes. And as I mentioned that, the smokes are actually going to be starting to come out of their pockets, which those smokes will be the key to keep Clash alive.
And before this game, I touched upon the eastern side of the map being so integral for having a little bit more of a passive game, for staying out of trouble, and that's exactly what Clash have done. I can confirm that Evolution have gotten 4 points. They will move up to 90. I don't know if it's enough to get ahead of Footballers, so that gives Clash around 12 points needed to overtake the side of Evolution and potentially be crowned your champions. Well, Blaze are looking for Savian's going to get caught out, but Savian turns, flips, kills, and that is Blaze picking up their 8th kill.
It's like, what's this on the beach, man? You're not supposed to be here. Go back into the water from which you came, and he's going to be taken down indeed. That's going to be 4 teams now still up and running, but they're all taking each other down. Only MEA Assassins are really going to be a main threat to the likes of Clash, because right now, Blaze versus Team Big, they're going to be doing that job for themselves, though Blaze up to 8 kills. That's a really good trade for the final game. Can they maybe turn that one into a double digit? That would be a huge showing. Especially all the smokes are going to be used into the top side. MEA Assassins, they got eyes literally everywhere, trying to look for every single opportunity to increase their kill count by 1. As I say that, there you go. That's going to be MEA looking for 1 frag coming on through onto Blaze. They are getting involved and annoying the entirety of this lobby right now, Imperium.
Yeah, Blaze being third party stopped from pushing in onto the side of Team Pig a little bit more massively. But Clash are definitely taking a couple of shots in the Middle Eastern Assassin. Savian steals that kill away.
Good mollies coming into the barn. They're trying their best to maybe get himself some opening damage, which they did work out initially onto Zippis. But now you've got to move on forward, man. You only got yourself 45 seconds. The longer you take, the more predictable you're going to actually become. Just jump on forward. But MEA Assassin's making it actually really hard for them to go for this engagement. It's still going to be a top 4. Going to wear Flash. Oh, spotted away, but no, they're pinned down. One grenade, and that could be over. They're all cornered in this one position. Closeted away. As Clash going to be moving on forward here, making their way into the smokes. And we said it, utility is going to be key. They want to get involved because we know that MEA Assassin's going to move away. Blaze going to go for the full engage. 2 players now knocked away. Ketch and Savian still up and going about. But Team Big are still going to have one. That's going to be Calypso. Can she turn the tide in the favor of her team? She's still going to be waiting, but this will be the prime time to strike. But she's not committing to it. And unfortunately, that's going to be allowing the entirety of Blaze to res up and make it back to the full team.
Oh, you should have pushed in. Take the chance, Calypso. You could have marked your moment. You could have had a moment of glory. As Clash are still fighting on in. They're up to 2 kills. They're into the top 4. That's as far as I remember. 8 placement points for that, but Blaze off the back of wiping out the majority of Team Big have got 3 knocks on the Clash.
Ketch was an upsell to this one. Blaze might be the reason why Clash can't make it to the next stage. One player still going to be standing forward. It's going to be a hard one for sure. Who's going to be able to get the rest on his teammates while the rest of the team is still behind looking for those engages. MEA still have respect. Up and available, ready to go. 13 kills for Blaze. What an insane showing as they cross over the road. And he knows exactly that they're coming forward. He's going to have that surprise factor in the bush. Maybe thinking he's going to be going for the rest, but he's like, no, he's not here. They're going to go for the flashes, pick them up one by one. Team Big eliminated. Oh, this game is going to be now top 3. And indeed, Imperium, he was not spotted away. They're walking right next to him. They're literally neighbors. If he can get himself a kill or 2 to surprise them, it would be insane. He's got to stay calm. Wait for maybe MEA Assassin to go down to get 2nd position. He gets spotted away, and that's it. Clash get taken out in 3rd position. And now to finish off the game, it's going to be a 1v4. They take them down, and Blaze secure themselves game number 6 of these finals. But at the end, man, we know it, Clash. That's exactly the amount of points they needed. But will it be enough in the grand scheme of things, knowing how many points the other teams have got? I'm in complete disarray. I have no idea who's going to be on top spot.
I have no idea as well, but oh my god, Blaze, you melted Vikendi for the final game, showing your dominance in Vikendi. They just drove right on through everybody. Even when they were being third-partied, they were absolutely on point. What a way for them to end the day, Sam.
Incredible performance from Blaze. So well done, but I'm trying to work out in my head. I'm trying to do the maths as well. From a points point of view, we can see we're in the studio there. You got a chance to see that trophy. We'll go there in a bit to announce the winner. There's maths. We can do the maths, or we can talk about that game, because I said that it was going to come down to this map before I left. I said, and I specifically said, Vikendi could shake things up. I have just found out I'm not going to say a word. Vikendi is going to shake things up. Tell me, here we go. This is it. There's that trophy. Oh my gosh, you will not believe what has happened on Vikendi. That is the trophy that our team is going to take home in that virtual studio. Max, Imperium.
Just an insane moment right there.
Okay. It's an insane moment to see the trophy. We're going to announce the winner in a bit. We happened to mention that we had those 3 teams and one of them could take it. Not one of them was able to perform to the level they needed to, Imperium. And the question is now, is there a chance that another team has been able to push them out of the top spot?
If Blaze had had a better game 5 in Erangel, a 3rd or 4th or even a top 5, yes, 1,000,000 times yes, but it was just too much of a mountain to climb for Blaze to get into the top 3, to overtake the 3 teams that have realistically been up there from game 1. Football is threw it away on poor rotations. Evolution threw it away by being separated at the start of the game and losing 3 players right off the bat. And Clash, it wasn't the cleanest of games. It was a very passive game. But the thing is it enough? Have they done enough to be crowned the Red Bull M.E.O champions. It is incredible that it's come down to this, the final game, the final moment, Sam and Max.
Well, this is the thing. I was expecting something big. Those three teams that we said could not be beaten, they dropped out, and there is a very good chance now that it's going to come down to chance. We've been trying to do the maths in our head, but if I'm not mistaken, there were some teams that if they popped off they'd have to, I think, Max, you said it best, they would have to perform one of the biggest games of all time, and we're going to wait to go to the studio. But, I mean, let's start with Evolution. They dropped out right at the beginning. What happened there on Vikendi, Max?
I mean, Evolution just took a fight that really didn't make much sense. We didn't mention the fact that here, Blaze, they were potentially going to be in the running, also, and a few teams down below. But really, you're taking these opportunities and allowing all these teams, opening the gates for the teams down below in the top 5 to potentially overtake that position. So really, the thing is, we said it, you play super hyper passive early on, and Evolution were just looking for their kills. They were like, we're going to try and get the opening opportunity very early on into the game. Unfortunately, as you always say, it's a risk to fight early on. They took that risk, and it just did not pay off. And it's just that one mistake that sometimes one little change, one little thing will cause your demise and allow you to give the chance to other teams to overtake your spot. So Evolution, they played so well today. That last game, that one mistake just caused so many issues for them.
Footballist as well, Imperium, I've thought that their positioning, their rotations, the way they place themselves for the end game throughout today has been phenomenal. In the 6th game, though, struggling a little bit for them.
It was a good start on their rotation. They rotated pretty safely, but phase 2, kind of moving into phase 3, they went so deep into the circle. They pulled off a little bit of a kind of a 2-2 spread. No information. They got caught out from Blaze, and in the end, it just went downhill from there.
Here we go. This is it. We get to announce the Red Bull M.E.O Season 3 champions. And it is the biggest upset of the day. The final chicken dinner. They got the points. The 3 top teams were not able to compete. They were sitting in 5th place. Blaze Esports takes it. You can't see his face. He's on the screen right now. For me, Imperium is shocked. I was surprised when I saw it, but they did it. They got exactly what Max said they had to do. The giant chicken dinner at the end, that's 20 points. And then they just made sure that they killed every player they saw, Max.
They just cleared the entire slate clean. Those last few fights that they had versus MEA Assassins, Team Big, Clash, those wipeouts, without those, that was it. Because they won themselves on top of it. It was 95 points, 5 points ahead of Clash in second. Literally, Clash able to survive just a few seconds longer and allowed MEA Assassins to die in another position, would have died actually in second. They could have potentially hoped to be in that number 1 position. But Blaze, they popped off when they really, really needed to. They did not have themselves a great showing at the very start. They just improved over time. And thanks to that, they secured themselves the title of winner of the MEO West Finals Season 3. An insane showing, a big upset as you called it also, Sam. And you couldn't be any happier to see this team finally perform. And we said it, we are expecting these Turkish teams to come out on top. And they come out on top in big, big ways.
Look at that Imperium. I mean, Blaze, they went in, they knew exactly what their win condition was. It was clear at the end there when I was watching them fight, and I had a moment where I looked at the screen and I thought, they figured out what they have to do to win. What an incredible performance from them, and I love the surprise on your face.
I'm genuinely mind blown. I really thought that mountain was too hard to climb, but Blaze absolutely lived up to their name. They lived up to the hype. And yes, it did realistically come down to those 2 games that they performed dominatingly in, Miramar and Vikendi. But at the end of the day, when it all was said and done, they're the ones that took control. They are the team that took the bull by the horns, and they proved why they are one of the best teams, not only in Turkey, but across the western side of the world. I am blown away, but I'm also insanely happy because I know how much potential Blaze have as a team.
I also love, I think it's fitting. We were here in a virtual Istanbul. You got to tour and see some of these incredible locations in the virtual world. In any other situation, if it wasn't for the pandemic, we would have all been in Istanbul. The players would have all been together. But even in this virtual world, I like the fact that the Turkey team comes in clutch at the end to claim the advantage here at home, which would technically be at home. And you know that everyone in the studio, Max, when this broadcast ends, there's going to be huge celebrations for them, because that was just an incredible performance from the Turkish team.
It feels very fitting, I would say, for this kind of event to have a Turkish team take the title for themselves. But not only that, the other Turkish team, football, is top 3 also. I think that we knew this for some time already, Imperium, that when it comes down to Western PUBG Mobile esports action, Turkey, as a country on its own, has been feeding some of the best talent PUBG Mobile has ever seen throughout, since its creation. Really, since it's been created, Turkey has been here from start to finish, and even today they're proving why they're on top of their game. They got such talent, such good teams, such good players, and they just keep performing event after event after event. I'm not gonna lie, after seeing games like this, after seeing how good the Turkish country region especially is, with all of these awesome teams and players, I would not be surprised if really in 2021, in the World Finals of PUBG Mobile Esports, we might see a Turkish team up there. It would literally not be a surprise in my mind to see that happen.
Imperium has nothing left to say. His brain is fried.
But also for Blaze, right, when you look at this team, right, over the last year, they've been growing, they've been evolving, they've also been overshadowed by footballers, they've been overshadowed by digital athletics, but now they can stand tall in 2021. They can scream, they can shout with pride that they overtook giants across these 6 games. They can say that they dominated this lobby. At the end of the day, it wasn't like 100 points ahead, but in that final game, 16 kills in that chicken dinner, multiple fights, squad wipes, gatekeeps. They took the reins, and they have been the team that won. So in my eyes, I'm incredibly proud of them.
I think Imperium has said all we can say, but watch out for Blaze, because after that performance and the way they were able to just get it all right in that last map, I think they're going to be a force to be reckoned with, and no doubt we will be seeing them in Season 4. You've been watching the Red Bull M.E.O. Season 3. This is the end of Season 3. But be sure that the regional qualifiers for Season 4 will begin shortly, and hopefully Max, Imperium, myself, and all the production staff will be able to bring you even more action in the World Finals of Season 4, and hopefully we get to do it all together in a LAN environment. Thank you so much for watching. Well done, Blaze, and we'll see you soon.